pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger roll, Atlantis.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight downside SC off. Bring in SC off. Off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, let me know if you can hear me, and let me know if you can see the up-close view of Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount. John Galloway for NASASpaceflight here, ready for an exciting day of Texas tank watching. We're going to be watching specifically the southbound end of this northbound tank. Well, theoretically, it's not going anywhere today, but we're going to watch the bottom is what I mean. And we are looking over to chat to make sure that y'all can see this. It looks like I've got lots of 5x5s. Y'all can hear what I am saying. There almost seems to be some condensation at the bottom of the booster, so we're going to get this party started and also update the ticker. That is apparently correct, but it's a couple days old, so we'll get that sorted here. But let's get some other people to talk, starting with eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go with Thomas. Thomas Burkhardt, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Das. Thanks. Looking forward to another day of Booster 7 testing, and SpaceX has spooled up rather quickly. You can actually see the frost line just now forming on the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank on Booster 7, right at the top of your screen right now. So Booster 7 already into prop load operations, and again, based on the overpressure notice that was delivered to Mary yesterday, the prediction would be some sort of static fire testing today. It'll be interesting to see how many engines are going to be involved today and things like that.
We'll turn the disco party off there for a second and go to another camera. Also, here we've got Mr. Nick Answeeney. Nick, we got you on comms?
Yo, 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 yo! We got another static fire possibility, maybe. Who knows?
Folks, I apologize. We're going to go ahead and mute Nick. We're having technical difficulties. We don't have Nick on comms. Unfortunately, we won't be able to hear anything else he says.
Aw, sadness. I really hope that's a joke. Otherwise, I'm just talking to myself right now.
So does anybody hear anything going on? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
hear
anything
anything
right now. Just me and Thomas here.
Jeez.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Please, if you had your hat on backwards or something there, no gang signs. Thank you for joining us for the commentary. Let's recap what we have going on here while I hop over and fix the ticker. Who wants to talk?
Yo, I will.
Nick.
Did you say yo again?
Yes, I say
No.
yo all the time. No? Okay, hello.
Oh my
y'all,
gosh.
y'all. I'm texting now, so I guess
All right.
I'll say y'all.
Y'all is allowed. That's okay.
Okay.
Go
All right. Y'all, we got some frosty and venti tanks here. Obviously, Mary did receive an overpressure notice last night for today, and actually today happens to be Mary's birthday, which is kind of special. SpaceX is possibly going to light a candle for her. That'd be kind of cool. Again, with overpressure notices, we do typically expect some kind of flames. Hopefully, some good healthy flames, and in control. But yeah, booster is getting frosty and venti. Thomas, do we know what they're doing? Whether this is a spin prime or how many engines they might fire? What do you think?
So here's what we do know. Obviously, the last test we saw with Booster 7 last week was a spin prime, a multi-engine spin prime. Hard to know exactly how many engines were involved. It looked like it could have been all 33. It's just hard to tell just from watching and without SpaceX confirming anything exactly how many engines there were. But lots of engines were spin primed the other day. So they're probably in a stance that they could increase the number of engines since the last static fire test. That last attempt was a 3-engine static fire attempt, although we observed one of the engines abort during the ignition sequence, so they only really fired 2. But either way, they're probably in a stance to fire at least 3 engines, assuming they are going for static fire testing. Could also go for more than that if they are looking to start incrementing up towards eventually 33 engines. We can see a couple engines in liquid oxygen engine chill right now, so that venting you're seeing from the actual engine bay, that's the liquid oxygen engine chill. And you can tell that there's definitely multiple engines being chilled down. That's more vapor than we would see with only one engine or something like that. But it's hard to tell exactly how many. My prediction would be somewhere between 3 and 33. It's probably unlikely that they're going to jump all the way to a 33 engine static fire today, but I suppose that's in the line of possibility. I think it's more realistic that we would guess, something like a handful of engines, somewhere 3 or maybe a little bit more than 3, because they will incrementally work their way up to all 33 engines. It's also possible that they could need to do another spin prime test instead, or that they could go into a spin prime and roll that into a static fire later. Of course, the window, as usual, extends all the way until the end of the window at 8 p.m. Central Time. So there's a lot of room for them to do multiple tests today, even if they so choose. But of course, we'll just have to keep an eye out for the normal telltale signs. We see prop load underway, and we will hopefully get a siren to sound to give us a warning for an actual static fire ignition.
Absolutely. And as we sit here and wait, we've sat here and waited for many more hours than this to get to this point. What exactly are we looking at the bottom of the booster there? Is that engine chill?
Yeah, so there's 2 different engine chill indicators actually, because they have separated the methane engine chill vent and the liquid oxygen vent for the 2 different parts of the engines. You can't see the methane engine chill indicator from this view because we're too zoomed in. That's at the base of the orbital launch tower. The liquid oxygen engine chill vent is from the actual engine bay. So the vapors we're seeing right now, we're basically looking underneath the orbital launch mount. And seeing those vapors building up there. That is liquid oxygen engine chill, indicating that the liquid oxygen side of those Raptor engines are being chilled down to operating temperature. So this is the underside and the side of the orbital launch mount. If we go to a wider view, we'll also be looking at the frost building up on the side of the booster. That'll give us an indicator as to how much propellant is being loaded onto the vehicle. That helps us guesstimate how many engines may be involved. That also could give us a clue as to the duration of the static fire. We saw a longer duration Booster 7 test a while back that was coincided with a lot of liquid oxygen being loaded for either unlikely that they needed that much to burn the engine for because the firing overall was still pretty short, but it does help increase the weight of the booster and reduce the strain on the launch mount as it holds the booster in place as more and more engines fire or the engines fire for longer time. So all of those things being considered, those are the different indicators we're going to be keeping an eye on.
Nice. That's so exciting. And it looks like there might be a new water deluge system, or there's some new plumbing installed. Maybe we shouldn't say specifically that it's a water deluge system, but they definitely have added some new pipes there at the bottom. You see those sagging kind of flexible pipes all around there. They've been adding those the past couple days. A lot of speculation is saying that might be related to some kind of deluge system, but we will see what they do with that, obviously, over the next couple minutes here.
Sorry, I'm primarily communicating with chat via the ticker right now. So okay, fine. I'll type in the actual status update there. How are we looking? I mean, we've seen some frost rings here. We'll cut back over to the frost ring real quick. And Nick, you were just talking about those saggy deluge pipe systems. Do we have any sort of estimate on when a test might happen here?
Well, it's difficult to say, but definitely soon-ish. TM. We do see that frost ring there, which is indicative of some kind of cryogenic, either likely propellant at this point, but possibly nitrogen. I mean, it's very possible they could also do a spin prime today. Although with the overpressure notice, we would not necessarily expect that. But it's not like outside of the total realm of possibilities for just a spin prime today. But yeah, likely there's propellant on board with the overpressure notice and that little bit of a frost ring, which could place the actual test to any point in the next couple hours, I guess. So no, basically, maybe I should have started the the answer to that question, Das, with a no. We don't know. We don't have any good indications of exactly when the T0 is going to be, but it's definitely getting ready and getting soon. So, yeah.
My real question is overpressure, one word. Overpressure. Thomas, aren't you an editor or something?
I think it's one word. Does it say on the notice somewhere?
Yeah, it does say on the notice.
Hold on. I'm pulling up the notice to be sure. I'm pretty sure it's one word.
All right. I'm putting it as one word, but if it's 2 words, I'll correct the ticker.
Where's the notice?
Yes, one word.
One word. Okay.
We're
overpressure.
Good. Shout out to Mary and the overpressure notices.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I think everything is correct now with the new and improved up-to-date ticker that we've got. It's not hyphenated, is it? I don't think it's hyphenated.
No, it's not
It's
hyphenated.
Okay, it's just all one word. Okay, cool. So here we are ready to do some live coverage here. Looks like we can hear everybody correctly. Me, Nick, and Thomas will be holding down the fort here at the beginning, but with the things we've been seeing here, it is possible that we could get some sort of testing sooner rather than later. So I'll be switching cameras around. Nick, Thomas, if y'all see something that we want to toss on the screen, oh, there's some ice flaking off. Did y'all see that?
There is a little
No, I
bit.
didn't.
Is that coming from the engine bay, I think?
I didn't see it fast enough to see if it was on the outside of the. Oh,
Oh no, it's
it
from
looks like
the pipes
yeah.
on the outside. My apologies. It's that
That
so
yeah.
underneath, kind of encircling the orbital launch mount. We look at that pipe all the time. When it chills down, that's a good indicator of propellant load getting closer. Yeah, just some ice flaking off of the pipe itself. That's to be expected. That's not something I would point out as like anomalous or anything. Just
Right,
pointing
right.
out that another sign of all the systems being chilled down to temperature and cold fluids flowing into the booster now. That liquid oxygen frost line at the very top of your screen right now is also growing a little bit as they flow more liquid oxygen on board.
It's exciting though. I mean, how many days do you get to see ice fall off of a rocket booster?
In South
Yeah.
Texas, I'll tell
It's
you, it's very rare to have ice in September. So this is a rare treat, everybody. As I sit here near at Starbase here, it's 86 degrees right now. So yeah, definitely some ice would be well appreciated. That's freedom units for
it.
all you metric people.
Thank you, Nick. It just makes you want to stand underneath it and have like a cascade of ice. Unfortunately, it
Yeah,
may
if
not
you
be ice for long.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah. That sounds like that sounds like a gamble there, does.
might not be too cold for very long. Dangerous
All
stuff.
right. Do we have who's on panel duty with
I was about to
questions and
say
super chats?
I would happily jump in because we do have some super chats and some questions starting to come in. I don't know if we gave this disclaimer at the beginning like we normally do. Well, it's not a disclaimer. If you have questions about what we're talking about, tag us at NASASpaceflight. I'll be pulling those in as well, and we'll try to answer as many of those as we can without interrupting the coverage of and the updates regarding today's actual testing. So to start out, actually, well, we'll start out with a question. There we go. Robert with the super chat asking, do we think there's any reason we won't see a 33 engine static fire today? I predicted earlier simply because it's more reasonable that they would incrementally work their way up that way, considering they've only fired 2 engines successfully on this booster so far. We also might expect some like more extensive preparations on the launch mount, maybe kind of we might even expect them to close out the launch mount and cover some more things for such a high thrust firing. I don't know. It's hard to know exactly what preparations are needed, but I think the overall prediction is if they're going for static fire today, it'll be a handful of engines and not jumping all the way to 33. Nick, any thoughts on that?
I am going to be completely honest. I had zoned out for a second there. I was managing something else. What's the question?
Just wondering if we have any insight as to any indications whether or not they could jump all the way to 33 engines today.
Yes. Well, if they do 33 engines today, oh boy, that would be amazing, and I'd love to see that. However, I would imagine that might be on the more unlikely side. I wouldn't put it past them to go straight to 33, but I would put that on the unlikely side of the spectrum of possibilities. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. And I would think we would also see a lot of. I think the big indicator, and we'll have to stay and see if this comes up, is how much propellant gets loaded. If they load a lot of propellant onto this booster, that would be an indicator of many engines, possibly all 33 firing. So that's the other thing we're keeping an eye on. Right now, they don't have enough propellant loaded on board to support a 33 engine static firing.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to speed run a couple of the messages really quick. We got a whole bunch saying happy birthday to Mary. Of course, Mary,
Yes.
the other photographer down in Boca Chica, also provided the overpressure notice that lets us know there could be static fire testing today.
Thomas, the other photographer, she
well,
is
other
the OG. She is
she is the OG
OG.
photographer. I meant the one
She is
not on
the
commentary
photographer.
right now.
Okay, just to be
But-
clear.
Yeah, I'm going to speed run these because we got a whole bunch of people wishing a very happy birthday to Mary, and I certainly hope she gets a candle lit today by SpaceX. So that was Chris K offering his happy birthday. We also got Bradley in chat. Thank you all for your support and the kind words. Let's see what else. Vicky saying happy birthday. Hold on, I got to click the right button. There we go. Lensman, thank you so much. Rough Riders Show, happy birthday. Simon the Mac, happy birthday. Let's see, there's another Jonas saying happy birthday as well. I think I got all the happy birthday messages. Those are all the super chat ones. A lot of people in chat saying happy birthday as well. So thank you everyone for that support. Also got William Hart gifting 5 Red Team memberships, so thank you so much for that support. Darwin saying, Nick, we appreciate the energy, but Robert Hobson, oh my goodness, Robert Hobson. I didn't catch this at first.
Whoa.
Robert Hobson says Nick mute button fan club, so we
What?
get different
Oh,
reactions to
jeez.
Nick's energy.
Okay.
Nick, we appreciate that you bring enthusiasm to the stream, but I also got to thank Robert Hobson for the $100 super chat. He feels strongly about the mute button. I don't know,
I
so
guess.
we'll have to hash
Well,
that out.
I have a mute button, and I can use it anytime I want, and I will continue talking while muted. So, yes, I will use my mute button there. Thank you, Robert.
Robert, I know this is not the first time you sent a huge amount of very generous support to the stream, so we appreciate that, and thank you for tuning in once again. Let's see, Anthony also became a PadRat member, so we appreciate that as well. And then there's some, why are there Monty Python references? Did maybe Noah or Das made a Monty Python
Yes,
reference?
he did. With the
Did
section
I
of the
miss that? I
sackers.
must have missed that.
Who,
Was it
me?
Victor?
No.
Yeah, it sounds like something you would do. I must have just missed it. But Mike wondering what the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow is. I guess we'll have to do some more research into that.
Is that Canadian or Boca Chican? Hey!
Are you suggesting coconuts migrate, Das?
I hope
Simon-
starships migrate at some point.
At some point, Simon
Cocoa
also
Beach.
says classic Monty Python. So appreciate all the support and references there, everybody. All right, I'm going to look for some more questions as well. Again, tag us at NASASpaceflight. First question from I almost misclicked it. From 1979, I'm asking, can we talk a little bit about the purposes of the water deluge system? Nick, want to take that one?
Sure. Well, we haven't seen this in action yet. This possibly, obviously, we don't know this for sure until we see it in action the first time. But all speculation looks to be going that these little saggy pipes around the bottom of the orbital launch mount that you can see there are for the new water deluge system, which hopefully will help keep some of the flamies down and keep things in bounds and in terms, however the engineers have
within bounds. That works.
within bounds. But last time we saw the water deluge system was, I guess, was that probably February, maybe March of this year. We were in the dunes. We were having like a little barbecue with some friends, other photogs down here. We were just chilling at the beach, and then we heard some weird PA announcements, and we all kind of gathered up on the top of a dune, and we all got to watch the first and, to our knowledge, only water deluge system test at Starbase here, which, to be honest, looks a lot closer to the mister that your grocery store has for the vegetables than it did to a full-on water deluge system. So hopefully that this kind of addition here will make a little bit more deluging and a little bit less spritzing.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Nick. I want to point out a couple things we're still observing here. That big vent, and of course, if you've seen Booster 7 testing on our coverage before, you kind of know where most of the indicators are. But of course, I'll point them out for anyone who's new or just tuning in. In this camera view, if you look straight through basically the orbital launch mount to the far end, there's a much larger pipe at the far end of the orbital launch mount, and from that location is normally where we see a big vent from the orbital launch mount before propellant load starts, and it kind of intermittently stops and starts once they get into actual propellant load. Of course, we see frost on the booster now, so we know propellant load is already underway. That vent has stopped and is usually an indicator of propellant loading kind of picking up, so that's just another thing to keep an eye on, basically. I think the big item at this point is we're going to be watching the frost line, and we'll see that from the wider camera views to see how much propellant is being loaded. But I'll also keep bringing some questions and things. So a message here from Todd Harris. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Appreciate that. Conservative Space Nerd with a $20 super chat. No message or anything, but just that's a big amount of support, so we appreciate that. And let's see, Mr. Boggs James A. I don't know if that's the full name, but thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Appreciate that. And so to finish up the water deluge conversation, a message here from Musical Wolves: will we see a more powerful water deluge for the orbital pad or suborbital pad to prevent as much of a fire as Thursday? So that's referring to the Ship 24 test that occurred last week. Static fire test caused some fires in and around the area that were luckily contained relatively quickly, but would we expect water deluge systems to maybe get an upgrade either for those reasons or simply to prepare for the more powerful engine tests?
I would definitely expect some more water deluge, given what we've seen over the past few days. SpaceX is probably going to be working on some mitigation steps to avoid more grass fires. I actually did a little bit of research on this, and it seems like grass fires around rocket launches are fairly common, and even happened back in the Saturn V Apollo days, where not fairly serious, but large grass fires were lit after test firings and launches around 39A and 39B way back in the day. So SpaceX is likely working through some mitigation steps to mitigate that risk, and I would definitely imagine an increased water deluge system would be involved with that.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Nick. Bringing in some more questions here. Here is probably the most common question we get on these streams at this point. So we'll reiterate. What is the best possible no earlier than for the orbital test flight if every test is going well? So under the assumption that any static fire or other engine tests that are outstanding go well, and we get Ship 24 stacked after the booster is ready to go, and we talk about stacking the vehicle and then doing maybe a full wet dress rehearsal, maybe even another static fire after testing. All of those things considered, what's the most optimistic kind of launch time frame for Starship making an orbital attempt? Any thoughts on that, Nick?
Wow. 2 weeks is probably the soonest. And that's the official word from Elon. 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks. No, in more seriousness, there's still a lot of testing that needs to happen. We're looking at some more static fires and possibly some more spin primes, and obviously we need to make that 33 Raptor static fire, and then possibly some stacking operations and more testing. And we're still waiting for the official FAA launch license, which is coming down the pike, it sounds like, but probably, we don't know when it's going to come at any point. But whenever that comes, that'll be the biggest indication that we have that, yes, they're getting ready for launch soon. But yeah, really could be any time. As much as we joke about 2 weeks, it could be as soon as 2 weeks, but it could also be as late as a year from now. We really don't know. And the way that this stuff works, we just have to wait and find out. That's why we're all Texas tank watchers, right?
Right, exactly. I'm still holding true, and again, I'm going to just keep saying this until I'm proven wrong. My prediction, Starship makes an orbital attempt on I guess that's the 6th. Wait, hold on, I gotta get the year right. Yeah, 5-year anniversary of the Falcon Heavy test flight next February. That's my go-to guess these days.
It's seeming like that is becoming more and more likely as time goes on. Sad noises from Nick.
Listen, February will be here before you know it. But anyway.
Yeah, but
that
February
is
today. So that's the sad noises.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Here is a question from the #1 SpaceX fan. That's probably debatable. I'm sure others would contest that username, but they've got the username. So, does NASA require that all human-rated rockets have an escape system, and will Starship? That is not a firm requirement. It depends on the program. For example, the Commercial Crew program was required to have an in-flight abort system. But not all human-rated vehicles need to have that. NASA has already contracted with Starship contracted with SpaceX for Starship to be the moon lander, right? A human landing system variant of Starship. And even though that doesn't launch crewed from Earth, even once crew is on board during the landing and launch from the moon, there's no in-flight abort capability there. SLS has in-flight abort capability during launch from Earth, but all things considered, it's not a hard requirement across all human-rated systems. Of course, the space shuttle didn't have an in-flight abort system.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the risk of summoning a Chris, I'm fairly confident that space shuttle didn't have an in-flight abort after those few ejection seats.
Right. So it's not a hard requirement. There are other ways of demonstrating that the vehicle is safe and keeping the crew safe on those launch vehicles. If you do sufficient testing and have enough redundancy in the system, things like an in-flight abort aren't the only way to protect the crew and make sure they're safe in the event of an anomaly during ascent. On that topic, I'm getting a lot of messages about this in chat, and I do want to quickly adjust it. It's not super relevant to today's coverage, but it is topical. New Shepard did have their own New Shepard flight earlier this morning. That, of course, ended in an in-flight abort. It was not a crewed flight. It was an uncrewed research mission. But nonetheless, the capsule successfully aborted and made a safe landing. The booster was lost due to some failure of the booster. No details yet. Obviously, Blue Origin still working on investigating that. So yes, we are aware about that. No further updates on that. Would definitely stay tuned to our other coverage channels on NASASpaceflight.com or on social media for any further updates on that front. Not going to dive too much into that on today's coverage here, though, because it's not really relevant to Starship. But yes, I know a lot of people are talking about that, so I wanted to acknowledge it really quick. We are obviously aware. We were covering that on the social medias and with our launch article for that mission on NASASpaceflight.com, which has all been updated with everything that we know so far. So thanks, everyone, for asking about that. Okay, here is a question from Herman Circus asking, how many times can they fill and empty the liquid oxygen and methane tanks? Is it limited like SLS? So referring to, cryo cycles on the booster, how many times can you, temperature cycle the vehicle by loading and unloading propellant before that becomes an engineering concern? I would imagine there is a limit. I don't know, Nick, have you heard anything about what that limit might be or if they're anywhere close to it?
Well, that is a really good question, and I don't have an answer to that, and I don't even think SpaceX has an answer to that. But I guarantee you there is a limit, physically. But whether or not they have an idea of what that limit is, I'm sure they have an idea. But I don't know if there's an actual limit that they're working towards. However, this is all just a big test campaign, right? So the difference between Starship and SLS, which I know everyone brings up all the time, but SLS is component level certified, so they know exactly how much each one of these components can take, and when they put it together in a big stack, that gives them a very, very good idea of what the limitations are of the vehicle. Where SpaceX does it completely differently, where they just test the whole thing, and so they don't really know what the exact failure point is or what the exact limits are on each of the failure points. Now they definitely have some very good engineering guesses, and in a lot of cases they probably have some good engineering data behind that. But yeah, we don't know publicly any pressurization limit.
Yeah, I gotcha. I think the one thing to consider is obviously the Super Heavy booster is designed as a reusable vehicle. So unlike SLS, for example, where the core stage is only expected to be cryocycled enough times to launch once, Booster 7 not only has to go through wet dress rehearsals, static fires, launches, but launches is plural. It has to launch, be recovered, and then fuel up and launch again. So the design specifications for how many cryocycles the booster can handle is likely much higher than on other vehicles. So they are ideally not anywhere near that limit yet, given that the vehicle is designed to be cryo-loaded many times and launched many, many times, similar
Yes,
to
and
Falcon 9 and stuff like that.
what is the material of SLS's main orange tank? I'd imagine it's aluminum.
I believe it is aluminum. I can find the exact alloy, I'm sure. SLS
Well,
core stage. This is something I will have to Google, but I bet I can find it.
yeah. So, I mean, obviously we know Starship's made out of 304 X stainless steel, which
Uh-huh.
is a new alloy that SpaceX has made that is supposed to be corrosion resistant and gets even stronger during cryo pressures and all that fun jazz. And it's what, 3.6 millimeters, I believe, is the current booster 7 thickness, and so that's a lot of steel, and possibly a little bit sturdier than SLS. Actually, I would almost guarantee it's sturdier than SLS's main tank at the expense of weight.
hmm It is definitely aluminum. I don't
Nice.
think NASA has announced like the alloy, although maybe Phillips also will appear somewhere and be like, actually, it's this one. But I know it's aluminum.
Cool.
So yes, as aluminum, and of course it's got that spray-on foam insulation, the Sophie
All the orange
insulation on the
foam.
outside, but the aluminum itself
Ooh.
underneath is, normal aluminum. I say normal aluminum, aerospace
Yeah.
grade aluminum.
It's just aluminum foil. They just put some aluminum foil from the grocery store. They wrapped it up. It's no
Spray some
problem.
foam on it. It's good to go. Couple of other messages to bring in here. Ron says that Mary deserves a 33 Raptor honk salute. I agree. Hopefully we can. That would be cool to see. Appreciate that. Still seeing some engine chill underneath with the liquid oxygen venting from the launch mount there. That frost ring is kind of holding steady at the bottom of the booster right now, not really growing too much. Don't know what that may indicate for today's testing, but we'll keep an eye on it. Musical Wolf says a birthday siren fund. I don't know if we
Ooh.
fund the siren, but we're definitely rooting for the siren because that would mean
Okay.
a static fire test.
We could buy like a custom siren if we need one.
Just
like,
buy our own.
Get our
play
own,
the
like,
happy
Claxton.
birthday jingle.
Yeah, never mind.
Never
Those
mind.
Disney, those Disney cruises that go by the fleet cams, they have that they play, like, I don't know, some Disney sounds on the big foghorn. So it's like, we need to get something like that, but with Claxtons to sing happy birthday. That was really
Nice.
convoluted, and that's why I should have just shut up. But I decided not to. So we're talking for 30 seconds. Sorry, guys.
Oh man. We got John McGraw became a Red Team member, so appreciate that support. Jeremy Blocker chiming in with another happy birthday, Mary. Of course, it is Mary's birthday, so shout out to Mary and wishing her a good day. A couple other members that have come in here. Bart became a PadRat member, so appreciate that. Carl also became a PadRat member, so thank you. Jeffrey at the Capcom level, hope to see you over in the Discord at that level. And Curtis became a Red Team member, so appreciate all of that support. Here's a good question from Luca asking, why do we see the LOX tank frost up but not the methane tank?
That is a good question. I do not know the answer to that.
All right, so is that the key that I should take? Okay, I was offering in case Nick wanted it, but I'll take it.
No, yeah, if you can take it, that'd be great.
Couple of different things here. First of all, you'll notice, so if you're looking at the right-hand side of your view, if you look about, oh, well, never mind. Dosh changed the camera on me, so now I can't point out the thing I was going to point out.
I'm working on that one. What did you want to show? I'm working on that one camera that keeps doing the gray puke on us. So
I can come back to it. I'll circle back to it. Take your time.
Okay.
The overall premise is that the Raptor engines do use more liquid oxygen than liquid methane. It's just the mixture of those two propellants that the engines use. It's based partially on chemistry, partially based on what temperatures you want inside the engine, and by adjusting it from the stoichiometric ratio, which is if you were trying to burn every single molecule of both methane and oxygen, and it's like the chemically perfect ratio of the two. However, that usually results in like really high temperatures in the engine, and you can normally adjust the ratio one way or the other, either to be fuel rich or oxidizer rich, where you have more of one than the other. And so you're slightly off the ratio, and that usually helps keep the engine environment a little bit better controlled without hurting your performance too much. Anyway, I'm kind of digressing there. There's a ratio, and now you can see it on the right-hand side of the liquid oxygen to methane when the Raptor engines are firing. And if you look kind of even with the chopstick arms on that right-hand side view, you'll see a part of the booster that's slightly different textured. What you're seeing there is some stringers or some smaller structures on the outside of the booster that help keep the booster rigid in that location. And it's there because that's where the liquid oxygen tank and the liquid methane tank are joined inside the booster. That's where the common dome is. That separates the two tanks. Above on the top is the methane tank, and on the bottom is the liquid oxygen tank. And you'll see that the liquid oxygen tank is much taller than the methane tank, again, alluding to that ratio of the two propellants that gets used. So that is one element to consider. The big thing is to then notice that the methane that they're loading onto the vehicle is not going, well, it's going into the top methane tank, but it's being loaded into that transfer tube that takes the propellant from the methane tank down to the engine bay through the liquid oxygen tank. And so there's a lot of propellant sitting in that tube right now when they start loading methane, and you would only see frost form on the methane tank once that transfer tube is completely full, and the propellant not only fills the tube, but also fills the bottom of that common dome and reaches the outer tank walls. That's when the tank would get cold enough for frost to develop. So you see liquid oxygen frost develop way sooner because it's not going into a transfer tube. The liquid oxygen tank is already on the bottom. And so as soon as you fill basically the bottom dome of the liquid oxygen tank, you'll start seeing frost. Also, the last thing here to consider is when they are loading propellant for these vehicles, there's sometimes a weight requirement, and again, that's to help mitigate the weight of the booster being held by the launch mount, especially as engines firing. And we talked about how we would expect more prop to be loaded for more engines firing, not because the engine firing is long enough to drain all that propellant, but simply because they want the vehicle to be a little bit heavier. So those things considered, they might end up loading it. I think based on prior testing, our guess is that they just load extra liquid oxygen rather than extra liquid methane. And that might be alluding to the fact that it's way easier to vent liquid oxygen. It's a way it's not a harmful gas to just release into the atmosphere, unlike methane vapors. So they probably just opt to, okay, we have the propellant we need for the actual firing itself. Now let's load enough liquid oxygen so that the vehicle's at the right weight. That's speculation, to be sure. But all things considered, those are the different reasons that you're seeing liquid oxygen frost, but not methane tank frost. I hope that might have been a rambling answer, but I think I covered it in its entirety.
I think you did a good job there. Thank you.
What else are we having in chat here? A whole bunch of questions are coming in, so thank you, chat. It'll keep us busy until SpaceX gets to testing here. Again, propellant load underway. The frost on that liquid oxygen tank hasn't really moved recently, so we're keeping an eye on to see what the test might actually be. I will try to not talk over if a test actually occurs. Of course, if it's a static fire, we should hopefully get a 10-minute warning. But if it's a spin prime, we'll be quiet as soon as we notice it and kind of come back to it and talk about it afterwards. But a question for you here, Nick. We're talking about optimistic timelines again, so get ready. When do you think we could see a full stack? This week, maybe?
Ooh. Well, I mean, possibly. That thought did briefly go through my mind today as I was looking at everything. The ship is connected to the crane, which would mean that all they'd need to do a full stack is to move the ship from the suborbital pad B to not suborbital pad A. Where's it going to? The orbital launch mount next to the chopsticks. We have seen those pins installed on the chopsticks that allows it to pick up a Starship. So that is a good sign towards full stack. But yeah, I think there's a couple steps between there and that again. But we'll see.
Yeah, I still think there are many other steps before a full stack. I would expect we kind of saw them wrap up Ship 24 testing last week with that 6-engine static fire. We can kind of class the ship as ready to go from that standpoint, and that does coincide with, of course, they hooked up the ship to the crane so that they are potentially able to begin moving it onto a transport stand and things like that. We haven't seen that actually happen yet, but it looks like they're kind of slowly making their way towards ready to see the ship move for stacking. But I think they're going to take their time and finish booster testing first, which is that is consistent with what we've seen so far. They're not really rushing to move ship already, and there's definitely Booster 7 testing left on the docket first. So I would expect a full stack to follow the conclusion of booster independent testing. So we'll see that. Other questions here. Justin Wayne asking, how likely are SLS and Starship to make their first launches within a month of each other?
Ooh, well, hopefully, as a photographer who wants to be at both of these events, I hope they're not too soon to each other.
Not so close that we can't travel between the two places. That's true.
Exactly. Just enough time where we can all, get our remotes, maybe have like a week to breathe and like remember what it's like to be a human again, and then go back into the launch craziness.
Yeah, I seem to be slightly more pessimistic than Nick and maybe others about the Starship launch date, which maybe I'm just setting myself to be pleasantly surprised. I'm not sure. But I think that it's more likely that SLS launches somewhat significantly before Starship. Obviously, SLS is working through its own issues right now, but it has, gotten to a launch attempt. So it is in theory closer to flight readiness. And of course, the booster has some significant pre-flight testing to go still. But yeah, my guess is that they won't necessarily be within a month of each other. Maybe a couple months separation would be my current prediction. Here's a question for you, Nick. Are we still assuming that any 33 engine static fire would require a full stack with Starship to basically help hold the booster down?
Yeah. Well, we don't really know what their exact plan is for this 33 engine static fire, but I would imagine that having the propellant on board to be able to do 33 engines worth of static firing is going to be more propellant than they've probably ever had on board a Starship, I guess.
Yeah.
Probably not even for the old test flights. So A, that's a lot of propellant to have, and then B, that's a lot of engines to start all at once, and we have seen them have to abort a startup on a few Raptors over the past test campaign, and then obviously there was that unfortunate anomaly with the spin prime test on B7 earlier this summer, which I have no doubt that they've resolved all of those issues. However, it does show that there should be some caution and care in as they prepare this 33 engine static fire. So I would not be surprised if they take their time and be nice and slow and careful with it, because that's going to be a lot of propellant. As far as having ship 24 on top of the booster, I could see it as a possibility. I mean, if they need more mass, that is a really easy way to get some more mass on top. However, it is going to be a lot more risky with having their almost completed and pretty much flight ready Starship sitting on top of a booster that's still doing its test campaign. So, it's higher risk, and possibly they wouldn't do it, but I could see SpaceX doing that. We'll see though. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm still
It would
predicting
make for
that
some
that's
good pictures. Sorry, it should
that's
make for
true.
some
That's
good
true.
pictures. So
My
yes.
prediction is 33 engine static fire without the ship, like it won't be necessary, but then they'll still do one after the full stack as another like full up test. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But I do want to acknowledge. So we've got I know Das is working furiously with pointing cameras and things like that.
I could be explaining what I'm doing, but I don't know if y'all would think that it's interesting or not. So here we are.
We are framing that we've got this camera view reframed slightly. You can see that the frost ring has actually started to recede a bit. In fact, it's almost entirely gone already. The frost that we saw at the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank is gone, basically. And so it's interesting. It sounds like they started propellant loading. They were getting ready for some test.
Yeah, you can see it from out here as well. It was a really obvious frost ring down on the bottom, and now from the longer shot, we don't see the frost ring anymore. So
I think that's pointing to perhaps some sort of abort or recycle of some kind. No engine test was evident. Definitely not a spin prime, or obviously not even a static fire. Obviously, no indications as to anything else amiss other than that frost line is now receding. So, possible they're going for some sort of recycle, or this was some sort of weird fueling test. I don't know. Right now, they are not super close to a Starship or a Starship. I meant to say static fire and said Starship. So it looks like some sort of recycle of some kind. But don't go anywhere, because they could spool up really quickly again. We'll let you know if it looks like they're not testing and they're actually ending testing, which is not the case right now. Just looks like they're working their way to start the countdown again. But anyway, another question here about the Starship and Super Heavy. Would we expect the booster to fire an entry burn when it re-enters the atmosphere like Falcon 9 does? I think the last official word was no entry burn for the Super Heavy. Is that right, Nick?
I believe so. I know we did see that one flight profile that, man, I can't remember where they filed it. That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did see that one orbital test flight profile. And I don't believe that had an entry burn on it. However, I could be wrong. That was a bit ago, and can't say I've looked at that document recently.
Yeah, it was that old FCC document, basically. And a lot of people ask us, like, don't you mean the FAA? Actually, both the FAA and the FCC are heavily involved with spaceflight. Obviously, the FAA is involved from a certifying airworthiness kind of perspective. They don't just do aviation. That also applies to commercial spaceflight. They are also involved with closing the airspace and things like that. The environmental assessments, the FAA is basically the liaison between other government agencies when they do those kind of assessments as well. But the FCC is in charge of radio frequencies, and so for things like telemetry frequencies and communication frequencies for spaceflight events, whether it's a test flight, a launch, satellites on orbit, the FCC is also heavily involved there. And SpaceX at one point was filing an update to the FCC on their orbital test flight plans, and that included just a brief overview of the orbital test flight flight profile, that was a while ago, and so it's probably out of date at this point. They might have changed it. Don't know how much, but it's probably been tweaked since then. Maybe we'll get an updated flight profile at some point, or maybe we'll have to wait till they're actually ready to launch, and maybe SpaceX will provide an overview then. But the latest official word was that no entry burn required, that the booster is designed to withstand re-entry on that return to launch site profile without an actual burn. It's just the engine bay will be built to withstand those temperatures on the way down. But a very good question there from Shutter. Appreciate that. Let's see. James Powers with a $20 super chat just says, NSF team, I just wanted to say thanks again for all the hard work. It really is something else to be able to watch this process daily. Can't wait to see Starship 24 and 7 lift off. Any guesses as to the total mass of ice on a full stack? That is... You know what? You could probably do some math if you knew, because if you know the circumference of the booster and you can guesstimate the thickness of the ice, that could give you the volume of ice that's on the booster, and then just multiply that by the density of water ice, and you could get a guess. Does anyone want to do that math? I don't know if I want to be doing math while I'm on live commentary. That sounds like someone in the back channel should do that. I don't know. How thick do you think the ice is on the outside of the booster?
I'm
Like
sorry, I was
less than
texting
an
someone.
inch?
The thickness of the ice on the booster is thick enough to be visible, but not thick enough to stop the flight. So somewhere in between there. I'd imagine like maybe a half an inch or an inch or 3 inches. I don't know. Scale is kind of
Yeah, I
weird
feel
at
like it's
this
even
point.
maybe even less than. I'm thinking like a centimeter or something.
Yeah, that is very possible because all it's really doing is making a little bit of insulation between the really cold tank and the moist hot air, right? And after there's enough gradient, right?
Yeah, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to find another question to throw to Nick, and while Nick talks about it, I'm going to do the math and get back to this question because now I'm
Ooh, there's
curious.
actual math to do?
Yeah,
Wow.
I can absolutely do math on this. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to find another question for you first. Let's see. Oh, well, here's one we kind of already answered. I'll ask you really quick. Brian asking if we think we'll do a full hold down booster test with all the Raptors, most of the Raptors ignited before they do the orbital flight. You want to just touch on
Yes.
the final
Yes.
cert before flight readiness, basically?
Yeah, so before they fly, they're going to want to make sure that everything is ready to go. And the best way to do that is to do a kind of a full run through 33 engine ignition sequence. Obviously, there's a lot of steps involved in starting a rocket motor, especially these full flow stage combustion engines. There's a lot of very highly pressurized and hot gas that needs to flow in the right direction at the right time at the right pressure through the correctly temperature controlled valves, and all this fun stuff needs to go right. And there are 33 of these to happen all at the same time. But yeah, so that is something that they definitely want to make sure that they know is going to work on launch day. And so part of that is going to be doing a 33 engine static fire. Likely it will be held down to the pad. Otherwise, I think with 33 engines producing thrust, even at minimal levels of thrust, it might go somewhere if it wasn't held down tightly. So I definitely imagine they'd have it held down, if not have some kind of mass at the top, or maybe extra propellant at the top or something to keep the booster pinned down to the launch pad during one of these tests. But yeah, so that's one of the big milestones, probably the last huge milestone that we're looking for. There are obviously some milestones leading up to that 33 engine static fire, but after a successful 33 engine static fire, I would imagine it would be pretty much ready to go.
Thank you for that, Nick. Here's what I'm doing. We got the diameter of the Super Heavy booster is
Okay.
the diameter is 9 meters. The circumference then is about 28.275 meters. And
Yes.
then if we want to, if we're going to say it's like half a centimeter maybe thick, does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know. Maybe a whole centimeter. Let's just do a whole centimeter.
1 centimeter.
When the ice, when it comes off the side, we can like actually see it, right? Like
Right.
it doesn't look like a really, I don't know. It's large enough for us to see from a distance on the camera when it falls off. So I would go with a centimeter or thicker.
Okay, so that gets us an outer circumference of like 28.3. I guess I don't really need circumference. I just need the area of those two circles. Hold on, I am absolutely doing this math because someone asked, and so I'm going to do it.
Yes,
Um,
and we'll be getting smarter because of it, because Lord knows I didn't do great in math. There's a reason why I just take the pictures. It's kind of funny. I have a workflow when I edit pictures that I have like 9 images of the same thing. It's called a bracket. But as I'm going through and editing pictures, I have to count up to 9 fairly frequently. And you'd think that would not be the most difficult chore ever, but I surprise myself every time I go to count to 9. It's difficult for me sometimes. So I'm glad you're doing the math, Thomas, because I sure shouldn't be.
all right, in theory, I'm kind of rounding some numbers here because I don't want to like make too many assumptions based on especially because of how thick the ice is. But the area of a cross-sectional area of the ice should be like 0.14 square meters then, which again, that's very small, but then multiply that by, it's 70 meters tall, the booster, right?
Yep. I'll give it about
So,
70. Yeah, maybe like
again, we're
65.
rounding
Yeah.
slightly, but that gets us 9.8 cubic meters of ice. Now, what is the density of water ice?
I can hear you typing. Like as
I
you
am
Google it, I can hear
literally
you typing.
Googling it. 0.917 grams per cubic centimeter. All right, so now I got to convert that to cubic meters. Hold on. Well, I'll just convert the area. So 9.8 meters cubed to centimeters cubed. That gets us, so it's 9.8 times 10 to the 6th. And then if I take that and multiply it by 0.917, is that right? Yeah, so, and then, all right, so we got 8.9 times 10 to the 6th grams. No, there's no way that's right.
Grams?
Hold on, so I did something wrong. Chat, what did I do wrong? I just said everything I did, but that number's not correct.
On the fly math about flying
This
objects.
is, yeah, doing
This is
math a lot
wonderful.
on air is maybe not my best idea. Hold on, I'm going to throw you another question, Nick.
Okay,
Okay,
go for
Thomas.
it.
There's only a few people watching. It's fine. There's not very many people watching right now.
Yeah, not at all. No.
I feel like you're saying that because there actually is a lot of people watching.
No pressure. No pressure.
Oh, man. What other questions do we
I
have? I'm
don't
going to
have the
keep
panel
working
pulled
on
up. I
this.
only have the one display. If someone could pull up a question, I'd be happy to
Let's
jibber-jab.
see. Oh, here's a good question. John asking, is Ship 24 compatible with any other boosters if there was some sort of RUD during a Booster 7 static fire? Or basically, would they have to ditch Ship 24 for the next one?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I like that a lot. As far as we know, which this is not confirmed by Elon or anything, but as far as we know, Ship 24 and Ship 25 are of the same block generation, or whatever we call that. They're sister ships. Fairly similar design. Obviously, 25 is built a few months later, so it probably does have some minor improvements, but for the most part, they should be approximately the same design, which would mean that Ship 24 should be compatible with Booster 7 and Booster 8. However, it would not be back compatible with any of the previous boosters because, you know, we have Booster 4 sitting out there in the rocket garden with its Raptors installed underneath it still. But if Booster 7 had an issue, they would not go and pull Booster 4 out of retirement because actually the pins that connect the Starship to the booster are different on Booster 4 and Ship 20 as they are from Booster 7 and Ship 24 and Booster 8 and Ship 25. So, theoretically speaking, obviously there are likely some minor differences, and there are some, obviously, you know, this is all pretty much speculation at this point, but you should be able to swap boosters or ships with this new block design. Now, whether or not this is going to stay for a while, we don't know. Maybe Booster 9 will have a different attachment point. Who knows? We haven't really seen that quite yet. But yeah, we got some ideas there. So, yep, that is the current state of affairs there. They should be able to swap them around if they need to. However, I really can't imagine them doing that, as it would likely be faster just to patch up Booster 7 in whatever regard it was than to rush Booster 8 and 9. Because obviously if they swap Booster 8 in, then they're going to need another booster for the Ship 25 flight. So it yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that's the thought there. Hopefully no need for any of that though, because
Right, of
hopefully
course.
Booster 7 has a very successful test campaign and an awesome first orbital flight.
It's like a shell game. You have to guess which booster the Raptors are under. Like they keep shuffling them around, or they could shuffle them around, I guess, huh?
It's funny you said that. I went with the analogy of like at a baseball game where they like, on the jumbotron it's the ball underneath the helmet and you have to follow it around. That's the first thing that went in my head. Like, what helmet is the baseball under? But same thing. I was right on the same page with you. Okay, and also some people in chat are confirming what I got, and I think I just thought I panicked when I saw a big number. The math roughly works out to 9,000 kilograms of ice, which is only 9 tons. I think when I first saw it, I was like, there's no way. It's 9,000 tons. That's not right. I did something wrong. But it's 9,000 kilograms, which is like 9 tons. Maybe that's within the error bars of being correct. What's the dry mass of a booster these days?
180 tons, I think.
Okay, so all right, so maybe that is fine. So that's the dry mass, and then you add the weight of the propellant and all that.
That does seem pretty high though. I don't know. 9
Yeah,
tons.
but once you fully fuel the vehicle and stuff like that, like the mass goes way up. So as a percentage of vehicle mass, 9 tons is probably almost nothing.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it's
My,
about
sorry,
a
so
million.
my speculation here. So we're circling back to the question. James Powers, the total mass of ice on a full stack. Oh, that's only the booster though. Oh no, I didn't do the ship. All right, I'm gonna round up. Let's just say like 10 tons, because I think I overestimated slightly, but the math roughly works out to the order of 10 tons of ice, and most of that probably gets shaken off or melts as soon as ignition happens, for the record. But I think that answers the question, and that's enough math for on air today.
We've hit our quota of math today. We don't have to do any more math.
We superseded the math quota today. Good lord.
Nice.
Oh man, I hope y'all enjoyed that chat doing
Yes.
volume calculations on air. Jeez. Let's speed run a couple other questions.
It's good. It's good.
Basically, what was saying, didn't shuttle have ejection seats at first? That is true. We briefly touched on that. Just for the first couple of flights. It's also debatable about whether they would have actually worked, but they did exist.
Yeah. And then they had to actually put those mass simulators, like literally like you go to the gym and you get the big weights, like you're doing bench presses or whatever. After they took the ejector seats out, they added some of those back, or I guess they added those into Enterprise so that they would have the mass of the ejector seats up around the front so they could see if it was going to glide correctly with those seats. So when they did the walkthrough of the Intrepid, or the Enterprise out at the Intrepid, they were showing these huge weights, and we're like, why are those weights there? And they're like, they're mass simulators for the seats that are no longer there. So, very interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. Also, Modi Space Industry says, just woke up. Looks like I missed a bit this morning. # Thomas Fan Club. Yeah, Modi Space, you missed an eventful New Shepard flight, among other things. But thanks for tuning in and appreciate the support. Oh, Modi Space also says, # Happy Birthday, Mary. So
Nice.
Another happy birthday to Mary, of course. Keith Carson says, Happy Solar Circumnavigation Day, Mary, being specific. Appreciate that. Jimmy J says, Happy birthday, Mary. My birthday is tomorrow, so let's hope we get a great birthday present today with a multi-engine static fire. I agree, and an early birthday there, Jimmy. Appreciate that. Michael says, how many moose can a Starship carry? I think that one's for DOS.
Enough.
Enough.
They're really dangerous to load, though. Like you gotta keep your
true.
hands clear when you're loading them.
Let's see. William Hart says, does NASA have time to switch the Artemis 3 over to methane from hydrogen to avoid the loading problem? They do not think that NASA has the time and resources to redesign SLS to be methane fueled. You would need new engines, you would need a new core stage design, you would need new ground support equipment. That is not a trivial thing. Although, worth pointing out that Artemis 3 will use the Starship human landing system, which is fueled by methane. So technically Artemis 3 is partially methane fueled. There you go. Appreciate the question and the support there, William. Let's see. David says, happy birthday, Mary. Here's something to get a drink to celebrate. Hopefully we will light some candles for you. Or hopefully we will see some candles lit for you, I should say. So thank you so much, David, for that. Space Pope says, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Is that elected when the Pope stack goes? Is that what that is?
Well, they've already elected, they've already chosen the new Pope, but they let everybody know by letting the white smoke out of the stack.
There you go.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Not official information from SpaceX. Not official information.
Oh man, Fizzy Vlogs, would they launch booster as a test by itself? We've gotten that question before. I don't think we expect a booster to fly all on its own.
Does it have the aerodynamics? Like, it's supposed to have two things. It's supposed to have the mass and lever arm of the ship on top of it, right? And then it's also supposed to have the aerodynamics, like the pointy end of the ship on top of it as well. So I don't know, like, could they possibly put a nose cone on a booster alone and ship it? Maybe, but the thrust to weight's still going to be super high. So can they throttle down enough Raptors to make the takeoff thrust to weight not or be correct when there's no ship on top? I don't think we're going to expect to see one fly by itself, right?
Right, I don't think so. Although I'll point out that aerodynamics is pretty much irrelevant with enough thrust. But also, I mean, if they did something like SN5, SN6 style, like hop test, then you're not going fast enough for aerodynamics to matter.
Yep.
But I still agree. I don't think that's in the cards. I think they'll test the booster by launching it with a ship on top, and then after stage separation, do booster recovery testing things.
Right.
Let's see. Another message here from James Dury says, sad y'all didn't cover Alpha yesterday, but at least we got some sick 4K views from Tim. Yeah, the live stream views from Everyday Astronaut for the Firefly test flight yesterday were very good. Looking forward to watching that again later today. NASASpaceflight don't really have the ability to stream it from there. The view from the press site isn't like a super clear view. You only see it after liftoff. So we left the streaming to Firefly and Tim yesterday, and they did a good job. Definitely looking forward to watching again.
Slight correction: we do have the ability to stream it from there.
Well,
we can the access or permission. Well, let's put it that way.
Yes.
We could easily stream lots of cameras from there. We just didn't have like access to the views where we could see the rocket while it was being fueled and stuff like that. So
right.
All it takes is an email. Just let us know. We can show up and provide even more views.
Right. Flawed Perspective asking, what do we think flies first between Firefly, SLS, or Terran 1? Or Terran 1. My personal prediction is that Firefly flies today, so I'm going to say Firefly. But cool that there's a lot of new rockets out and about. Starship in that mix as well, as far as rockets that will hopefully be flying for the first time soon. So we'll see what ends up happening, but my prediction is Firefly. All right, another question here, or another message. James Power says, thank you for the maths, Thomas. Appreciate that. Simon says, happy birthday, Mary. It's my birthday today. Also, happy birthday, Simon.
Nice.
Joran saying, happy birthday, Mary. I appreciate all of the happy birthday messages, and I hope Mary is getting all of these. We'll definitely relay them all. We appreciate it. Ultra Neo with the new Capcom membership as well, so we appreciate that support very much. Texan Mirror is saying that it actually cannot be a centimeter thick of ice. It was less than 1,200 kilograms of ice on shuttle external tanks, and Apollo was less than 1,000 kilograms according to some internet numbers. All right, so there's some fact checking with some different vehicles. I didn't know those numbers were out there. So I wonder if it's just way thinner, or if it's just that the frost is like way less dense than like proper ice, and thus the number is way higher. But those numbers seem like more realistic, simply because when we have talked in the past with different companies about basically do you have to factor in the ice and things like that, they've always said no, like the weight and aerodynamics effects of the ice on the outside of the rocket is so negligible they don't even really have to factor it in.
Yep.
So that those numbers along the order of 1,000 kilograms do seem more in line with those answers. So thank you for that.
Did we say shuttle in there? Hang on.
They did mention shuttle.
So shuttle had the Sophie though.
Right.
So the SRBs wouldn't get ice on them because they're not cold, and then the main tank had the insulation on it. So you would expect there to be a lot less ice on an insulated tank than on an uninsulated stainless steel, tumbler or whatever you want to call this. So I guess Saturn V, it was painted, but they didn't have a bunch of big insulation on the outside of those tanks, right?
There was. If you look at a Saturn V launch, you can see the ice on the rocket.
Yeah. So, anyways, it's interesting to think about, even if we don't have the exact answer, and that's exactly what you got to do sometimes. You look at other things, what can we compare it to, that sort of thing, and sort of come up with an answer or an estimate or a guess or something. But certainly SpaceX has done the math, right?
Mm-hmm. Certainly. Also, Chad pointing up about that the Starship Super Heavy stack does not pass the pointy end up test without the ship being stacked, so they can't fly the booster by itself.
There you go.
So good to know. Oh man, let's see.
We need like a list of rockets that don't follow that rule. Like, have there been rockets that don't follow the pointy end up rule?
That one Proton launch a couple years back.
There you go.
Let's see. Chat also just asking for another update. Right now, we are basically standing by to see what SpaceX is going to do next. They went into propellant loading operations, so they started loading at least liquid oxygen. I didn't catch if there was the liquid methane engine chill vent. Assuming it was, that would have meant they also started loading methane. But the frost ring that we saw in the liquid oxygen tank has since receded and gone away. You can see in this view there's not frost on the vehicle. So they seem to have backed out of that part of the countdown and the frost has receded. Not sure what they're doing now. They're kind of in a state where they could spool up right back into propellant loading any minute now. So we're standing by to see if they recycle and get back into the countdown at this point.
Yeah,
but they're
they have
not.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, testing is not imminent right now, but they have a window all the way out till 8 p.m. Central Time. So a little under 8 hours from now.
Yep.
Let's see. Another question here. What are the team's thoughts on a nuclear-powered Starship? Given the obvious advantages, do you think that in the future we'll see Starship with nuclear engines or something along those lines? I think. Well, yeah, go ahead, Dawes.
No, a lot of people, I guess, don't 100% understand nuclear engines, right? And right now, we don't have an engine that you would use to have the booster or Starship sort of take off. There's nothing that Starship could, I guess, you wouldn't use a nuclear engine to land, right?
Right.
And so could it have some more efficient engines to use in space, and could it have like a mixture of nuclear engines for space, but then the Raptors to actually land, or whenever it first separates or whatever? You might be able to see something like that, but that's not anything SpaceX has even hinted at working at, right? I don't think even Elon has meme tweeted from the bathroom that was something he was thinking about, has he?
I think the closest they've gotten is that, in the distant future, SpaceX is certainly open to investigating more exotic propulsion technologies. And maybe they've done like super basic, napkin math as to what might be required. But I think they're going to stick with chemical rockets right now because that's what works and that's what they need to get to orbit and start sending stuff to Mars. I think things like nuclear propulsion or, electric propulsion, things like that are distant evolutions of vehicles that might not even be called Starship anymore. Like, that's a far future development. Might not even be SpaceX doing it. It might be other companies or agencies. But in the future, obviously, that technology in theory is pretty well understood as to what benefits it could come with, really high efficiency and things like that. I just don't think it's anywhere in the near future.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm going to keep some questions coming here. Crispy saying, why can't Starship HLS transport astronauts from Leo to lunar orbit for Artemis 3, assuming the astronauts get into HLS via Orion? So the goal of launching the Starship to lunar orbit before the crew even launches on SLS is so basically you can check off as much of the Starship stuff, the most of the lander stuff, before the crew even leaves the ground. Because that way, if the lander has any sort of issue that needs to be worked while it's in space, the crew isn't sitting in lunar orbit like waiting for the lander to be ready. You can launch the lander to low Earth orbit, check it out there. You can refuel it using the propellant depot. You can get it to lunar orbit and have it sit in lunar orbit. All the systems checked out and ready to go. And then the crew launches. So the astronauts are not sitting in lunar orbit or in low Earth orbit waiting for the lander to be ready. That limits how much time the crew is sitting in space ready, waiting to go. And so that's why they structure the missions that way. Also, it does lend itself to less work for Starship because it can get to lunar orbit without the crew and the crew commodities on board. SLS and Orion deliver those commodities directly to lunar orbit. But a good question there. The question from Good Gremlin Media is saying, what's to become of the $30-ish million worth of Raptors still on Booster 4? Booster 4 was Raptor 1s, weren't they?
Yes. Booster 4 should have had a bunch of Raptor 1s, which there were 29 of them, and they're still underneath Booster 4 in the Rocket Garden, which is really cool, actually, because you can get quite close to it. You get a lot closer to Ship 20 at the Rocket Garden just as a public person on the public street. But yeah, you can get pretty close to the 29 Raptors just sitting there on Booster 4.
Right, gotcha. So I think there's not much use for them for those engines though, right? They're Raptor 1, they're outdated technology already.
Yes, they are.
So anyway, so that answers that question there. Josh Wright asking if we know what went wrong with New Shepard. Any videos of the crash? We only have video from Blue Origin of the abort itself. We don't have video of what the booster eventually did, and no word yet on the cause of the failure. That's obviously going to come after an investigation. John Halstead says, thanks y'all for the hard work and happy birthday, Mary. Appreciate the support there, John, and the kind words. Here's a question for us saying, do we think NASA will ever use Starship or Falcon Heavy to replace the cargo variant of SLS? So here's the thing. Cargo variant of SLS has already been replaced, actually. The only mission that was assigned to the cargo version was Europa Clipper, which has since been reassigned to Falcon Heavy, simply because SLS needs to be made and kept available for crew launches. So Falcon Heavy will be launching the Europa Clipper mission, and there's no plans for a cargo variant of SLS anymore, at least not anytime soon. In the distant future, once SLS is flying, once Starship is proven out to be a more reliable vehicle, there is definitely a question of, will the crew variant of Starship, not the human landing system variant, but the variant that launches crew from the surface of Earth to orbit or wherever, that variant of Starship could eventually take over for SLS as the crew launch vehicle. But again, there's a lot of work that has to be done before that variant of Starship is actually flying and able to take over. So SLS will be around until that happens. But I think that answers the question there, Crispy. Other questions here.
Lots of questions.
Yeah, there was lots of questions. So Terry saying, I moved from Michigan to Texas near Boca Chica to see the SpaceX progress. When I'm not here, you guys bring great coverage. Thank you, NSF team, and happy birthday, Mary. Terry, thank you for the kind words, and hope you're enjoying visiting Starbase here and there. And another question from Joe here. Is there any particular reason why NASA aren't planning to recover the SLS boosters other than refurb cost, or is there a plan in the future? Joe, the reason that the SLS boosters are not being recovered actually dates back to preparing for the Ares 1 launch days. Basically, through that program, they removed the recovery hardware because they were having trouble getting the performance out of Ares 1 that they needed to get Orion to low Earth orbit. And so it became an expendable vehicle there. And that didn't get re-added for SLS. Basically, it was a trade-off between how much money they save on recovering the boosters. For shuttle, it was more or less breaking even rather than actually saving them a significant amount of money. Of course, the SLS boosters on the first couple SLS flights are being reused. There are casings that are being reused from shuttle flights. But eventually they'll be building all new casings. They'll also be moving to the Block 2 SLS booster design, which is basically optimized for cheaper manufacturing methods and a little bit more performance. But all those things considered, they decided it wasn't worth it to recover the SLS boosters, unfortunately, and so it will be a fully expendable vehicle. It comes down to cost considerations and performance considerations. Computer Services, thank you for the Super Chat support there. We appreciate that. Let's see, what else? With the additional 12-meter Starship that Elon has talked about in the past, would there be need for additional engines on either the booster and Starship? Originally, the interplanetary transport system that preceded all of Starship was 12 meters diameter, and then they downsized it to 9 for the current iterations. I think at that time it was 42 engines on the booster, which worked out kind of perfectly. So yeah, I would expect more engines if the diameter increases, yes. Alright, let's see. Could Booster 7 land or be caught with only 2 Raptors in case a problem occurs with one of them? So like, does it have engine out capability during the landing? That's a good question. I don't know if SpaceX has talked about that specifically. Do we know? I thought the last time they talked about it, the landing profile was actually 2 engines. But to the spirit of the question, how many do they have engine out redundancy? I don't know if one Raptor is enough for a landing burn. I think we'll need some updated word from SpaceX and some updated numbers from Elon before we really answer that question fully. There's certainly some minimum. I don't know if they can go. Obviously, if all the engines fail, obviously you're not going to be able to land. But I don't know if one engine is enough or if they can lose a couple. Let's see. Another question from Adrian saying, given how Blue Origin have not yet delivered BE-4 engines to ULA, could Elon sell Raptor engines for Vulcan? The work to swap out an engine, even though it's the same propellant for Vulcan, like swapping out Raptors for BE-4, that's still not trivial. Each individual engine still fires at a different mixture ratio. So even though they're both methane and liquid oxygen, we mentioned earlier how each engine is optimized for slightly different mixture ratios. Raptor definitely fires at different mixture ratios than BE-4 does. So the work to retank the Vulcan booster it's not trivial, and it wouldn't be easy to make that swap. So no, basically they could not do that. They would have to redesign the entire Vulcan first stage.
It's too many people used to Kerbal, where you could just
Right,
like,
Kerbal, it's easier.
Snap. It makes that little snapping noise when you take it off, and then you snap it back on. You just put another engine in. No big deal. Like, just change the symmetry, add it up, see what the thrust weight is, and ship it. Slightly more difficult in real life, it seems. Folks, again, if you're standing by, earlier we saw a little bit of a frost ring down on the bottom of Booster 7. We saw a lot of venting and some ice forming down on the bottom of it, but then the frost ring went away. So we're not sure exactly, again, no official statement from SpaceX, but we're not sure exactly on did they do some sort of intentional test? Are they trying to hold at a specific temperature? Did they tank it and then detank it? Did their hydrogen seal not seal correctly, and then they had to hit it with some cryo load to try and reset? Oh, wait, wrong rocket. But we don't have an exact understanding or information from SpaceX on exactly what happened here. But we are still standing by. Lots of time left in the window, almost 8 hours. And they can certainly extend that a little bit. They've done it before here in the test window down at Starbase. But we are watching what is a quasi-active Booster 7 and a active orbital launch mount. See what we're going to get out of them today. We're thinking if everything goes well to plan, etc., we may see some fire coming out of the bottom today. We saw that spin prime a couple days ago, and potentially the next step here may be to actually light some of these Raptors. But again, no official word from SpaceX. Haven't seen a tweet or anything like that. Did see the frost appear and then saw the frost go away. But lots of time left in the window, and we're here for it, watching some tanks down there in Texas. Continue to ask us some questions. If you've got questions, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we will try to answer them. We're also reading the super chats and things like that on occasion. If we all get super bored, I'll ask you where you're watching from. Not right now, don't tell me. Just save it for later, for when I actually ask. But anyways, we're here. This is the old school Yeehaw Whipcrack Horsewhinny Texas tank watching as we try to see what we're going to get out of Booster 7 today.
Oh, that was a throwback right there.
Right?
Or the Whipcrack Horsewhinny. I like
It's been a while.
It has been a minute.
I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
Does that predate Nick?
It might predate Nick.
Wow.
What?
What?
That's the old Texas Tank Watchers slogan. I don't know, motto. Whipcrack Horsewhinny. Like we would always we would always joke that, you know, we needed like a logo or something that was like Texas Tank Watchers, yeah, Whipcrack Horsewhinny. Nobody could actually do a Horsewhinny, so we just say the word Horsewhinny. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Oh my gosh.
So that's the old school Texas Tank Watchers, Whipcrack Horsewhinny, yeehaw.
Yeehaw. I love it.
Oh, how you doing, Nick? Heard a siren yet?
I have not heard a siren. I'm staring the cop down. I'm like, you better turn your siren on. So we'll see. We'll see if he does a siren. But yeah, I'll let y'all know.
It looks like
is asking what the airspeed velocity of an unleaned Raptor is. I don't know if we have those numbers in front of us.
Oh, geez. Like, imagine you could turn on infinite fuel and you could just fly a Raptor with
That's
no
exactly
fuel
what I
tanks
thought of
attached.
too. Thank you, Thomas.
Somebody,
I've
we
been
need
playing so
like
much Kerbal lately. I've gotten into KOS. It's bad, DOS. It's so much.
Oh,
It's so much time.
jeez. Oh my gosh. I never got into KOS myself because I knew that I would spend way too long doing it. Because
That's
I was
exactly
a
what
programmer.
I'm doing.
Like, originally, I was a programmer. I worked for many years doing web programming and like e-commerce systems and CRM systems and this sort of stuff, like moving data around with bits of code. So I did my time as a programmer, let's put it that way. And I would spend way too much time on that. So I never got into KOS. Some crazy things people are able to accomplish with KOS. Have you seen like the self-assembling space stations?
That one was amazing. I saw that on like r/Kerbal Space Program or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like a capsule with all the modules, and then it just KOS. They all like separate and fly on their own, and then self-assemble. That was amazing.
Yep. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm still on the launch scripting phase, but we're getting there. We're learning things. The one click to orbit is still very impressive to me, and that's where I'm at.
Nice.
Click to orbit? That's like better than an SSTO.
Single click to orbit, SCTO? I don't know.
Huh. I'll allow it. That's fine.
This is just
Alright,
a simulation, so I'm told.
It's all a simulation. All right, we digress.
It's physics inspired, Nick. It's not like a
That's true.
simulator. It's like physics inspired.
I like it.
Oh man! All right, let's bring in some more questions here. Willem, I believe is the name, says, "What is the maximum payload of Starship?" We know it's 100 tons plus something, right? Do we have an official number that's more recent?
It's right now.
180 tons, I remember, right? That was one of the Tim's interview videos. I think it was that Booster 4?
Double?
Or was it 7? I don't remember. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. I don't remember.
Oh,
I don't remember.
The number
think-
150 was out there somewhere at one point, but I think it just keeps changing.
yeah.
Well,
This is
they have Holt.
it's a massive pet peeve. Chat, please don't come after me for this. But right now, the payload to orbit of Starship is 0.
Well, yeah,
It
that's
hasn't taken anything to orbit, okay? And so when people come in and they're like, "Oh, Starship can do 100 tons to orbit. Oh, Starship can do this," and it's like, well, theoretically, that's they want it to do that, but right now it can do 0 tons to orbit, and maybe one day it'll do something to orbit. But so often people are like, "Oh, just throw everything away. Let's start flying Starship." It's like, I have high hopes. All the best of luck. They're a
Right.
talented team. They're gonna figure it out. But right now, its payload to orbit is in fact 0.
Yeah.
Come at me, chat.
Listen, are you telling me you can't just strap a payload to the top of Booster 7 and let her fly?
I mean, that's about.
Don't
what
even
they're
need a
gonna
ship.
do. Payload's name is Ship 24.
Yeah, that's
But-
true.
It has to be waving a full send flag though. Like whatever you put on top,
Yes.
it has to have a little flag on the top that says full send.
Oh, the flag can have some aerodynamic problems. Maybe we just spray paint it on the side, full send.
Ooh, I
Well, see,
like
no,
that.
you use it like that. The supersonic little spike on the front of the NASA experimental supersonic jets.
Ooh.
And
Oh,
use
yeah.
the spike to create the envelope for the rest of the rocket. You just need a really long spike with a flag on the end.
The pitot tube, of course.
There you go. But
Uh,
I don't think the flag would make it very long. Like it would
no,
probably
probably
come
not.
You know,
It'd be
guys,
like
I
the-
think I just figured out why we don't work at SpaceX.
Because we're too cool. Like our ideas are too awesome, even for
Sure.
Elon. Jeez.
Sure.
It'd be like the tarp from that scene in The Martian where they just put a tarp over the Mars ascent vehicle and it just rips off like a minute into flight.
I'm still wondering what ripped it off. Like, there's no atmosphere on Mars to really rip it off after a minute of flight.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway, we digress. This is what happens when SpaceX recycles a test. We're just sitting here, the vehicle isn't prop loaded, so now what do we talk about? We talk about flags on rockets.
This. Cool ideas,
Yes.
honestly.
Let's see. Oh, here's a good question, though, on that topic. Admin asking if they did a D-tank vent on Booster 7. That was the one thing. We just saw the frost line, like, recede. I don't think we ever saw a D-tank vent, though. So, that
Didn't
was
hear a
slightly...
big depress, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't load a whole lot of propellant, so maybe it just wasn't necessary. Depends on what pressures they reach during prop load and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Chat says, I think folks are confusing SpaceX and STs, like the model rocket company.
What?
Oh, man.
Those are very similar.
There's like a BPS space plug in there somewhere. Like the line between SpaceX and Estes is actually
BPS
Dobinard.
BPS?
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Joe Barnard.
Yeah.
What other questions we got here? We got another super chat here asking about Blue Origin status. Again, we don't know anything more than Blue Origin has said about the New Shepard flight earlier today. They had a New Shepard flight failure. The in-flight abort system worked perfectly, so that's good. But they did suffer a booster failure, and they're definitely going to be standing down before they return New Shepard to flight. Wouldn't expect that to have any knock-on effects to like New Glenn or Vulcan because different systems there. But also not super relevant to Booster 7 coverage. So we'll touch on it here, but we don't really know anything more anyway, so not much to report there.
Good, Thomas. I gotta hang on. Let me show you this real quick. I
Sure.
was confused for a second because I glanced over to look at this camera and I was like, "Oh my gosh, the poor grass." For a second, I thought that was the grass fire, but that's on this side of Highway 4. There was no fire on this side of Highway 4. It's a cloud.
It's a cloud. Yep.
The
I'm looking
cloud
at it.
is covering
Cloud.
up the grass in the foreground, so it looks super dark, and then the background is actually lit up. You see that on the screen? I took
I
the
don't see
overlay
it.
away.
I thought you were
Here,
looking at
watch.
like the sandy spots where like stuff might have like gotten burned or something like that. I didn't realize you were talking
No.
about how dark it is because
Yeah,
now
I
in the
l-
background it's way brighter. I see what you mean.
I was so confused. I glanced at, I'm cycling through the cameras, and I've got a screen that shows me other cameras, and I looked at that one, and I was like, what is going on? But it's literally just a cloud over the landscape. No gloom and doom about, oh my gosh, everything's destroyed. It's just a cloud, folks. Anyways, I was confused for a
cloud.
second. Put the overlay back on so we can see what's going on.
Yeah. I'll bring in more questions though. Here's a question for you, Nick. Derek is asking any word on why Ship 24 is connected to the crane.
Ooh. The word on the street is that a crane needed to do some weight training to kind of get swole, and so Ship 24 was available.
Nick, I have my doubts about throwing you this question.
Oh my god.
Okay, fine. I'll answer for real to you. So, Derek, the crane there is likely going to demount Ship 24 at some point. Does not look super imminent, as I did not notice any SPMTs over there this morning, and obviously the pad is cleared right now, so there would not be any crews moving that anytime soon today. But it's possible, probably sometime this week, that they will take Ship 24 off the suborbital pad, and where it's going after that, we don't really know. There are a couple different places it could go. One, it could just chill out like Ship 20 did for a little while, kind of just somewhere around the pad, just chill out on some SPMTs, or maybe they stick on some blocks and just chill for a bit while B7 finishes its campaign. But there's also a couple other possibilities. One of them is that they do a full stack with it at some point in the near-ish future. Just to, have pretty Elon loves his full stack pictures, and so do I, so, maybe they'll do that. And it's also a possibility that they could roll it back to somewhere at the production site just to protect it from some of the elements, now that it's pretty much, I don't want to say flight certified because that implies some other paperwork, but pretty much ready to go and finished its testing campaign, and perhaps they want to protect it from some of the harsh Boca Chica air, because DOS, you know just how fast things that are not stainless steel rust, so yay.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's a very tough environment out there, and if you have things that are just sitting and they're not protected either by slathering on old ship amounts of paint or making them out of something that stains less, like stainless steel.
Which does stain.
It does stain. It just stains less. It's not stain-proof steel or no stain steel. It's just stainless steel. So anyways, they definitely degrade really quickly out there. We have a couple solar frames that are in need of some TLC, Nick. I know you're aware of that. So
Yay.
yeah.
Nick sounds
Hey, that's
thrilled at
not
that.
800 million degrees, but yes.
Hopefully they make it until it's a little cooler out there. So
Yeah,
anyways.
that's the hope.
Nick, we've told you a million times not to exaggerate.
Million times? Okay. Well, I have my
It just
counter up.
does not look cool right now, though. Look at the shot here from
Yeah.
our south position over towards there. You can just see all that heat and turbulence in the air. So,
Yeah, it's toasty.
yep.
Let's see. Other question. Oh, this is topical for the Ship 24 discussion. Since apparently Ship 24 testing is complete, could they move to a temporary stand and start testing Ship 25 in the meantime, or will they just wait for the orbital launch and Booster 7 readiness?
It's definitely a possibility. It's not unprecedented to have two starships down at the pad. That happened with, was it Ship SN9 and SN10? Those were the two ships that were down there, right?
Good question,
I
Nick.
believe so.
I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna say a good old South Texas yeehaw. That's pretty sure, y'all. Stamp of approval there. It was SN 9 and 10 that were down here at the same time. But it's definitely possible if they bring Ship 25 down. The only thing is, Ship 25 is not finished yet. It's still not fully stacked in the what was that one? The high bay. I keep wanting to say the mid bay, but it's not the mid bay, even though it's the high bay. But it's not the highest thing around because there's the mega bay. Oh boy. Yep. So 25 might come down, but we'll see.
Cool.
Right, gotcha. Yeah, I was about to ask about Ship 25 status, so thank you for bringing that up as well. All right,
Killing
other
all the birds
questions.
with one stone. Yay.
James Atkinson says, when running optimally, does Starship or SLS load prop at a faster rate, and how do the rates compare to Shuttle? So I believe SLS is pretty equivalent to Shuttle. In fact, it's almost exactly the same, I think. But Starship, I mean, maybe this is a question for Adrian, because we have seen countdowns draw out a little longer on Starship and Super Heavy, especially recently as they've done like loading more propellant. I know it's like it seems slower than they get for like Falcon 9 and stuff like that, but it's also possible that that's part of testing procedures and that operationally the fuel load will be way faster. I don't know. I don't know. Any information or thoughts on that, Nick?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, it's all still a big testing campaign, and I know that one thing that they're still working on and trying to get solved, as Elon has mentioned many times, Stage 0, the ground support equipment, is the biggest hurdle down here at Starbase right now, and so I would not be surprised at all if they're not tanking them at full capacity. Ooh, that a vent?
Those are some venting noises.
Okay, just some venting noises.
I mean, I was just saying, like, it's another vent, but I didn't see exactly where that came from. We're starting to hear this regular venting noise, it sounds like.
Okay, cool. But yeah, so... And that vent totally threw me off track, so I don't even remember what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Dang it.
I'm just talking about eventually they'll probably hone in the fueling rates for Starship.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff, right?
Prop load. Yeah, prop loading. Yeah, it'll get better, I'm sure. And probably even faster than Falcon 9, if I had to guess, because rapid reusability and all.
Yeah, I mean, although all things considered, Falcon 9 fuels very quickly, and Starship and Super Heavy is an even bigger vehicle, so maybe all things being equal, it's roughly around Falcon 9 time. That's still less than an hour. I don't know. It seems somewhat feasible, at least for what they want to do in the near term.
Is it refilling or refueling? I know on-orbit stuff is refilling. At least
Well,
that's
okay,
what
so
SpaceX calls it.
So here's the difference. Elon likes to say refilling because he's like, there's more liquid oxygen than liquid methane on the vehicle, and it's not, liquid oxygen isn't fuel, it's oxidizer, it's propellant. So he likes to be a stickler and say refilling. Refilling includes refueling because you do still have to load methane back into it, so it's interchangeable realistically. But that is the difference. It's not just fuel. You are also loading oxidizer, which is not fuel. But you could say repropellanting doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Repropping, refilling. That's
Yeah,
right.
Refilling is the term that Elon likes to use.
I like it.
So, let's see. A couple other messages that have come in here. Secret Orb says happy birthday, Mary. So the happy birthdays keep flooding in. That's good.
And I
Jim
did
Kevitz,
just talk with Mary
sorry,
just a few minutes ago. I did just talk with Mary a couple minutes ago, and I mentioned that all y'all are sending her all the love, and she had a really big smile, and she said thanks. So
that's
thank you
good.
from Mary.
That's awesome.
Let's see. Jim Kevitz says here to some rapid fire today. Appreciate that. And Chris Roberts with the super chat just says a big thank you to whoever gifted the membership that I received. It happened without me noticing. There you go. Thank you to everyone who gives memberships, and thankfully everyone who receives those memberships. Hopefully they enjoy. And of course, thank you for that super chat. Let's see. Some more questions coming in here. Here's one. Nemexia, was that more venting? I think we're hearing just intermittent venting from different.
We're hearing intermittent venting. Yeah, exactly.
Does SpaceX need special permission to do interplanetary missions?
He probably has to check with the Martians and the aliens first, but yeah, no reason why they can't.
Well, you know, Elon has said he's an alien trying to get back to Mars, so I'm sure he has a good connection there.
True. Just phoning home.
But no, realistically, I don't think NASA or any other agency technically has like jurisdiction over interplanetary missions. Granted, SpaceX will want to abide by all of NASA's interplanetary rules because obviously NASA is a major customer for them. But I don't think they technically have to if they just want to like burn that bridge, which obviously they wouldn't do. But I don't think there's official legal structure for like what interplanetary missions that aren't government operated like have to follow, right?
I honestly don't know. Space law is something I did not study in school.
I think it's like, you better play nice here or we're not going to want to play with you otherwise, you know? I don't know if it's like technically illegal, but you should get along and do it.
Yeah,
That makes
maybe the better way to say it is, you know, just don't do anything that'll piss someone off because there are other consequences that can come from that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so a good question there, and that has been the topic of like as this, I don't know if you want to call it a new space age is upon us, you know, when all of these recent developments, there's been a lot of talk of is there room that we need to actually restructure some legal things so that we're better prepared for settling space and things like that. Oh my goodness. On that note, we've just gotten a huge amount of support. Paul LeMadeline, I believe is the name.
Works.
Paul, first of all, sent a $150 super chat.
Whoa.
Says, happy birthday, Mary. Have a wonderful day. So there is a big chunk of support for Mary and the NSF team. I know Mary will appreciate that. And Paul, thank you so much. Paul then followed that up with gifting 20 Red Team memberships.
Wow.
Whoa.
Paul, we're glad you're enjoying the coverage. Thank you so much for that support. It allows us to expand and continue to improve the coverage and keep doing what we're doing. So, Paul, thank you so much. That's really appreciated. Oh, man. All right, let's bring in some more questions.
I mean, as usual, like, what can you do to say thank you enough?
Right, yeah,
Yes.
I don't know what else to say. Just
I'm
thank
speechless
you.
over here. Like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't know if like we say that on occasion. I don't know if it really lands with people, but like, what can you really say to somebody? Y'all know that I say, well, the thing for us to do is to keep on the coverage and keep on bringing views and keep on showing y'all, sharing what's going on out there. So, Paul, thank you so much for the support.
Exactly. All right, let's see. Thorif asking, could they put Artemis 1 on a SpaceX booster if the SLS Stage 1 keeps failing and use SpaceX Booster 7? That is not compatible. Again, it's not Kerbal. It's not easy to just swap out entire rocket stages on the fly. You need to be compatible with your ground equipment. You need to be compatible with the rest of the vehicle. You need to test everything together. So no, they cannot. Let's see here.
That wind is really kicking up out there, by the way, Thomas.
Yeah, it really is.
As I've been sort of sitting here watching all the cameras and stuff like that, I can really see the cameras start to shake, especially out on the beach side. Like out this way, these cameras are really starting to shake, and the gusts look like they're unofficially up to like around 20 miles per hour almost. So we won't leave you on Jello cam here for too long, but we are keeping an eye on the winds. Now, I don't think that the wind specifically would affect this test, right? Like,
right,
they're
no.
not flying.
Just the camera views.
Yeah, just the camera views, just the stability of the camera views. Let's get off Jello cam there, sorry.
There, the close-up cameras are better. We like that.
Yes, they are.
Awesome. All right, let's see. Another question here. Is it possible that they have attached Ship 24 to the crane for Booster 7 static fires to protect it from potential destabilizing shock waves? Or like vibrations and stuff like that. What do you think, Nick?
Well, I hope they do, honestly. It kind of it's hard. It's without humans for scale, right? Without a banana for scale, it's difficult to attain the scale of a rocket, right? And with Ship 24's recent 6-engine static fire that happened last week, it rattled some of our cameras. In fact, so much so that it disconnected a few wires in one case. And it was just kind of crazy to walk back up to the equipment we had deployed after the static fire and realize that this rocket that is like so far away, like not like super far away, but like, thousands of feet away, impacted our gear inside of a locked box. And it's like, whoa, that is crazy amount of power. And
lot of
so
vibration.
exactly, so much vibration. And so if SpaceX can do anything to quell any of those vibrations, it kind of hit me the other day, like, okay, wow, these actually do have a lot of power.
And that was, 6 engines on Ship 24.
Exactly.
That's not even, 33 engines on Booster 7. Sheesh.
Yep.
Definitely gonna need some preparations for that. Good question there. Let's see. Oh, here's a good question from Robert. How long can Ship 24 sit before having to do another static fire if booster testing takes longer than expected? So, like, the spirit of the question is there expiration on the static fire, or like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it necessarily, but like, if it sits too long, is it worth doing another static fire because the vehicle's just been sitting there and you want to re-verify that everything's working? I don't know.
Well, let's just hope that it doesn't sit too long.
Right, that's true. Let's see here. Keeping an eye on the progress of testing here today. We're keeping an eye. Are you still seeing some vapors here and there from the engine bay? We haven't really seen firm indications that they've gone back into propellant load, but hopefully that's the next step. The big sign will be when frost ring develops again and stuff like that.
We also didn't get the big depress, like the huge vent and massive amount of noise where they tank it up and then it completely goes away. So
yeah. Let's see. Question about any information on the orbital launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. I know they rolled out the last section of the tower for KSC pad, so they haven't stacked it yet, but they're finishing up the tower. And as far as the mount goes, we're waiting for the actual table, like the top part of the orbital launch mount, to roll out. That has not appeared yet. They're still working on constructing that out of Cape Canaveral. But yeah, so the latest is the last segment of the tower is being prepared to be stacked and assembled. The launch mount is still in work. I think they're still working on also preparing the chopsticks and the QD arm and stuff like that. But once the tower is finished stacking, maybe they'll be able to move into that. Stay tuned for our new flyover video, which should be coming out in the next day or so, which will have the latest imagery on that front. So thanks for the question. Let's see here. Jim Cavett says, "Happy birthday, Mary." So another birthday wish. Appreciate that, of course. Dijuan with a Capcom membership, so we appreciate that support as well. Richard Brook with a super chat. Thank you. Ben says, "Glad tidings on your heliocentric orbital anniversary, Mary."
nice.
Appreciate that support there, Ben. Jim Cavett also gifted a Red Team membership, so appreciate all of that support. Here's an interesting discussion question for both of you here. Russ is asking, if SpaceX knows in space that the Starship with people on board has tiles missing, do they roll the dice that the stainless steel survives a re-entry? So this is, of course, alluding to something that most spaceflight people know too well. There's a lot of data acquisition that goes through knowing how much heat shield damage is acceptable for re-entry. These are assessments that NASA did for the space shuttle after the Columbia disaster all the time, and I'm sure will feed into Starship, given that the heat shield is actually a pretty similar material. But they're gonna have to have a lot of data to justify decisions one way or the other if they sustain heat shield damage before re-entry.
Yeah, I mean, it's different because you're asking a question, what are they going to do if there's a Starship that has people on it, and there's not even a Starship that doesn't have people on it, right? There's not a Starship that's re-entered, so there's going to be a ton of learning between now and then, right? And they're going to look at what happens, they're going to inspect. I hope that they have some way, when it's on orbit, to actually inspect the underside and see the heat shield tiles so that they can document, okay, all the tiles are there, okay, we're missing tiles in this location or whatever. And then when they go for re-entry on an uncrewed Starship, they can learn, they can get actual experimental data on how it works, right? So I think it's one of those questions, right? But it's going to depend, and there's a lot of learning and a lot of data gathering that it's going to have to happen before anybody could really make that call, right? They don't know what a Starship's going to do when it misses a heat shield tile, where it's missing the heat shield tile, etc., because they haven't re-entered one yet. So
Yeah,
anything
and
to add to
you
that,
know,
Nick?
no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying,
Nope.
anything to add to that?
Sorry, I think we might have a slight delay here. Yeah, I mean, obviously, more data, more better, as we always like to say around here. And yeah, the fact that they really don't have an orbital flight test on these heat tiles would indicate that they probably haven't gotten all the way through. As Elon likes to say, critical path is getting to orbit. And after that, then they'll start working on these slightly larger problems, which, yes, definitely is a big thing if you have humans on board and your heat tiles rattle off, then... Well, that's not good, but I have confidence in SpaceX that they'll be able to figure it out and get a good engineering solution to either resolve the issue or have a good workflow that fixes and mitigates the risk for the crew in whatever ways they see fit.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Das.
No, I don't want anybody to think it's a cop-out answer. I mean, it's the truth. Like,
Yeah,
there's a lot
exactly.
of data gathering that needs to go on before anybody would be prepared to make a call like that. Right now, they just would not have enough information to actually make the call. Now, if something happened and they were redirecting an astronaut or an asteroid with a bunch of spunky oil drillers or something like that, and they're up there anyways in some emergency situation right now, and the entire underside of the Starship has taken massive damage due to meteor strikes or whatever, I imagine that right now, if that was the case, there was a Starship in orbit, they would try to rendezvous a Dragon capsule or something like that with it and take people away from it that way, as opposed to risking the first-time emergency re-entry with damaged heat shield tiles with people aboard. I have a feeling that they would send Dragons up to evacuate people. If I had to give you an answer, like what happens right now, just assuming one was in orbit, you know?
Those
Right,
thought
yeah,
experiments are
absolutely.
really fun too.
There you go.
Good question there. Let's see. Eberhard has gifted a Red Team membership, so we appreciate that support as well. And here's a good question from Taco. Does Ship 24 or Booster 7 already have a flight termination system installed, or do they need to roll back to the production site to install it? Nick?
FTSs are installed. They're not armed, but they are installed. So, yep, they're there.
I remember we saw in ship testing for hop tests, one of the big pre-flight things was the last things before they clear the pad is those lifts where people go up and arm the FTS system. And I would think we'll see something similar for the orbital flight test. But installed and armed are obviously two different things.
Absolutely, very different things, but they are there. And as far as we know, they don't have batteries that need to be recharged every 10 weeks.
Yes. All right, let's see. Just a quick update. Again, we're keeping an eye on what our testing status is. You're still seeing some vapors. You can see if you look underneath the orbital launch mount, there's still a little bit of vapor there. Unclear if that's like residual from when they loaded before, or if they're trying to start getting back into propellant loading. We're not seeing a whole lot of activity regarding the launch mount and stuff like that right now. And so we're kind of in standby to see if they get back into propellant loading, or the opposite of that would be like them reopening the road and people going back to the pad, which would mean testing is actually done and they had some sort of abort of some kind or anything. But right now we're in limbo. We're hopefully getting back into prop load soon. We'll of course point out any indicators that propellant loading is back underway as soon as we have them, but in the meantime we're taking questions and providing any other updates we get. Question here from Bork: where are they building the KSC orbital launch pad? Have not seen any coverage of it on the SpaceX KSC site. It's not at the the Roberts Road Hangar X facility. It's actually they're building it out on the Space Force Station side at one of the hangars that they used to use for like storing Falcon 9 boosters and stuff like that, which they mostly do at Hangar X now. But I believe our good friend Harry Stranger had some satellite imagery of the components sitting outside the hangar. So they're working on building that actually on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side. It's in a hangar, so it's not anything we can like photograph or anything. but they'll transport that up north to the KSC side of Cape Canaveral once it's ready, of course. Another question, this one's for you, Nick. What would the exclusion zone look like when they go for launch? Would we expect it to be the same as a static fire? What are you expecting from being out there in Boca Chica proper?
Yeah, well, it'll be a big exclusion zone, hopefully. That's my hope. They need to be very careful with this first flight to not damage anything or anybody. And geez, this is going to be a very loud thing, even if it's just nominal. But if it's obviously off nominal and has a red, then it's going to be even louder and even more of a pressure wave event. I believe currently it's looking about 5 miles is the seems to be the current pushback for all humans out of within like a 5-mile radius, which just is all the way up to the tip of South Padre Island, which is just a little bit over 5 miles away from the launch pad, which is far enough to hopefully keep everyone safe. But that number is not necessarily set in stone yet, and it could change. There has been some speculation that people have speculated that it might be even further than that, which if it is further than that, that would require them basically emptying most of South Padre Island and most of Port Isabel, which does not seem super plausible. But again, safety first, and we shall see what the final numbers end up being. But yeah, probably about 5 miles, and South Padre Island will likely just be at the very tip of South Padre Island, will be at the very edge of the exclusion zone.
And on that topic, the exclusion zones for those initial test flights are going to be different than
Yes.
operational. We actually see that with SLS. The exclusion zone is pretty big for Artemis 1, but after this flight we expect it to go down a little bit, because not only will there be less risk, but even more importantly, they'll simply have more data to base, like how loud is it at different locations, what kind of forces were at play with regards to thrust or sound or all the vibrations, all those things. They'll have a lot more data after it launches for the first time, and they'll be able to tune in those exclusion zones to be more accurate and less conservative. And I think the same thing is true of Starship and Super Heavy on their first flight. Let's see here, what else? Here's a good question, or a good message from Mark. Imagine that you're a photographer photographing a water tower, and a few years later, people all over the world are celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday, Mary. Very, very good words there from Mark, and appreciate the support. It is funny how a few years have changed things so rapidly down in Starbase. Or back then it wasn't even called Starbase, it was just called Boca Chica. Let's see, another question here. How are SpaceX doing completing the mitigation requirements? Yeah, either we want to talk to you about why we haven't really heard a lot about progress regarding the mitigations, and you want to talk about why that is.
I don't know specifically why we haven't heard information about the mitigation efforts, but I can tell you I've seen them quite a bit. I mean, just yesterday I saw, not yesterday, yesterday was Sunday. What was that? Saturday, I guess? Saturday I saw some crews of SpaceX employees picking up trash on the side of the highway in front of the pad and around the production site. And it looks like they have a team of people who now help keep things a little bit more tidy. And I see that quite frequently, and it's good to see SpaceX moving towards a few of those mitigation items. We've also seen with the sea turtle nesting season, there was a lot of activity around that with SpaceX supporting some of the local charities around here who are in charge of making sure those sea turtles are safe. And SpaceX has set up some camera equipment to watch some hawks, and just lots of other little things in that report that they are working towards, that we can see that they are working towards them, but no official word yet. Das.
Yes. Can I help you?
Oh no, I thought I heard you start saying something. So
no, that was a venting. I sound like a vent sometimes, but no, that was.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yep. That's about that. We'll hear officially when we hear officially, but we definitely see them making progress.
Yeah, I think the other point to add that is simply that people ask us how close are they for the launch license and stuff like that. They're not there's no dashboard or anything like they had for the environmental assessment, so we're just not getting those updates as they check things off.
Mhm.
So the official notice might be the FAA actually issuing the launch license, because we'll see when the license actually gets issued, but because that's public record stuff. But before then, we might not see anything. So it's just hard to know. But like we said, Nick can observe them working on those things, so we know they're working on it, but we just don't know much more than that.
Yep.
All right. Michael with a question. Do you think that governments here on Earth would require some form of quarantine for those returning from Mars' surface? If so, how might that work? So this is similar to what they did in the first couple of Apollo missions, where basically we, and I say we meaning like humanity and Earth scientists at the time, believed that there was no alien life on the moon or anything like that, but we weren't 100% sure that there wasn't, even bacteria or something like that. And so for the first couple missions, the Apollo crews did go straight into quarantine for a little bit before they could confirm that they didn't bring back anything with them. And after a couple of missions, they were pretty confident that there was nothing there, and so they stopped the process. So that will depend on how quickly they can definitively rule out there's no currently living bacteria or virus or anything on Mars that could potentially be brought back. That's called back contamination. We, of course, have a lot of robotic explorers already on Mars doing a lot of research, and none of them have found anything. So it's possible by the time the first humans come to Earth from Mars, we'll already have plenty of data to justify that there's no quarantine needed. But if for any reason that is needed, they still can do that. It's pretty straightforward. It's usually just lasts a week or so. And they'll just monitor to make sure there's nothing weird going on, and they don't detect any unexpected life forms.
Unexpected
but
life forms.
pretty unlikely that'll actually be needed, though.
Well, and you talk about backwards contamination, but I think it's also important to mention forward contamination and possible quarantines that they might put up in place to make sure that Mars doesn't get any, mosquitoes, basically, is the only thing I'm worried about. There's no mosquitoes on Mars, please.
That
Please
would
don't
be
let them aboard the
terrible.
Starship. Just
That would be so bad.
Scrub the whole launch if one mosquito makes it on there. We need mosquito detectors by the door.
re-enter upside down if it's got a single mosquito in it. Do not let those go to Mars, please.
Please.
You know what would happen, right? If a mosquito was to adapt itself to live on Mars with the lower gravity and the lower atmosphere, the mosquitoes would become huge.
Oh, that's
In order
true.
to fly on Mars, they would have to have massive wings.
Oh
It'd be ridiculous. We do not want mosquitoes on Mars.
No.
And there's some new nightmare fuel for everyone in chat. There you go.
Martian mosquitoes. Marsquitos.
Good lord.
Jeez.
Sounds like a type of taco or something like that.
Mosquito?
Hey, go to Brownsville and pick us up some mosquitoes.
Okay, you got it. They're made out of monster Martian mosquitoes.
Sounds terrible.
boy.
Man.
Are they firing the rocket yet?
No, they should get to that.
Doesn't
So we
look
can
like
stop talking about mosquitoes on Mars.
Mosquitoes.
Man. Here's another question. How will Starship maneuver in space without RCS? Doesn't Starship have RCS?
It has RCS thrusters.
I know they're using tank pressure
cold-
venting
they're-
and stuff like that, but
Well, that's for the OLED thrusters. But I believe they're going to be using just like a standard monoprop, right? Just to compress nitrogen, I think, at this point, or maybe helium. No, I guess helium would be too light. Whatever that monoprop. I don't think they're using hydrazine like Super Dracos.
nitrogen thrusters were a thing, but I thought, is that still a thing on the ship, or did they delete that in favor of using the ullage gas and just redirecting it?
I thought the ullage gas was just for engine lights and stuff.
It was like
Maybe.
an idea,
Perhaps.
but it's
Okay.
not 100%. I think in
sure.
the interview with Tim, he was like, and we've seen some changes along those lines, but we haven't seen and we've completely deleted this, and it's only going to do
Right,
that.
okay.
There are definitely high pressure vents in space in areas with attitudes that would give them attitude control if they were to use those,
Mhm.
Yeah.
But they
Right,
haven't
yeah.
flown one yet, so they've done the math to see if that's enough. And will they have to put it back on? Will one going, with a lunar starship or something like that, be different than a starship that's coming back to Earth? I still think there's a lot of experience they need to see if these ideas actually pan out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I keep saying that, but I really do feel that that's true. Like, it's so exciting. There's so much opportunity, so many different ways that these problems can be solved. And I have a feeling we're going to see the Starship program go through a lot of different ideas and solutions before they settle on what's best. And they may never actually settle on something that's best. They may always continue to go through upgrades, like changing
Right.
things out to better ways to do things. That's sort of SpaceX's MO, you know?
It really is.
Once they have people aboard, you got to sort of slow that down a little bit. But in the meantime, while they're still doing these experimental flights, they have an awful lot of opportunity to see what works and what doesn't. How's that?
Yeah, exactly.
I
I
like it.
agree. Here's a question from Pavel asking for all crew members. I am assuming that's referring to us. What is the most interesting stuff about Starship that most people don't know?
Nick? Sounds like a Nick question.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question for me because I have a great answer. A lot of people aren't aware of this fact about Starship, but
my
just the
gosh.
Starship without the boosters, actually an SSTO rocket. No, I joke. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of cool little things that you just have to come down here and see and experience for yourself to kind of understand about Starship. I know both Toss and Thomas have been down here to experience this, and it's a unique thing to be able to walk up to a rocket in the rocket garden and just be like, wow, that is big, and there's something that goes under it that is huge, crazy, and get chewed up by mosquitoes and die in the heat and all that fun stuff. But as far as Starship's concerned, I was with in May a bunch of the awesome 3D render and artists that make some of those awesome concepts online. They were all down here having a meetup, and I was hanging out with them, and it was really fun to watch their experience with seeing Starship in person. Because they spend a lot of their time looking at the pictures that we post and come out of Starbase here. But there's nothing quite like seeing it in person, and it was just really, really cool to watch like Eric and Casper huddling over there having a full-on discussion about how the angles of the heat tiles are each unique to each one of them, and how the weld lines on the steel are matching up like this, and it's really cool. There's a lot of stuff to see in person.
Yeah. What I think the most interesting thing about Starship that a lot of people don't know is, and this is from personal experience being down there, right? So many people, even people that are just across the shipping channel over in Port Isabel, right? So many people don't understand that you can get so close to them.
Yeah.
Yes.
They look across the channel and they're like, oh, geez, can you go see those? And I was like, yeah, you could drive right over there. And they're like, oh, is there like a viewing area? And I was like, you could drive right up to the bottom of them. And I'm whipping out my cell phone and like showing them pictures from the base of the rocket garden. And they're like, what? No way. I got to take my kids over there. The thing that even people that are just there, because I've spent a lot of time out there, especially over around Port Isabel and South Padre, people just don't know that the access is so open, that you can get so close to these Mars rockets, right? So, that's not like actually, the ullage thrusters exert this many pounds of force. Like, that's not that sort of little interesting tidbit. But even people that are there just don't understand the open access to these huge rockets. How's that?
Yeah, no, that's a great one, and I think that's something where, I've only been to Starbase once, but when I was there, it's like, it's so different from any other spaceport I've ever been to.
Yep.
And it's a new kind of spaceport, to be honest. But yeah, super interesting.
I think Nick can attest to that as well, because Nick, you've recently spent some time at KSC.
Yeah.
And like KSC versus Starbase.
Yep. I know where I'd like to be, and a little hint, it's where I currently am. Yeah, it was kind of fun to go to KSC as someone who's hadn't been there before and has spent so much time at Starbase. When we were getting bussed up to the pad to set up remotes, everyone on the bus was like, "Ooh, we get to go to pad 39B. We get to go on the pad. Ooh, so exciting!" And I was like getting excited for it, like stand up right next to the rocket, and no. They let us on the pad, yes, but we were like still like 2,000 feet away from SLS, and it was like, well, bro, that's not even close,
bro.
That's like...
Did you turn to the PAO and go, bro? Is this as close as we're gonna get? Like,
I should have, although I didn't want to walk back, so
Nice.
Yeah, it's very different for sure. Of course, KSC is like the norm, right? That's pretty standard when
Yep.
you go to spaceports. That's what you would normally expect.
Yep.
Starbase
know
is
I'm
the
spoiled.
exception, but
Everyone
Starbase
on
is
that bus
special, you
told me
know.
I'm spoiled.
Pointing out a couple things here. First of all, that I've pointed out before. There's that pipe that goes around the base of the orbital launch mount. The thinner one that usually gets frosty before propellant loading, and it's looking less and less frosty as time goes on, which does suggest that they're not really actively pumping fluids through there. Not sure if that's worth reading into too much, but just pointing that out. Also, can we get a check on the roadblock status? I know the road is still closed, but it's something that we'll want to keep an eye on in case they wrap up testing or need to go out to the pad. There is the
Luckily,
roadblock.
Currently,
Thomas.
2 deputies and one white pickup truck at the roadblock.
Luckily, you know a guy who.
I do know a guy. That was me
check
telling
on
you that
Roadblock.
I needed the guy to take a look. We'll keep an eye on that. The big indicator will be like if we see vehicles lining up at the roadblock, that means they're about to open the road.
Yeah.
Since we don't see that yet, I would point that as at least one sign that they're trying to get back into propellant loading and not going out to the pad yet. But we'll keep an eye on it.
Yep, it's a good indicator. But just watching what's going on over there, we can sort of. SpaceX employees know if they're going to be going to the pad shortly or not,
Right.
and it's hard for them to hide over there when they're stacking up to go.
Absolutely. And keeping a sharp eye on all that. Also listening for a siren, which isn't going to happen anytime soon, but
Oh, jeez.
we'll let you know.
All right. I'm going to keep bringing in more questions, of course, and things like that. Overlord with the Happy Birthday, Mary, You Rock message, so we appreciate that. And then, oh, geez, look what you guys have done. Cosmic Mustache says, now is time for Marsquito merch.
Mosquito.
And then BVF says, picturing the mosquitoes from Jumanji greeting you as you arrive to Starbase Mars. True nightmare fuel indeed.
Please no. I already have donated so many gallons of blood to the mosquito population down here. It's not even funny. Ugh.
I mean, I can see it like
Never-
the loose lips sink ships sort of poster, right? And
Yep.
it's like an informational poster. It's like practice planetary protection, prevent mosquitoes, and it's like a picture of a mosquito like sucking a spacesuit dry or something like that.
Yep, pretty much. And everyone's like, "Oh, you need to donate blood," and go to donate blood. And I'm like, "Yo, I do that every day. I do that every
Involuntarily.
single day." Yeah, I
Jeez.
wish I didn't, but jeez,
Huh.
I don't think I got any left to donate.
Let's see here. Other messages and questions here. Oh, here's a good one. I'll open this up to you two. Ben is saying, who amongst you will be living and broadcasting from the moon and or Mars?
Me, I said it first, so I have dibs.
Is that how that works?
That's all you.
Yep. That's how that works.
So
Yep.
Das is not a fan of broadcasting from space?
Oh no, I mean I've said it before. I've got family and stuff like that still. So like a one-way expedition to Mars, probably not the guy for that.
Well, no one said one way. You can come back.
Well, the early expeditions
It'd be
one way.
it'd be like a virtual field trip.
Yeah, I mean, we'll let some other people dial that in before I go. How's that?
Das will stick in the studio and receive the photons, but he won't go and get them himself.
It's true. I would go into like low Earth orbit. I would definitely do low Earth orbit. After there's some more experience doing it, I would go around the moon. I don't know if I'd go down to the surface, but it's like once there's a comfort level, I'd be like, oh well, geez, I'll just catch the 2 p.m. moon shuttle today and just go and jump around on the moon for a day or two.
Yeah.
Sure, I would do it if it was at that level, but all the way out to Mars, probably not for me. I will keep these chairs warm for you here back on Earth.
Okay.
Nick, go forth.
I will be right there. I'll send you all the photons first, Das, and then you can split them up and send them off to all the different live streams.
Nice.
How about that?
20 minutes shy of live. I appreciate it.
That's gonna be a thing. Starbase live on Mars, but not quite live.
We're gonna have to call it
that.
Starbase Live-ish.
Subject to the speed of light.
Yeah, right.
Starbase time delay.
Personally, I'm on Nick's side of this debate. I will happily accompany Nick as a field commentator for these things as well.
Hey, cool.
So me and Nick will head out together. We got you.
Cool.
We'll get you
Need
some
a
space
roommate.
packs.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
Yeah. When is an NSF going to connect to Starlink? Does?
It already does.
Well, all right,
It does.
kind of. You have to hook it up to a
BYOS.
normal Starlink thing. You got to have a Starlink dish attached to the pack.
Well, you have to have a Starlink dish like in your area, but yes, it already works on Starlink. It can actually use
That's true.
2 Starlinks right now.
Yes, it can.
It's true.
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Always
Oh,
been the
man.
plan. Like the whole design of the architecture allows us to swap in connections like that as we could. So for Artemis, we literally had a fiber line and a Starlink and 2 LTE modems, and that was our connection mix on one of the packs you had out there because that's how it was designed.
See, DOS
Right,
is
yeah.
smart.
Anyways,
Let's see. Another question here. Salt asking, could Super Heavy be used with smaller upper stages than Starship, like put a fairing on Super Heavy with a small upper stage inside of it and deploy it up high? Elon has actually mentioned the idea of like developing a Starship-derived like kick stage that's like purely expendable and just optimized for like throwing something out into the deep solar system or something like
Yep.
that. So that's been proposed as an idea. I don't know how serious that is. I don't know. What do you think that's a path SpaceX would want to go down?
see, I think we've talked about Starship can just be the probe, and we're going to send a Starship to Uranus and whatever. Keep it classy, chat. But realistically, I wonder if the structure of Starship, like the stainless steel structure of Starship, is really the most efficient type of structure to use on a long-range probe. Like, you don't really need something that could survive re-entry or any of that. Certainly, you don't need things like flaps and heat shields and all those sorts of things, right? But do you really need the big stainless steel structure of Starship if you're sending something out to Pluto or Jupiter or whatever, right? Or does it make sense to have like a lighter weight structure with different types of engines that comes out of a fairing, like people are saying here? And I really do wonder if we won't see a cargo variant of Starship, not cargo, almost like a deep space launch variant of Starship where you can take your own payload design and put it inside of some sort of fairing on the top, and then the booster takes you off. There's some sort of kick stage up there, like a Starship S kick stage, or even maybe just in the payload bay of a Starship, and then the chompers open up and release your probe. The fairing opens up, releases your probe, and that is how you actually get something on like a long range deep space trajectory, right? I don't know that. Well, let's just make a Starship that. Like, why would you have the pointy nose cone and all the stainless steel required for that, and therefore the mass, right? The thickness of the stainless steel. Like, why do you need those things if once you're in space, you're never entering an atmosphere again? Now, talk to me about like a Jupiter diver or something like that made of a Starship. And the Starship is just like one that could re-enter Earth, but we ship it to Jupiter and we dip it down in the atmosphere and see what we get. That would be very interesting to see. But if you're just
Yeah.
going to go out and do an orbit or something like that, I don't know that the big, heavy structure of Starship is really the right choice there. The math could work either way. Maybe just keeping that structure is a better mass fraction than having a payload fairing and fittings and stuff. I don't know. You still have to have a kick stage. Like the booster itself. Well, we've talked about Starship, but has anybody said whether or not the booster could SSTO by itself?
Oh,
boy.
jeez.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Like, could you put
Probably.
a small payload on top of just the booster and use only the booster to get it into orbit and then get the booster back?
I'm sure with a
I
small
think-
enough payload, but if your payload's, a pebble, like sure, but
Right. Like, what I was going to say, what
One
made me think of
pebble.
that is, do you need the kick stage or some sort of orbital insertion stage up on top of Starship, or sorry, up on top of the booster inside the payload fairing to get the payload the rest of the way in orbit, or could you just use the booster to do it? You'd probably need some sort of kick stage.
I don't think
Or-
you'd even want the booster in orbit though, because think about that booster eventually comes back down.
Yeah, I don't think that that's a great idea to put one up there, just in the off chance that one had an uncontrolled reentry.
Right.
Don't
I
want to
think-
be throwing stainless steel skyscrapers at people.
No. I think the sort of nominal architecture would be, normal Starship and Super Heavy stack, but in the payload bay you have room for a kick stage if needed. And so if you want to send cargo to somewhere that you don't want to send the entire Starship, Starship does some amount of the work, maybe even gets to like a high, like an elliptical transfer orbit, but doesn't actually escape Earth's gravity, and then releases a kick stage that does the final little push to push whatever probe or whatever that you want to send out to the solar system. I think that's probably the most realistic sense, because then you still get both the booster and the Starship back. You're not losing any cost there, and you only have to build a relatively inexpensive kick stage. Of course, it would also be great if you could, I don't know, send Starship out to Jupiter, for example. It inserts itself into orbit around Jupiter, drops off a probe that goes into Jupiter or does whatever. You refuel on Titan and then come back to Earth. Like, if you get like refueling out in the solar system, that opens up some options.
You know what I would love to see? I've done this a lot in Kerbal, and it's like the original Werner von Braun STS, like the actual space transport system, not the Leo shuttle design that it eventually became, right? And I would love to see like a Starship used as an orbital kick stage, where it just sort of stays in orbit, and you can go up there and you can put a payload on the front of it, and you can refuel it, and then you use the Starship to get it to escape trajectory. Then you release your probe and you turn the Starship around and you bring the Starship back down to low Earth orbit again. Then you rendezvous with it, you refuel it, you put another payload on it, and you use it to kick out again. Now, there are potentially reasons that that's not the most efficient way to do things, but it would be awesome to just have almost like, it's not really a cycler, right? Like one of the Aldrin cyclers or something like that, because it's not cycling, it's just kicking the payload out on the escape trajectory and then coming back down to get another payload, but not going all the way back in to Earth again. Now, why don't you just have it re-enter and land and then take off again with another payload is probably the biggest argument against that, but it would be cool. This is like Starship wacky ideas time now. I'm watching the Roadblock too, though.
We're watching the Roadblock to tell us if we need to just stop.
We got the Roadblock there, and then we got these cameras up, and those are the ones that I'm watching primarily right now. So
I'll keep bringing in more messages and questions here.
More wacky Starship ideas.
And more Starship ideas. JD Motor Club says, "Happy birthday to Mary. Hope you have a great day." James Larson with the Pad Rap membership, so appreciate that as well. Florida Rich asking, "I've read that the fairings were discovered to be reusable after being found washed up on an island. Is it true, and how many times have they been reused?" I don't know if the idea of fairing reuse came from Piggy. I mean, it's pretty well established that fairings often survive part of reentry. It usually like breaks into pieces, but fairings kind of washing up on shore after a while is not entirely unheard of, even before SpaceX. So I don't know if that's how they discovered the idea of reuse. I think they just eventually got to the point where they had a well enough thought out plan on how to recover them that they implemented it. I also don't remember off the top of my head what the record for most reuses of a single fairing have been yet.
I do not know that one.
Yeah, we'll have to circle back on that one. The number 7 is in my head. I think they've reached at least 7, but we will circle back, and if we get a firmer answer, I'll let you know.
Nice.
Let's see here. Kyler asking, what does the Starship flight termination system comprise of, and can we compare it to Falcon 9 and SLS?
Explosives.
Ooh. Just how much though? Like, what are we talking about? Like
an appropriate amount of explosives.
An appropriate amount of explosives.
Each system has an appropriate amount of explosives. I mean, there are a couple different types. Thomas can probably help me on this one, but there's like some that run the length of a fuel tank, and there's some that are sort of points that like unzips it versus destroys one specific part or something like that. Aren't there a couple different ways that you could actually attach explosives to a vehicle?
Yeah, there are. So I think I remember the Starship FTS because there were those boxes, but I think that's just the access point to arm them. I don't think that's the only place where the charge is. Nick, do you remember?
So on Starship, there is this little box on the side that contains a couple of FTS charges. Now, whether those are designed to unzip or to detonate one part, I don't really know. I'm not that smart.
Off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure it was just there because they were placed kind of near where the common dome is, wasn't it?
Yeah. So okay. I mean, it is near the common dome. So I'd imagine that would pop both of the tanks with
Yeah,
one
I think
charge, as
so.
opposed
Those
to
I
unzipping
think
one side of it.
right. So I think that is different from an unzip charge. On SLS, there is literally a line of det cord down the side of the tank, and it it unzips the tank in the event of an anomaly, and the whole thing gets torn apart, and that's how you terminate it. I think the way they do it with Starship, and Falcon 9, I'm being told, Alex Thinking in the back channel is telling me it's very similar on Falcon 9. They're more like point charges, and they're just placed to the point where when that charge goes, the common dome between the two propellants gets destroyed, and that is enough to mix the propellants and destroy the vehicle, rather than a full unzip det cord line.
Right.
So yeah, there's a couple different ways to design how exactly the charges are actually placed.
Yeah. I mean,
And
you
honestly, it's
blow,
probably a good thing we don't know that.
yeah, you blow a large enough hole in the side of the tank, and it is going to rapidly lose aerodynamic stability, and the aerodynamics will rip it apart the rest of the way for you. So it comes down to what is the trajectory going to be, and how big are the pieces coming down that may survive whatever your initial explosion is, your initial intentional explosion is, right?
Yep.
So anyways, I did know those are the two sorts of ways. Like you can have a point, and we're pretty sure that Starship is a point, right? Because we see those two boxes, and we don't see similar boxes like up and down the length of it or anything like that. Like, is that just a control box versus explosives are actually installed everywhere? We're pretty sure that's just a point, if I'm not mistaken. And then, like you said, SLS actually unzips the tank with like a line of explosives. So, anyways.
Yeah, it
Good
depends,
question.
and yeah, it depends on the size of the vehicle and stuff like that. There's also a couple different differences with like how the FTS gets activated. The more traditional flight termination system, or FTS, is literally controlled by a range safety officer on the ground who has a telemetry link with the vehicle, and if anything warrants terminating the flight, that controller like turns a key that sends a signal to the FTS to activate it. The other option is an automated flight termination system where the vehicle on board actually is self-monitoring itself all the time, and if it detects anything wrong, it will automatically activate the FTS rather than relying on a range safety officer to do it. Most modern rockets are moving towards the automated system because it reacts faster, so it's in theory safer. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy have an automated flight termination system. I don't know if Starship did on its first flights. I don't know if it's the same system. I know Rocket Lab has been flying an automated flight termination system from New Zealand, and the certification of that system is why they haven't launched from Wallops yet, because NASA still has to sign off on it. I know SLS is a traditional flight termination system. Same thing with Vulcan. ULA's Vulcan rocket is not debuting with a automated flight termination system. Trying to think of any other examples that I know. Firefly. When the Firefly anomaly happened on the first flight last year, that was a manual flight termination system. And you can tell that because the vehicle kind of lost control, and there was a delay between that and the FTS actually being activated. So different rockets are at different phases of actually implementing the new automated systems. I do want to point out we're seeing a lot of venting from the tank farm, like just to the right of the booster on that right-hand side view. I think that's normal activity for when the tank farm is active, but not not actively fueling yet. But the systems have not spooled down to the point where we're like, okay, clearly they're not doing anything, which is why we're kind of sitting here.
Talking about FTS systems of various rockets.
Yes.
True.
Let's see. Happy birthday, Mary, again from Dean Harbold. So more messages coming in, and I know Mary appreciates all of that. Thanks for the support as well. Night Constant Space says, a few tests ago I started a Jack Super Soaker Fund in lieu of a deluge system if we had continued no fire last week. Yeah, man. Cole says, I like the idea of a Starship Venus blimp. There's an idea.
I'm game. That sounds good. That's the whole thing about Venus. Like, for people that don't know, there's like a band of Venus's upper atmosphere where it's nice weather. Like, it's not trying to melt you, it's not trying to corrode you, the temperature's nice, the air pressure's nice. And so there's like this thought that you could actually have like floating blimps in the upper atmosphere and have like a floating research station or a floating probe or something like that. That's a real scientific thing. We're not just joking about sending blimps to Venus or whatever, right?
Right, exactly.
Very
Jim Cabot, thank you for the super chat. Appreciated that as well. What? Use a booster in orbit as a kick stage, says Ryan. If you can get an entire booster and then fully fuel it in orbit, that's a heck of a kick stage.
See a booster that just has RVACs on the bottom of it. Like how many RVACs
Ye-
could you fit on the bottom of the booster?
Oh, someone I'm sure can do the math on that.
Not me. We already hit our quota of math today.
Yes, we have.
By the way, kids, like stay in school. Like you don't have normal math quotas, but here, once you become an adult, you can actually set math quotas. Once you've done your time in school, you are allowed to say when you're done doing math for the day. So eat your Cheerios. Not sponsored by Cheerios or whatever. Stay in school, and yeah.
Alex is saying that they could probably fit about 9 Raptor vacs on the booster simply because it's the same diameter as ship, so you don't have that much more room. But there you go.
That's not very exciting, but okay.
What's the delta V of a fully fueled booster in orbit and 9 artifacts? Oh man. Let's see. Here's a question from Derek. Do we think that crew could survive a soft propulsive Starship splashdown in the ocean as some sort of useful abort scenario? So like if Starship didn't have the like energy to get to a landing site, could a soft splashdown be enough to at least keep the crew safe and then would have to be recovered from there?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, think about the Apollo capsules and even the more recent capsules that are landing in the ocean, right? And the amount of work that went into important things like making sure they stayed upright and the crew could safely egress before the capsule sank down into the Mariner's Trench or whatever. I don't think they actually tried to land them over the trench, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
Think about the extra steps that go into making sure that once you're in the water, you can safely get the crew out of the water, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And emergency, like absolute emergency, there's no other option. Like, I guess you just have to do what you have to do. But I don't think that without thinking all of those things through, that they would intentionally try to dunk the crew or the
Sure.
Starship in the water. You wouldn't want to be in a situation where the place that you're trying to get out of the Starship is in some way where it's either going to let water in or flood the ship or be unable to be opened because you're in the water and you didn't design for that, right? So it's one thing, can the ship survive a soft splashdown? Remember, it's still super tall, and even if you landed on its tail, it's unlikely to stay upright.
Mhm.
It may lean over and do a timber into the ocean in a huge splash. How would that affect it structurally? And then how do you get out? Even if you had a door, right, that was facing in the right direction so that you could climb out of it, would the big timber operation falling into the water bend anything and keep the door from opening? Like, there's a ton of engineering consideration that you have to take into account. You have to plan for and test and all that sort of stuff before you can just be, yeeting starships into the ocean and expecting crew to come crawling out the side of it, right?
Right.
So,
The other and another example to bring into this conversation for the space shuttle program, NASA looked at, in abort scenarios, is it survivable for a shuttle to splash down in the water? And they came to the conclusion that was not survivable, that the vehicle would break up too violently and the crew would be affected.
yeah.
Of
No matter
course,
how many times you've done it in Kerbal. Go,
I was
John.
about to. You stole it right out of my mouth. Listen, in Kerbal, it works just fine, and I have not managed to get the whole Ranner from orbit and end up over our runway thing yet. So my shuttles frequently find themselves in the water, but they're fine. They're basically seaplanes at this point.
You
Yes,
do
definitely.
150 meters per second of delta V retrograde when you cross Kerbal, India.
150
What?
meters per second. Wait, hold on. Say it again.
Not if you're playing real scale, but in stock Kerbal, there is a landmark that I call Kerbal, India. And if you look at the Kerbal map, west of the Space Center, across the sea, there's something that looks like India, right? And so right there at the tip of India, if you're in a equatorial orbit, you can do a specific amount of delta V, and your drag to mass ratio changes, but it's about $150, $175, whatever, right? And you will re-enter almost exactly on the runway if you do a specific amount of delta V at a specific spot above the surface of the planet.
All right. I do find myself playing in real scale these days, so I don't get
So
to
I
use
guess
that
it
cheat.
doesn't
But
have Kerbal India. Jeez.
it has
It
real
has
India.
real
It
India.
does.
Oh, jinx.
But no, I mean it's the same principle. Like
Right,
you can
yeah.
do a sort of guest test and revise, and it's just following the program. You do a specific deorbit burn of a specific amount of delta V at a specific point above the surface, given the rotation of the planet, blah blah blah, and you'll come down in the same place every time. Guest test and revise. You could totally work that out, Thomas.
Yeah, I think I'll just find someone who's written a KOS script for it.
Oh my gosh,
Ooh.
this guy.
No,
You want me to-
I know, but all right, I'm only saying that because I do know that someone has made actually a very good KOS script that literally
Yeah,
does like it does the whole reentry with the S turns and everything, and then like hands you control for the landing. It's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Peter.
Seriously.
D-Pod Dolphin Productions, our good buddy from TMRO, says that's not Kerbal India, that's Kerbal Japan. Thank you very much, Does.
Kerbal Japan? What?
I don't know. Is there Kerbal Japan?
Not that
I
I'm
haven't
aware
looked
of.
at a map of Kerbin recently.
Definitely Kerbal India. I don't know. You're not going to change my mind on that. I haven't like landed there to see if there's like those, Japanese architecture or something like that in the ground scatter, but it's Kerbal India. It looks exactly like India.
Another Elizar says hashtag Merry Fun Club. Happy birthday, Mary. Appreciate
Aw.
the support there. Oh man. All right, just a quick reminder. Right now we're standing by to see if testing will spool back up. They've kept the road closed and no signs of people going back to the pad yet. Of course, I say that now looking at a booster that is no longer venting. No real signs of prop load or anything going on. So we're going to stand by and see what exactly is going on here. But in the meantime, do feel free to keep sending us your questions, tagging us at NASASpaceflight to ask those questions. We'll try to answer as many of those as we can. But right now, I mean, Nick, what are you going to be looking at as far as any chances of testing spooling back up here?
Well, I think first big piece of information that we're waiting for is any kind of prop loading, because again they did detank. It looks like they detanked most of the propellant off the vehicle, but we didn't hear the big detank vents that we would normally associate with like a scrub for the day. So we're still holding out hope that it's very possible that they could still be planning on doing something today. Possibly, a static fire or spin prime, as Mary did receive an alert notice yesterday for today. So yeah, we're just sitting here waiting, and we'll see if they do prop loading.
A shift change at the roadblock. Apparently, the white pickup has
Yes.
turned into a black. I'm gonna go with Ford
Black
car of some
I
sort.
think it's a Nissan.
You think it's a Nissan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw him drive by, and I was like about to say, "Ooh, car's the pad," and I was like, "Nah, they're just gonna do a little
Yeah.
switcheroo here." And they
It's
did
like a
switcheroo.
shift change.
It's lunchtime.
Uh-huh. All
Gotta
right.
go to lunch. And maybe it's a
Keeping an
Subaru.
eye-
That's
Maybe it's a Subaru.
You want me
It
to
does
zoom
kind
in?
of. My vote is Subaru.
It looks like a
Let's
Subaru
not
from
like
the start.
dox the person that's sitting at the roadblock, please.
Oh, where's the sheriff going? Yeah, I guess it
Yeah.
does have quad exhaust, but some of the bigger fusions have quad exhaust, don't they? Or duals.
Well, heck, I'll be AFK for a second. I'll go check. I'll be right
Nick's
back.
gonna go like up and see what type of car that is.
Let's keep this camera view on, and we'll just see Nick walking towards the car.
I'll walk up and knock on the window, and then report back in as to the type of car that is.
Yeah, the one sheriff car left, the other one's still chilling there.
Yeah. But the roadblock's
again,
still closed.
Road is still closed, and we're not seeing personnel lining up to go back to the pad, which is why we're like can't really say anything about they're done because they clearly have no intention of returning to the pad anytime soon.
Yep. Yeah, we're just, again, folks, we're watching the roadblock because if a bunch of cars start to line up there, it's an indication that somebody told employees get ready to go back to the pad, which means that they may be done with testing and they have to go fix something or inspect something or whatever, right? They don't waste any time. You'll see people line up and go out there before the road even opens again. So that is why we're keeping an eye on the roadblock there. Saw a frost line a while ago, which is like a couple hours at this point, on the booster, but then the frost line quickly melted away and receded, and we have not seen it reappear. And if you watch here, the pipes are no longer white and frosty. They've defrosted as well. Not a lot of indications that they've got a lot of cryo anything happening on the booster or the OLM right now. So we're continuing to watch. They haven't opened the road yet, which is usually like an indicator for us. Okay, they're done for the day because they've opened the road, right? And we are standing by, waiting to see exactly what happens here. But
It's a Subaru.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nick is reporting that it is a Subaru.
Nick is reporting that it's a Subaru. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the mystery is solved. We can all go home now. It's a Subaru.
This is the kind of the investigative journalism that we're here for.
Yeah. You can see the hood scoop from Nick's perspective. Like, why did they put a hood scoop on a car?
Well,
Anyways.
I think it's one of the sporty ones.
It is
One
very
of the fun
sporty.
Subarus. It has the 2 exhaust pipes. That's how you know it's fast.
Got
Okay.
another super chat here from Morgan saying, on crewed flights to Mars, could they use some of the liquid oxygen to provide oxygen for life support on crewed areas? I mean, in theory, sure, you could probably fairly easily design a system that takes liquid oxygen, lets it evaporate, and then, use that to feed your life support systems. But I think generally speaking, that's not what is normally done, simply because like maintaining liquid oxygen is a pretty energy intensive process, keeping it cold and pressurized. I think compressed air is usually the standard. So like they could, but I don't think that's actually the most practical solution. I think they usually do not rely on liquid oxygen for breathing air.
Yeah, that would be cold.
It would also be cold. Space is cold enough.
Yeah, space is cold. You need to bring a Starship plushie. Keep you warm.
There you go. Alright. Looking for some more questions here. Still some venting near the booster. Yeah, chat pointing out there's still, like, every once in a while there's vapors from underneath the booster. Like, that's not completely gone away. It's much less than it was before. But yeah, it's just this is a weird state of limbo. Normally by now we would know whether they are recycling or not. It's strange that we don't see really any signs one way or the other.
Oh, absolutely. This is a very strange test for sure.
Maybe they're just testing our patience.
Well, we need to make sure that we succeed this test.
Nick, what have you been up to in Boca? What have you been working on? What kind of exciting things can you share with the NSF chat?
You know, that's a good question. I like that. So last night was what was that, Sunday night? I was rebuilding the van box, our robot brain that is able to provide live views of right now Starship, which we're not using this box right now on any of these views, but it's out there in the field doing its thing. After we had a static fire, we decided to make some upgrades and some tweaks to the box. So it was all in pieces on my dining room table for like 4 hours last night as I rebuilt the whole thing. So that was kind of fun. Other than that, I did not have any bacon. Sorry, Jack, if you're listening. Did not have any bacon. What's new in the Space Coast there, Mr. Thomas?
Well, we had a Starlink launch on Saturday night, so that was my
yes.
Saturday evening. And then let's see, yesterday I was just hanging out watching the Firefly coverage, hoping to tune back into that later today. We're getting ready for another Starlink launch tomorrow night. NASASpaceflight will have live coverage of the Starlink launch from Florida tomorrow night from Slick 40. Otherwise, I think we're getting close to some SLS testing too. We'll have to see if they stick to schedule on the modified wet dress rehearsal that they're going to eventually do. That'll be another Space Coast event over here. But otherwise, keeping tabs on some things around the world with spaceflight these days. Do have another sort of relevant question here. Has any of the NSF camera crew had any run-ins with scary wildlife while walking around the desert scrub? I guess this is a good question for you there, Nick.
Well, not really. So there are coyotes around here, just like out of a cartoon, Wile E. the Coyote. But they're pretty skittish, so if they even hear you or smell you or think you might be around, they'll run away. So I wouldn't really classify those as necessarily scary animals, and they're kind of cool to see. You know, they're like big dogs. They look really fun. Would love to pet one, but I don't think they'll let you because they're quite skittish.
What? Please don't try to pet the coyotes, Nick.
No, I did.
Please.
I would like to. I didn't say I would.
NASA Spaceflight not responsible if you try to pet a coyote.
Okay, come on. Well, what if it wants to be pet? You think about that? It looks like it wants to be
Have
pet.
it sign a waiver. If you can get it to sign a waiver, then fine, you can pet the coyote. But if you can't get it to sign a waiver, no.
All right, the waiver will be right underneath a nice big steak. Anyway, yeah, so they're coyotes. I wouldn't really classify those as scary. They run away from you pretty quickly. There are some man-eating spiders out here. Those are quite terrifying. There's some crabs. I guess there's some ocelots. That's what they are, right? Those big cats. But I have never seen one of those.
I've never seen one. Have you seen? Nobody's.
Nope.
I don't think anybody's seen one.
I've never seen one, so whatever. Guess they're here somewhere. Maybe they're invisible. I bet you they're invisible. What other kind of wildlife do we have out here? I mean, mosquitoes.
Crabs.
Actually, I had mentioned crabs, but mosquitoes are probably the most deadly thing around here.
Huh? I'm
Not
trying to
even
think
joking.
what else. Like
oh, there's the big, what are those, mule deers or whatever? What are those?
the nilgai.
Nilgai. Yeah.
The nilgai. Yeah, the imported weird deer that run like horses.
Yep. That
Yep.
mess up cars on occasion.
Yep. There was there's actually been a family of raccoons lately.
Really?
Running around, and it's three raccoons. I see them on the camera sometimes, and I imagine they're in the trash over at the beach. I don't know like how they came in from Brownsville and ended up all the way over here, but they must have followed a line of something and ended up out at the beach. But I've been regularly seeing them. Like every couple days, I'll see raccoons out there. And I wonder, like, I actually worry about it because I don't think that raccoons would normally live there on the beach.
Yeah, I don't think so either. No.
Oh, we just got a big vent from the OLM. Look.
Yep, that's pretty.
It's not a depress vent, but...
Well, at least
What
it's
kind of vent is
something.
At least it's something nice. So, anyways, the raccoons, like, I don't know. Clearly, they're not dangerous. Don't get bit by a rabid raccoon or anything like that. But I wonder if they pose a threat to any of the other species there. Like, are they eating eggs of shorebirds or something? Shorebirds laying eggs in the grass don't really have a lot of protection from a raccoon. I guess they climb trees anyways, but I wonder if they're like an invasive-esque species. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if they would impact other wildlife out there. So,
That's possible.
I mean, no, I can't do anything with it. It's like I can't turn on the autocannons and take out the raccoons as they come over, but,
Yep. So what was that vent? Do we know? Was that one of the tanking vents?
Well, wherever it was, it went away right away. So, like, normally that starts venting when they're starting to spool up activity, and then it stops right before propellant load. But that short of a vent doesn't really mean anything. Like,
and we've seen it.
Not anything useful, at least.
Yeah, we've seen it go for a very long time, where it's just venting like that after tests. But I guess we'll have to watch for the other indications to see if we can't see what's going on. Let's get a closer look here. Looking for frost on the booster, looking for frosty white lines underneath. That pipe on the left-hand side, that sort of longer pipe on the left-hand side, not the one that turns really sharply, but the longer one. Huh.
Oh yes, clearly that pipe.
That one. Well, the one that gets frosty. I mean, there's one pipe over there that gets frosty on the left-hand side, and it doesn't seem to be frosty right now.
Yeah. Huh. Ever perplexing Texas tank watching is.
Yep.
Well, I'll keep the questions coming. I was trying to think. Of course, we have gators here at the Space Coast. Definitely encountered some of those. Had some wild hogs around the Cape Canaveral area sometimes too. Those are the big ones. We have dolphins, but the dolphins aren't really dangerous.
I mean, you don't really want to mess with a wild hog. I'd guess down around Brownsville it'd be like javelina. And I know that there's hog populations down there as well, but you really don't want to mess with those with the tusks. I mean, if you get
No.
in the wrong situation, those can definitely be dangerous animals, but
Yeah.
they're not going to run a quarter mile to come and actively attack you or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, maybe we bring this back on topic with another question. Hey, thanks for giving us something to talk about. Right now, we're waiting on SpaceX to decide what they're doing today. So, Ticonderoga has a question. Considering the number of successful Starship landings, aka 1, how many successful orbital flights before SpaceX considers Starship and booster operational?
Jeez, it depends on how the
Yeah,
flights
a
go.
lot.
Like you can have a successful flight that still has some anomalies, and then how do you address those anomalies? How serious are those anomalies? So
Maybe let's classify a successful orbital flight as one that didn't have any anomalies that actually affected the flight. Like, oh, okay, this sensor failed halfway through, and we'll just have to make sure we get better ones. Like,
yeah, like the toilet doesn't have to work, right?
Apparently not. But yeah,
I mean,
I think the way NASA phrased it or parsed it out for commercial crew was that configuration of Falcon 9 had to fly 7 times before you could human rate it.
right.
Obviously, Starship is going to need more flights to be human rated because there were other Falcon 9s flying before then, right? But as far as operational, I mean, normally one complete flight to orbit that goes off successfully without major anomalies is enough to put payloads on board.
That's true. Like OTF, you get your one OTF, and as long as it goes well, you just start flying.
Right. Now, but do you not count Starship and Booster operational until they're also landing successfully? That's not how they did with Falcon 9. Falcon 9 wasn't landing until well after it was operational.
That's interesting. Like, is there a crossover point where you move from a rocket that can take payloads into space and its secondary bonus mission is that it's reusable? And then do you transition into, well, this is a reusable rocket, it should be landing every time primarily? Like, I guess I guess it comes down to whether or not you're requiring the system to bring things back for you, right? So with a Falcon 9 booster, once the Falcon 9 has put its payload on the appropriate trajectory, if the booster doesn't land, the primary mission is still good, and it's not like you were returning science from the ISS. Whereas a Dragon capsule needs to come all the way back down because the Dragon capsule is returning science from the ISS. So if you send a Starship up there and it deploys its payload successfully, primary mission accomplished, it's a bonus to get it back, but geez. It's supposed to be a reusable rocket system.
Right. Yeah. Now that's definitely different than it was the first couple landings.
Yeah. You could definitely make the decision and say, hey, it's the same situation. If we get the booster, if we get the Starship back the first couple flights, that's a bonus. But the primary mission is still to deploy the payload. It's just curious. It's such a shell game. It's like, oh, you keep redefining your terms because are you trying to make this reusable system work, or are you trying to get some Starlinks into orbit?
Right.
Like the first time Starship goes orbital, I think the Starlinks are the bonus.
Yeah.
In proving that the system works is almost like the primary objective, and it's just like, oh wow, we're going. We're not going to just yeet a wheel of cheese with a car on top of it into space. We want to actually get this booster back. We want to get this ship back, but there's probably also a higher chance of catastrophic failure, especially with the booster coming back down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's the booster and the ship if you're trying to catch them both with the chopsticks, right? Because you can't just get close. And even if SpaceX had one booster that just pummeled through the drone ship and poked a hole in it and sank the drone ship, they still had other drone ships, right?
Yep.
And they're not quite in that same situation yet. If you take out the tower at Boca, the one at the Cape isn't quite ready yet. So it's a huge impact if you don't get that ship back and you were trying to catch it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sort of pontificating on this, I feel, but I don't know. Chat, y'all agree with that, hopefully?
Yeah, I think there's a line, once you're capable of delivering payloads to orbit, that's operational in one sense. But as far as meeting the goals of the Starship program definitely has to be fully reusable and reliably reusable.
Yeah.
Um,
I think you could still get good experimental data, engineering data out of the program and do useful things with it, even if you were flying non-reusable payloads or starships or whatever. Like, you could potentially fly the booster a few times and put something that, if you get it back, that's cool. If you don't get it back, whatever. But you put some sort of payload. Like, SpaceX could make that decision and work it that way. They could come up with stripped down starships and just throw things into orbit with them and not expect to get them back. Like, that's certainly a possibility, because you still learn about building starships and you learn about launching boosters and you learn about all the stage 0 stuff. Like, there's tons of good information you get from doing that, even if the first starships don't come home and get caught and get reused. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would personally not be surprised if SpaceX did make the call, like, hey, we're just going to put a couple things in orbit and get this good experience on stage 0 in the booster and not worry about the Starship itself out of the gate. And then, you have other starships coming up that need to actually come back and land. But I would be very surprised if the first Starship to go into space, well, no, we already know that the first one technically is going to get dumped in the ocean, right?
Right.
But the first couple starships, I would not be surprised if the first couple starships did not come back. And I think that maybe frees up a little bit when they've got multiple operational towers working potentially at multiple sites. Man, I don't know. But even that, like, it's not the same as the drone ship being out in the Atlantic. Because you can't just take out the tower at Boca and then be like, oh, by the way, KSC, that didn't go so great at Boca, but we're going to try it at KSC. Is that cool? There at 39A?
You can be like,
Like, it's not
no,
the
thanks.
same. Yeah, it's not the same as a drone ship that's out there, and you could take out one and then take out another, and you're not really impacting, I guess, United States human spaceflight if you hit the ground hard at 39A. You know what I mean? So, anyways, interesting to think about. And the good thing is that SpaceX sort of gets to decide this. Like, SpaceX could very well come back and say, hey, here's what we're going to do. We don't expect to get the Starship back. Or, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to focus on booster and stage 0, and we're going to come up with a couple stripped down starships. Like, I don't think it's likely that they would say that that's the 100% thing, but I don't think that they'd let them hold it, like, let that hold it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, anyways.
A lot of different points to talk about there. Definitely a noteworthy question there, so thank you for that.
Yeah, Monzon Official, we are a very scientific channel, and we love to talk through scientific and engineering things like that. So we also have fun. But, yes, thanks for watching.
I'll keep some more coming. We got a couple more. Well, actually, we have this message that says a $20 super chat for the Mosquito Defense Gear Fund.
Ooh,
so
nice.
Upgrading there, we appreciate that. Wolfram with that support. Here's a good question about the orbital test flight. North Coast asks if SpaceX would launch the first orbital test flight in fog similar to the SN11 test flight, assuming every other variable is pointing go for launch. So basically, is there some sort of line of sight requirement for the first Starship test flight?
Oh, geez. Nick?
Geez. I mean, hopefully they use nice weather.
Please.
I'd like to see this. I think we've all waited a long time. We'd all like to see this. And obviously this is, just pure speculation on my part, but I could not see them launching in SN11 type weather for the first orbital launch attempt. Now, maybe once
you're right,
it's
you
a little
wouldn't
more
see
repetitive. Oh, hush. Oh, hush. Oh,
gosh. Boo.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, I couldn't see it happening because we all want to see this happen, and Elon wants his pretty pictures, and I want my pretty pictures too. So I really hope that they don't launch with bad weather. But as they get more comfortable with it, I could definitely see them, expanding the boundaries of the envelope.
Yeah, I think I'm probably agreeing with you there. I think at the time of Starship 11, they were like, listen, none of our sensors are optical, like they don't rely on being able to see, so we can conduct the test flight even if it doesn't look good. not going to sit around just so we have clearer skies, as long as none of the other weather rules are violated, of course. And I think maybe considering how the SN11 test flight ended, there was a rapid unscheduled disassembly, of course. I wonder if, and obviously, well, right after that, the next test flight after that was SN15, which was not only a nominal ascent, but a nominal landing for the first time. So I don't know, maybe it's wrong to say that they learned from SN11 and would not do that anymore. Maybe they clearly had enough data to correct it and fly on 15. I don't know. I mean, most test flights don't have a pure visibility rule. We talk about this with SLS because they have those markers on like the boosters and stuff like that to help them compare imagery during launch. But it's not actually a hard like launch commit criteria. Like if it's low visibility, you can still launch Artemis 1 test flight and meet all the primary objectives and whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know how necessary that visibility really is. I'm totally on board that I would absolutely hope so, because it'd be really disappointing to have the orbital test flight and not see it. But at the end of the day, the primary objective is probably not the pretty pictures. The primary objective is conducting the launch. So
Pictures are everything.
I think they're definitely hoping for good weather, and I think that gives them a lot more data, especially all the ground tracking cameras and things.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's a hard launch commit criteria, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep.
We don't want another stainless steel raining through the fog on top of our cameras. Like,
no, we do not.
Come on. Can you imagine what that would look like? Oh my gosh, we missed that.
I would rather not.
We didn't get to see that. It was going to happen one way or the other, Thomas, so we might have well been able to see it.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought you meant what it would look like if it happened on the test flight. I think. I thought that's what you were saying. I was like, no, I would like to not do it, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, if an anomaly is going to happen one way or the other, I certainly don't wish for anomalies. But if they did happen, I would like them to happen in ways that we can see them.
Yes, fair.
Is it very clear there?
Yes.
Yes. Just a quick update, because I know some people in chat are still mentioning this. We are aware of, obviously, of the Blue Origin anomaly earlier today. Blue Origin did put out another tweet confirming that the booster impacted the ground. There were no injuries. All personnel are accounted for, so everyone is safe there. But, confirming the loss of booster and that the capsule was recovered safely. That was an in-flight abort on an uncrewed New Shepard flight this morning from West Texas. If you missed that story, definitely check out the article on NASASpaceflight that summarizes what the plans for the launch were and what happened, at least that we know. No further details on details or causes or anything like that. But just another brief update. We're not really talking about it too much because it's not really relevant to this, and also we don't really know that much. We just know that it failed and had an in-flight abort.
Yeah. Real quick, while y'all keep talking, I am going to go up and down the length of the booster here, and we will see if we can see anything going on with the booster. But taking control of the camera. Yeah, exactly. If y'all see something, sing out, but I'll zoom all the way in and fill the whole frame with it here.
So that's the orbital launch mat. Obviously, not seeing any pipes or anything frosty right now, which is, no fluids really even being flowed towards the vehicle. Obviously, no frost ring. Near the bottom of the vehicle, we saw a liquid oxygen frost ring at the beginning of today's testing, but unfortunately it has receded. They appear to have started propellant loading a while ago and then back out of it, and propellant load is no longer underway. So we're standing by to see if SpaceX recycles or sends personnel back to the pad. Right now they have done neither, which is interesting. But getting some up-close views of the rocket.
Look at those chines. Inside those chines are the COPVs, the composite overwrap pressure vessels that hold some. What are they pressurized? What's in them?
It's usually just pressurized
nitrogen. Is it just nitrogen? Okay. Didn't know if it was something else besides just nitrogen.
Sometimes it's helium, but I don't think Starship and Super ever use helium.
Okay. But they use those for starting up some Raptors. Yep, so those are those.
Which was a little dirty up there at the top. What's going on here?
I think that's I don't know. I think that's a little bit of reflection of the chopsticks there. But yeah, there's a few dirt spots that I see.
There are the stringers we talked about earlier. That's the section of the booster between the LOX tank, the liquid oxygen tank on the bottom, and the methane tank on top. That section of the booster is where the common dome sits, and there's just a little extra structural support there.
And then we can see on the right there the oilage vents, or whatever those vents are, that help point it.
Also seeing that line going up the kind of left-hand side of the booster, that's like avionics and electronics lines running up for data and electricity reasons.
Booster is tall.
Booster's pretty tall. It's still going.
I just set it to minimum rate, and I'm just holding the up button to do the slow. Are those words? No, it's just a line where they look like they tack something in horizontally.
Yeah, something like that.
I thought it was like a label or something we might be able to read. The sun's coming into the side of the camera lens now. I'm looking up high enough. We'll get to the grid fins in a second.
And there's, of course, the much heavier structural support for... It's not really an... I guess it's an interstage. Just the top part of the booster. It covers the top dome of the methane tank. But, of course, what you would traditionally call the interstage, the part where, like, the... engines actually sit is actually on the Starship. The engines are contained within that, so it's different from most interstages like that on Falcon 9, for example.
Yeah.
You can see how windy it is though because of the cables from the chopstick system.
I mean, that is a lot of motion in that cable system. Like, that has to increase the amount of wear and tear on that cable system significantly. Look at them go. They even look like they're hitting each other sometimes. You can hear them, can't you, Nick?
Yeah, they make really cool sounds, just like a laser blaster in Star Wars. They sound like a...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you hear them knocking against each other pretty frequently whenever it's windy.
No kidding. I mean, that's got to have something to do with the life of that system, or the maintenance required for that system. I don't know if maybe there's some, like, cableologist engineers out there or something like, oh, no, that's not that big of a deal. But, you know, you don't see motion like that on a cable-stayed bridge, especially where cables are hitting each other, right? And that is a lot of motion from those cables up there. Wow.
Some other items to point out here while we got zoomed in here. Obviously, you got the grid fins, 4 grid fins that stay extended during flight. There's also right below those stringers for the kind of interstage type structure. You can see some just kind of radial outward facing vents / thrusters that will also be used for like attitude control, but they're not like deflected or anything. If you see like depress venting and previous testing, the really loud Booster 7 depress vent comes from those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Up close and personal with Booster 7, which isn't doing anything.
Yep. Still just sitting here.
Apparently, now somebody can fact check me on this, but I believe Starchface and Alex over here, they're saying that steel cables are how they made some of the original sound effects for like laser blasters.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, that is true.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just tension cables that you're almost not playing like a guitar because they're not vibrating, but making those sorts of motions. I guess technically they're vibrating, but just different than a guitar string.
Yep.
So,
Pretty
they
cool.
really do sound like laser blasters, though. Like I mean, I can't make the noise. Nick, make the noise.
Watch like the wind cut pass filter on this microphone. Just cut all that out.
Oh, yeah, good times. All right, we'll go back down to the bottom here. I can certainly move the camera a lot more quickly than that. Here, we'll rewind really quickly. Back down to the bottom.
We did have a question pertaining to those grid fins we were looking at. Tyler's saying, why are the Super Heavy grid fins placed differently than on the Falcon 9 booster? My understanding is, and how Elon described it, I think he talked about it in a Tim interview, they basically moved the grid fins to be on the sides of the booster, rather than on Falcon 9 where they're all 4 evenly spaced, 90 degrees apart from one another. On the Super Heavy, there are 2 pairs that are slightly closer to one another, and that's basically because as long as you can control the roll of the rocket appropriately, if the grid fins are more horizontal, if that description works, you have a little bit more control authority in the pitch direction, which is the primary direction that the grid fins need to actuate in, because you're controlling your angle of attack of the booster on the way down to help bleed off some energy and guide itself aerodynamically towards the landing spot. You don't need, as long as you have sufficient, thruster control for roll control, you don't really need the grid fins to be responsible for that necessarily. So it's basically about adjusting it to give you a little bit more authority in the pitch direction during landing.
Makes sense. Because otherwise you could have, if you have it so that there are two straight out to the side, like relative to the way you're pitching, and then two perpendicular to the axis that they're pitching on, the ones that are perpendicular aren't going to help you much. And if you sort of put them closer to each other, you can actually get all four grid fins in the airflow from the pitch direction, as opposed to like making two of them that are sort of worthless or having a little bit less authority because they're at an exactly 90-degree symmetrical pattern, I guess, right?
Yeah. Also, really quick, we got some more venting from the launch mount again.
Jeez.
Listen, here's the thing. If the venting keeps going for a while, that's a good sign. Oh, and here we go. Now it's venting from the booster.
Woohoo.
This is the most action we've had in like an hour.
It is, it's true. I'm checking the other cameras to see if we can see where that loud noise came from.
It's coming from the booster vents, DOS, middle of the booster. Well, it just stopped, but...
Yeah, you couldn't...
Yeah,
I don't think you could see him on the right-hand cam, could you?
I saw
Or
him.
did I just... You saw him? Okay, I just wasn't looking at the right spot.
Yeah.
Right.
There was a little bit at the very top of the methane tank, but then more at the liquid oxygen vents.
Gotcha.
Okay, so here's what that means. They just depressurized the tank slightly, which could mean one of two things. Either they're done for the day, or there is sometimes a depress vent right before propellant loading. And based on the fact that the orbital launch mount is venting, my guess is the latter. Obviously, we're going to have to wait for more signs of propellant loading. The things to look out for will definitely be pipes getting frosty and things. But this could be a recycle, and they could finally be getting back into it. I know Adrian is typing in our back channel, and he knows all the details better than I do, so I'll let him add anything to that. But this could be a good sign.
Oh my gosh. Hang on, let's check in
there's
real
more
quick.
venting.
Well, we have the nominal number of cars. It looks like there's two non-sheriff vehicles chatting there, driver's side to driver's side, but there's not a stack of employees there waiting to go back to the pad. So,
Right.
Huh.
But that vent on the launch mount, last time they did a really short vent that didn't really do anything. This one is started venting and is now and that's continuing the nominal vent rate, for lack of a better word,
Right.
that we see while they chill down the ground lines and stuff like that, and then the vent does stop right before they start loading into the vehicle. We've noticed.
Yeah.
Kind of intermittently. It's not like a hard fast rule, but little is in Texas take watching.
But that's what we're doing. Again, we're watching that roadblock like we mentioned earlier. If we see employees start to stack up their vehicles there, that's usually a sign they may be done, but there are no employees stacked up there right now, so that may be a sign that they are not done with the test window here. And we're also getting those increased audio levels indicating that there's some equipment going. So maybe they were waiting for something to do something. I don't know. I don't know what could they have been waiting for that didn't require a visit to the pad. Something to depressurize, something to defrost, something to reach a pressure. Those are not normally things that we would normally see during a nominal flow, right?
Right. There are some things they can work on remotely. They can, if they're like, okay, we had a thermal cycle issue and we need something to just reach ambient temperature before we can go back into the countdown.
Yep.
They might have had to sit there for a little bit and wait for things to either warm up or cool down. There's also, if it was an electrical thing, like a battery had to be charged or something, you can command, your electrical connections to do things without going back to the pad. They could have had a voltage thing, and they're just like, hey, we need to charge this battery, or we need to discharge this battery and recharge it, or something. There could have been some electrical cycle thing, which would have no visual indications of anything. So there are some things that they could have just been troubleshooting remotely that they needed, the vehicle to not be prop loaded for.
Yep.
But
Cat wants to
anyway.
know the make and model of the other car that was at the roadblock.
Oh.
I'm gonna go with looks like it may be driving away, but that looks like a bow tie on the back. I'm gonna go with Chevy truck.
Yeah, it was a Silverado or something.
Yeah, goodbye. Gone.
It's gone now. No longer relevant. Oh man. All right. Well,
I
now that
mean,
we might just now. Here's the thing. So to set this up appropriately, this vent sometimes precedes testing by like an hour or so. So this could be the very beginning of a longer chill down process that then goes into prop load. So don't get discouraged if we don't see anything super soon. Keep tabs on this with us, and we will see. We'll point out and tweet out and all those things as soon as propellant loading is actually started. We're not going anywhere though, because this is now at least back into testing activity.
yeah, because chat would come after us if we went somewhere right now.
Yeah,
so.
if we left now, that would be a really bad idea.
Yeah. I know it's not the best angle of exactly what's going on, but this is just a cool shot.
Oh,
Like,
that is true.
Sorry, not sorry. This is a very cool shot right here. Let's see if I can. Yeah, let's make it even prettier. I mean, you can see the venting going in the background. And it's like winds from the north a little bit today. It's not sort of streaming. Well, it's sort of coming north. I guess from the north right now, but it's not streaming to the west as hard as it normally would. It's almost like going out into those flats. But either way, a little bit of wind shake aside, that's just a cool shot with the Starship and the booster and the tower and the Pope vent and the tank farm and stuff.
Very
Anywho.
beautiful. Very, very beautiful.
It is. Who decided where to put this, Nick? You know them?
Starship? I think that was
No,
Elon's choice.
the camera. No, the camera. Who decided where the camera was going today?
I don't know. Some guy named Nick. The rake.
Nice. It's very photographic framing. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm going to keep some questions coming while we wait for more signs of further progress in testing, but it does look like they're getting back into the countdown, at least I hope. All right, let me see here. Here's a question, 5XL outdoors. Would it be possible to use some sort of expanding foam habitat? Picture a big life raft off a cruise ship or something, lightweight, fast, and would have great insulation. So talking about like, surface habitats or well, there's been concepts for inflatable space habitats for a while now. There's a module on the ISS from Bigelow Aerospace that it, launches compactly and then inflates on orbit. That concept has also totally been pitched for surface bases, just very similar technology, and has the main benefit of being way bigger after you inflate it, so it can be compact and fit within a rocket, and then inflate to a much bigger habitat once you're wherever you're going. So that's definitely been something proposed, and definitely that would fit within Starship launches and stuff.
For me, I would not want to live in a habitat made of great stuff. Like, that stuff is an absolute mess. It sticks to everything. I'm talking about expanding foam, right? It is an absolute mess if you're trying to, like, fill in a crack or something like that, and that stuff touches anything else. It is so sticky. I would not want my house to be made of it. But I guess if it solidifies before you get anywhere near it, it's just so hard to make good shapes with that because it sort of expands and it is sticky as all get out.
But does your expanding foam turn orange in the sunlight?
Well, the anti-insect expanding foam actually starts out orange, which your wife will chew you out about if you use the expanding insect foam to block out a place where she thinks that, like, yellow jackets are getting into the house, and then you use that, but then you can see the foam from the outside, and you take a knife up there and you're trying to scrape it off, and she's like, but you can see the orange, and I'm like, do you want yellow jackets or you do want orange foam? I
see.
There's a lot of
was that
balance
on the can?
In the engineering. Look, my primary goal, my primary mission, like getting a spacecraft to orbit, was to stop the ingress of insects, and I did that. But apparently there was like an aesthetic factor that I didn't consider, and apparently the aesthetic factor was also important in the grading of the completion of the task.
Yeah, the range artistic officer was not happy about that.
The range art officer, nice. Nope, doesn't look cool enough, not cleared for launch.
More orange.
Anyways.
Oh, I saw that vent like start coming to frame on the left, and I was like, wait, what was that? It was just more vapors.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so we talked about the habitats there. Thank you for that support and the question there. I'll be Well, some more here. Robert Hunter asking, do you think that SpaceX could put a mini Starship on top of Super Heavy? Why do a mini Starship when you could do a real Starship?
Also, good question.
I mean, there was one point to like have a subscale Starship test, like launched on a Falcon 9 or something, but they kind of scrapped that idea pretty quickly. It was an idea, but they never really were going to do it.
Like,
What
not
if
a-
I want
not
to
a s-
launch like 12 tons of lead to low Earth orbit?
It's not really a starship, but it's like a stub ship or something. Like imagine like a 3-ring starship or something that looks like a clown car on top. I don't know how the physics work out on that. The aerodynamics maybe. Somebody get in touch with the cursed rockets. The daily cursed rockets tweets, right?
All right. Let's see what other questions we've got here. Oh no. Reich
Uh-oh.
says, what first, KSP-2 or successful orbital launch?
Ooh. I think we had this question before DOS was on a couple streams ago, and we needed his opinion on that.
What, Starship orbital launch or KSP-2?
Yep. Which one's first?
That's tough.
We
That
broke
is
DOS.
very tough. I mean, okay. I don't know. I feel like KSP-2 doesn't have Elon Musk driving it forward.
That's true.
So I feel like Starship orbital launch in the real world may beat KSP-2 simply because Elon Musk is only involved with one side of that equation, right?
Smart.
That's what I would probably go with because there's a definite driver behind it versus KSP-2. Like they want to get it right. They don't want the Kraken to be there. It's not a cute, fun thing. It's physics that aren't working correctly in the game simulation. So I'm going to go with orbital test flight. How's that?
Well, at least the physics are all figured out for the orbital test flight.
We have a universe scale simulator that we can
Wait,
run the experiment in.
Watch it get to like stage separation, and like the physics Kraken just appears in real life and just gobbles up the whole rocket.
The Starship system goes like full noodle mode and like bends in half and then wobbles all over the place.
Perfect. Zero
Jeb is
problems with
aboard
that.
somehow. Like somehow Jeb snuck aboard because you forgot to remove him before you sent it out to the pad.
Oh no!
Oh.
Poor Jeb. Go save Jeb.
It really does like seriously come down to a personality thing. Like there is a bunch of people who are very interested in getting to play KSP-2, but Elon Musk is driving Starship. I would probably go with the orbital flight.
Yeah, I yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that then, I think. I mean, there is always that internal debate when you accidentally roll out a rocket and Jeb's on board. You're like, okay, is it worth reverting all the way back to the VAB just to take Jeb off, or do we just send it?
It comes down to like part count. Like if it takes like 5 minutes to load the ship onto the pad and you're going to risk crashing the game, heck no, you don't revert it. You just have Jeb jump out and climb down the ladder, or
that's
toss
true.
out
You
his
could do
parachute
that.
or whatever. Yeah, you normally get Jeb out by just having him egress the vehicle while it's on the pad and wish for the best as he tumbles down the side of the rocket.
Spoken like a true Kerbal player does.
Cruise
Thank you.
You got it.
third DOS.
You got it. I've launched some very large ships, and I'm like, this is a test flight. You're not supposed to be on board. Get out. We didn't design this rocket so crew can only be loaded in the VAB. That's ridiculous. Get out of the rocket right now. I know there's no structure for you to climb down. Better hope you bounce. Anyways.
I hope you bounce. Keep the questions coming here. We got one from IndyCar. Why not pay the weight penalty and put legs back on the Super Heavy? Won't the booster need them to land at sea anyway? Not sure about Starship. Well,
I think the
base.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah,
Somebody,
I think the idea
go.
is to do an oil rig, and at that point you can support a whole tower on an oil rig out in the ocean. And at that point, why would you have the weight penalty on the booster if you could have it on the ground or on the ocean? So, yep. Shouldn't need to go back to that, hopefully.
Yeah, especially on the booster. Like, there's not a lot of use cases where the booster itself needs to land at an unprepared site, right? We've talked about, like, Starship point-to-point, commercial or DoD delivering equipment or whatever, right? And Starship can see itself in situations where it may need to land at unprepared sites, or at least sites where you haven't built a huge tower with chopsticks on the side of them, right?
Yeah.
But the booster doesn't necessarily have that same constraint. The booster is supposed to be coming back to prepared sites, whether it's like an RTLS back to the tower here, or it's to an oil rig, or somebody's mom's ship, or whatever, right? Like,
Yep.
supposed to be coming down on prepared sites for the booster specifically.
Yeah, but I think for the ship, there's definitely in the near term you're going to need legs on that to go to the moon and go to Mars originally and stuff like that.
Yep. There's going to be lots of variants. Starship is not going to be I hate to say it this way, one size fits all solution, because Starship may be one size, but it'll have all sorts of different components that are sort of like Lego style added, like this one needs fins, this one doesn't need fins, it's going to the moon, it's not re-entering, this one needs heat tiles, it's coming back down to Earth, this one doesn't need heat tiles, it's going to the moon or beyond or whatever. This one needs legs, this one doesn't need legs. Like, I think you're going to see different sort of kitted out variants of the same basic Starship bus, the Starship design, the Starship structure. And
there'll be Starship class vehicles, but there'll be different versions.
Starship class vehicles, I like it. Oh man, you got the upgraded chrome landing legs. Nice.
Your livery's way cooler than mine.
I hope we see some booster underglow here as we get towards a static fire of some Raptor engines.
Yeah, on that front, just
bringing it back
to
around.
Keep an eye out. I think that pipe out to the left of the orbital launch mount that sometimes frosts up may be frosty again. It's hard to tell. There are other pipes in the way too. But I don't know, this is looking very like. I'm on the fence as to what's actually happening. Obviously, activity has picked up. There's a lot more vapors in the area. It looks like they could be chilling lines and things like that. But the OLM vent has also stopped.
You see anything in that area that excites you?
Maybe
I don't
not.
think so.
What is that white balloon?
Wait, what?
You see that? It looks like a light bulb, like an oversized light bulb somebody screwed in there. Sort of like half behind that other
I
pipe.
bet you that's the birthday balloon for Mary.
No. Why is it under the OLM?
Probably got stuck up under there.
Nick, next time you're clear to go over there, maybe get a shot of what that
I
is.
didn't-
See
I
what that
didn't see
thing
that.
is.
That's
Yeah.
good thought. I will.
Huh. But not a lot of like frosty ice on that specific piping in that area. So
Yeah.
I should have saved my previous framing. I'm doing it live, y'all. Sorry.
I mean, so on that right-hand side view, you can see, and now that he's zooming out, there's still a little bit of venting from the launcher, and it is usually normal for that to like kind of pulse on and off every once in a while. But we're not seeing, we're not seeing the pipes around the launch mount get frosty. We're not seeing frost lines on the vehicle. We're not seeing engine chill vents anywhere. On that right-hand side view, near the base of the tower is where we would see the engine chill vent from the methane side of the engines.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing that either, so...
Here, I got one that's like totally T-bar for you, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, those ground lines there's vapors on the ground.
Yep.
Something's happening, but it's
Ground
nothing
vents.
particularly exciting yet.
Those pulsing vents are coming out of the site. You can see those horizontal pulsing vents. That must be the audio that we're hearing occasionally, y'all think?
Yeah, I'd guess so.
Potentially. I mean, the biggest indicator, like, once prop load gets to a point where you either see frost or engine chill starts, that'll be much more obvious, and that kind of removes the gray area. Right now, all we can base our observations on is where we see vapors or frost building up on like the GSE, which is less clear.
Yep.
They're also always, of course, constantly changing the countdown sequences and things like that. So we have educated guesses based on what we've seen before, but things can always be changing.
Yeah. That's a cool shot, though.
Yeah.
I love it when all the vapors are sort of like going along at ground level. And there's that big T vent, right?
Yeah. Something I've said before, the first time I ever saw a Falcon 9 launch, it was my second ever launch, my first Falcon 9 launch, was SpaceX Demo 1. And the moment of where the vents, or not the vents, just the vapors become visible, like you can look through a camera lens and see that the rocket is all vapory and venty. That's kind of the rocket's kind of chomping at the bit, straining at the leash, trying to go. That moment has always been, and still is, even for launches these days, like a moment for me, like when the adrenaline starts to kick in, when you see that start to happen. Definitely happened on Artemis 1. And that visual does not go, I mean, no matter what the rocket is, even in looking at Starbase, when rockets get frosty, that, it catches your attention.
It feels like the vehicle's alive.
Exactly.
Right? Like all the vapors and the noises, it almost sounds like breathing, right? And it literally feels like the vehicle is coming to life, getting ready to do whatever it's going to do. It really is. It's like an experience, I think.
Well, these are some sentient rockets, so coming to life is very accurate.
I don't know if we should say that. We're going to have trouble using them for experimental flights if we think that they've gained sentience.
Oh, no.
All of a sudden, you have like a moral dilemma. If you can launch the booster
on their own, they're just going to be like, "Yo, quit waiting around. Give me some fuel and let's go."
Is this like the cow at the restaurant at the end of the universe that like comes out and presents itself because it wants you to eat it?
Yeah, okay, maybe I should retract that statement. Let's move on.
Chat knows what I'm talking about. Chat, y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
I do not. Which is very
waiting
unusual.
for chat to catch up. Anyways.
I'll keep questions coming. Let's do that.
Okay, thank you, Thomas.
Keep us on point.
Loki says, question, does SpaceX need to validate the heat shield before they consider ship recovery? They may have a concern of reentry over land until they've confirmed they can reenter safely. I think we're expecting the first Starship reentry to occur, middle of the ocean. If reentry doesn't go well, it won't harm anything, right?
Yes. That is what we're expecting.
I believe they actually have an agreement with NASA that during that reentry, I don't know if it'll be the very first one, but that they have agreement with NASA to like catch aerial imagery and like thermal imagery during reentry using the WB-57 aircrafts.
Yep.
So that they can get more data on how well the heat shield is working. So they have a pretty solid plan on testing that reentry. What isn't clear is when that happens. Like, does the first test flight include the first reentry test, or is that in, unguided, uncontrolled, fully expecting the ship to disintegrate reentry?
Yeah.
That we have not really been updated on. They have heat shield tiles on ship 24, so it seems silly to not attempt a real reentry, even if the expectations are, listen, we don't expect this one to work yet.
Yeah. And again, like exactly where it's coming down, you're not trying to land it for the trajectories we saw coming down off of Hawaii, right? You're not trying to land it just off the coast where it's crossing land for a long time, and then you tell it to do a deorbit burn, and if something goes wrong, there's some high likelihood that huge chunks of debris will land on land. Like, you can sort of mitigate that risk by landing it in the middle of a patch of ocean or something along those lines, right? And that's what you sort of see. I mean, clearly the islands of Hawaii are there nearby, but Hawaii's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's way out there. And so you have a lot of downrange and uprange and cross-range area where even if the ship were to not survive reentry and break up, it's not like this is going to fall a little bit short and hit the coast of California or something. I guess if you were coming around that way, it would be the other side. It would be an East Coast recovery if you flew over land and landed just off the coast in the Atlantic, where an underrun where you fall a little bit too short would risk things landing on land. I mean, aiming at Hawaii in the middle of the ocean means that if it breaks up and it comes down a little bit shorter than you thought, you're not likely to hit things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
And you want to make sure that people are well away from anything on these first few flights.
Yeah. I'm sort of assuming that if the ship breaks up, it will undershoot where it thought it was going to be. Because each small piece may have a different drag to mass ratio, so it's going to slow down more quickly than a whole Starship that's being controlled and using like positive lift to aim for something, right? I sort of feel like they just fall out of the sky, but the debris will go over a wide area, but you mitigate the risk by not trying to land it on land or land it just off the coast when you've been overflying land for a long time.
Yeah, there you go. That vent is still going strong, so definitely activity continuing, but we have to keep an eye out for more concrete signs that they're actually getting into propellant loading.
Yep.
So we'll keep an eye on that, and in the meantime, I'll keep questions coming. Dean Harbold offered a super chat, so we appreciate the support there, Dean. Nate Saunders asking a question. We touched on this a little bit earlier. When they do the 33 engine static fire, will they also need to stack ship 24 on top for a counterweight? I think the general consensus is there's no means confirmed that they need to do that. And we haven't seen any signs that they need to do that necessarily. Of course, there's still probably some steps before a 33 engine static fire, so we will hopefully find out closer too. But we don't know for sure, but it's not confirmed one way or the other.
Yeah.
Space Pope says orange foam good. Appreciate the support there. Let's see.
You wouldn't have an orange rocket without the orange foam, so I guess
This is true.
by
This is
the
true.
transitive associative property of rocket goodness, material goodness, I don't know. Anyways. You can correct me on that. I forget which one it is.
Here we go. With Starship 24, how can a crew arm get put on the tower with the chopsticks on the tower when they're at the top? So the crew, so we're talking about making a crew-rated Starship launch tower. The crew tower would obviously be much higher than the chopsticks go, and even I think you would be able to design it around, the cables for the chopsticks and stuff, because I don't think the lift points for the ship are high enough on the ship that they would interfere with a crew access arm. So I think you'd have room to add a crew access arm and like a crew access level above the highest point that the chopsticks ever need to go. If that answers the question.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the chopsticks necessarily have to be under the forward flaps, and you could create an opening to get into Starship above or equal with the forward flaps, so you could always have a little bit of headroom there, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Okay, also Greg Albright offered a $20 super chat. No message or anything, so just thank you, Greg, for that support. We appreciate that.
Cool.
Asking for us to predict the future a little bit here. A question: how many engines do you think they are going to static fire today? If they go toward a static fire test, my prediction is like, I don't know if they want to retry 3 engines, or if the static fire was good enough and they fixed that 1 engine issue that they can go up to like maybe 6 or 7 or something. I think if my prediction is like a 6-engine static fire or something like that. Anyone else want to offer predictions?
Nick?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, we've seen 3, which was really 2, right? So they had to abort 1. So maybe they'll try the 3 again. Maybe they'll go for 7 or 9 or 13, or I don't think they did do full 33 today. I feel like we'd have a little bit more of an indication either way, with prop loading and a tank farm and a bunch of methane deliveries and stuff if they were going to do 33. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Probably somewhere between 3 and like 10 would be my guess, somewhere in there.
I guess we haven't really gotten enough engines to see if this is a deal, but we haven't seen them try to maintain any symmetry on the exact position of engines that get fired. It's not like, okay, we're going to fire 3, but there's like 1 at noon and 1 at, 3, 4, 30 or whatever, like 66 degrees apart. Well, not 66. 120 degrees apart.
Execute the 66.
Yeah. We haven't seen them, so I was thinking, could we guess the number of engines, at least in multiples, by determining whether or not they cared about them being fired in symmetry. But I don't think that there's been enough data to use that as any sort of guide. So certainly they want to make progress, and we've seen them do the 3. So could they do 5? Could they do 6 or 7? Maybe they want to beat ship. I don't know if there's a competition between the ship team and the booster team. And if the booster does 7, then it's beat the ship team by 1. So haha, I don't know if that's a thing out there. But I imagine we will see a few. And hopefully it is more than 3 and less than 33. Because I want this camera to survive.
That's true.
I'm just going to put that out there.
Oh, man. Yes,
Nick, did we get that concrete out today? Like those concrete blocks? Is that a thing
Yes.
yet?
Yes,
Okay.
that is the thing.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better the more engines they fire.
Yes. Same. Although I have my cameras out there, which do not have concrete, so perhaps we need to add that to the list.
Yeah, but see, dude, that's how you get likes on social media. Like,
Oh, really?
the camera's going off and it's like, and it's taking all the
As you
pictures.
As it
And
looks at the sky, as it
it's
falls
leaning
on the
back.
ground.
Yeah, it leans back, and it has a great shot of the static fire, and then up the booster as the camera tilts away from the booster.
Do a panorama, but it's all just shaky, like
You could
overpressure
stitch it
stuff.
together. Sometimes you
Oh,
just gotta
boy.
sacrifice the cameras for the social media likes. Like the flame trench cams. Did y'all see Michael's Pauline's
yeah,
flame
for
trench cams at
Firefly, yep.
Firefly? Yeah, jeez. Sometimes the cams just gotta take one for the team.
Yes. Oh man. Someone in chat says, alternate all the engines and fire them one at a time, and then set it to Christmas music. That sounds like an extreme Christmas decoration.
Like, what is it, Mannheim Steamroller or whatever, that epic Christmas light music that you've...
Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Thank you, yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, hey, Teslas do that sort of thing, don't they?
That's true.
I don't see why the boosters in the Raptor wouldn't play a jingle.
Depends on how quickly you can start and shut down a Raptor, you know? Have to do some investigation into the startup transients there.
Nice. It's almost more like a barbershop quartet harmonizing. Like, and they all like, you know, each one comes in, but they keep going. I think
If you
the
could
notes that I
fire
just
Raptor
sang.
engines at different pitches, that would be impressive.
Well, they've done it with F1 engines.
You know what? You've seen that Top Gear episode too, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Where they play music with the RPMs of the F1 engines. Heck yeah.
When did this happen?
That's an old Top Gear episode. It's on
is.
YouTube. If you look, it's like Richard Hammond drives an F1 car, and near the end of the
F1,
episode they do it.
Not F1. Okay, jeez. You car F1s?
Oh yes, you were thinking the rocket engine.
I was thinking
What did you
rocket
think?
Engines.
Oh,
What, the F1 engine?
oh yeah.
The biggest thing ever. I was like, wait, what?
Back during the Apollo program.
Yeah.
They played We Wish You a Merry Christmas with F1s. Didn't you know?
That
It's
would
in
be
the archive
crazy.
footage.
Oh,
Chat, this is
man.
how we get through these things. It is one thing to be super serious talking heads like, now the booster is re-entering the chilling phase. Come on. That's not what we do. We do have a lot of fun with this. We hope that y'all are having fun with this as well. We talk serious when it's time to talk serious, especially when humans are involved. There are times to be very serious. Today we're watching this test out at Starbase, and we're getting ourselves through the day here, so thanks for watching us. If this is the sort of stream y'all like to hang out on, you know how to get back to it. You can click the follow button. Don't know how many people are following the channel right now, and how many of you just, I guess, left your house and left another video playing, and then YouTube put you on this, and you don't even know that this is playing in your living room right now. Your dogs are watching this. Hey, dogs. How's it going? I promise you treats when your owners get home. But anyways, if you...
or any little bears out there, you know, gotta keep them all well fed.
Bears as well. I don't discriminate. It's good. Anyways, thanks for hanging out with us here, and thanks for sticking with us through the coverage. If you like this, you know how to get back to the channel. Toss a sub, follow, like, subscribe, whatever. Go ahead and do it.
Whatever you do, go for it.
Whatever you want to do. It's not like, what am I? I'm a streamer, not a cop.
I sure hope not, boss. Be a very bad combination there.
Deep cover.
Ooh.
We're gonna move right along. I
Moving
think.
right along. Some super chats or something.
We got a question here from Joe Dog saying, will HLS be built in Texas or Florida? It's a good question. I think there could be some R&D for HLS in Texas for sure. You know, Elon's talked about how Starbase is the research and development facility for the Starship architecture. But I think any vehicle that's actually going to have like a crew cabin and things like that is going to probably be built and launched from Florida. Because that'll be the operational site where those flights go from, and the HLS vehicle is going to definitely have some features that are very specific to it. The landing leg design, at least in the near future, is probably going to be a HLS only thing. You have the crew cabin components, you'll have some solar panel stuff that you'll need for staying on the lunar surface and things like that. I think there'll be a lot of things that don't make sense to have at both places, so they'll probably try to focus that on the facility that they'll need operationally anyway.
Absolutely.
Other questions here. Mafia TV says, have they ever had a fully fueled booster? I don't think they've ever done a full prop load, right?
No, I think they had a fully cryo-tested booster 4.
Right, but that's just
couple of
nitrogen.
times. But that's just nitrogen, yeah.
So the tanks have been full, but that's not the same thing as a fully fueled booster.
Fully filled, apparently.
Or fully filled, yes, thank you. Of course, I suppose the tanks are always full. They're just full of air a lot of the time. But, you know, little discrepancies here and there.
Yeah, you can just take that live fact and shove it somewhere because
I was gonna say, technically correct. I hate you.
Yes.
Oh, man. Let's see. Starship 24 says, when full stack? Soon, TM. Don't actually know. How about a crew arm inside the chopsticks?
Ooh.
How would that work?
Like a little alien mouth?
Like you just put a crew arm like right underneath the top point of the chopsticks, and then it just has a side opening. I mean, in theory, that could probably work. If the crew hatch was like right below the lift point.
Huh. That could work.
I mean, you'd have to make it like
not?
interface with the tower, so you know you can get off the elevator of the tower and walk to the arm and stuff. But it's an interesting idea. I don't know if that's more or less complex than just having its own arm, but
I guess in that, instead of swinging to one side or the other, you couldn't swing because the chopsticks would be on the way. You'd have to like extend or telescope if you needed to attach or detach. Versus if you were above it, you could swing away from it, like the arm at 39A. But it's one of those things, easier or more difficult to engineer. You know, I sort of feel like the swing arm is easier to engineer than the telescoping arm that doesn't like droop down as it telescopes away. But you know, it's just people. You got walking over there, no big deal.
yeah. Another question. Oh yeah, so Matt Hill asking, when they prop load, do they slowly increase the flow rate as they load to reduce the possibility of thermal shock issues, or is it just full flow? I don't know if SpaceX has ever provided any like detailed information on this. I still think even SpaceX's goes with the standard practice of slow fill and then fast fill that most other rockets go through. You basically chill the tanks a little bit by kind of dripping propellant in or really slow flow, and then once the tank has cooled down a bit, you can go into a faster fill rate.
Yeah, that's what we saw when we were doing the SLS coverage. The slow fill, the fast fill, and transitioning between the two, and giving things time to actually thermally condition, get down to temperatures where they're not going to be shocked, and then in some cases where they intentionally tried to thermally shock them. Because in order to maintain that 8-inch fill hydrogen seal, they tried to thermally shock it in the hopes that they would get it to seal better as one of the troubleshooting steps. So they know all the physics, they know the tools that they have at their disposal, but I don't think we've got official word on exactly how SpaceX does that straight from the SpaceX horse's mouth, I guess.
Chris B somewhere is still watching and very excited.
He perked up. All of a sudden his ears perked up. Porth?
Got a super chat here from Ron Smith who says, hoping the camera goes out in a Viking funeral by 33 engines firing. Huzzah.
Jeez. Nick, it's not just the camera today, is it?
No. What? Wait, are we seeing something?
No, sorry. The camera is not deployed by itself. It actually has bigger things underneath it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. There's lots of equipment out there. Like many thousands and thousands of dollars of equipment. Let's play it safe, SpaceX.
Please no Viking funerals today.
We did that on Friday or Thursday. Please no.
Jeremy Carriers has become a PadRat member, so appreciate that, Jeremy. A question from Factory Speed: do you think that the standard road closure is a large enough area for a 33 engine static fire, or do you think they need to expand it for that?
Where are you asking? Nick?
Nick, maybe?
I mean,
Nick, you go first.
Okay, I guess, yeah. So We don't know. Honestly, the answer to that is we don't know. 33 engine static fire has never happened here before, and to be honest, like there hasn't ever in the history of humanity been so much thrust produced at once on purpose in one direction that is not a nuclear bomb. So, we don't really know. So I could definitely imagine them closing the area a little bit more than they would for one of these static fires, and possibly doing a full village evacuation like they used to do for the test flights. But we don't really know that to be the case officially. But I could see that happening.
Yeah. I think your risk area is smaller when the booster or the ship isn't expected to be airborne, right?
True.
So when you're not going to be flying it up above ground level, no matter how much energy you put into there, stuff is only going to fly so far away from the launch pad, as opposed to a free-flying booster losing control and turning in a direction and continuing far away from the launch pad, right? So I don't know if they would really need to do it more. Maybe they would give like a special notice, like, hey, all those notices where we told you to get away from your windows and come outside? This time we sort of mean it. Like, maybe this time you really want to get away from the windows and get outside, but I don't know if they really need to expand the area, because as long as it's not in free flight and it's not like on this free-flying trajectory where it could turn and end up further away from the pad, stuff is only going to fly so far.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and you have X amount of energy, right? But what could happen with a 33 engine static fire that would release more energy unpredictably than a detonation underneath, or a Starship being tested and exploding, or a fuel air detonation, like whatever. What could happen that wasn't a conflagration, a fast fire, right? Versus how much shockwave energy is going to reach the village and beyond. I mean, I think those are the sorts of things that they look at, but I don't know that. I don't know if it's true for rockets, but like with gas tanks or hay barns, right? There's this sort of thinking that a partially filled container is more dangerous than a fully filled container. So if you have a can that's full of gasoline and it has no room for air and gasoline vapors to mix, that's a little bit more stable than a half-empty container, a half-full container where you've got some vapors that are mixing, right? And the same thing, if you've got a barn that's completely filled up with grain, as opposed to allowing a ton of little grain particulate. Y'all ever seen a grain silo explode?
I have, yes.
The serious business. Like, that is
Definitely.
almost a type of fuel air explosion, right?
SN4 levels of serious business.
Yeah, that is serious business. You wouldn't think it. You're like, wow, what just happened? But I wonder if they do the same sorts of calculations based on how much methane they put into the booster. I don't think so, because it's pressurized and it's really a different thing than your car gas tank or a silo open to the outside air. But they're putting a certain amount of potential energy into there in the form of chemical bonds in the fuel, and that energy can be released at such a rate, and it's released more quickly if it's mixed fuel air like we saw underneath the booster at the OLM the other day. But if you just have liquid methane, it will only release its energy so fast. The reaction can only happen so fast, right? Anyways, they think of all these things when they come up with the exclusion zone. I don't personally know if they need to increase the exclusion zone for 33 engine static fire.
I hope they don't.
Yeah.
I'd love to be sitting right here for 33 engines.
That'd be
cool.
nuts.
It would be nuts. But yeah, that interesting discussion there for sure.
Thanks, Thomas.
Let me see. MK, how can they test the HLS landing gear in Earth's gravity? I think there are ways of offloading, weight from the gear, or
cut to the Starship. That's how they do it. You want to know how they test the HLS landing gear? This is exactly how they do it. See, it's hooked up to a crane. All they have to do is simulate 1/6.
Oh, that's
gravity.
true.
Yeah.
But yeah, seriously, they can adjust how much weight they actually put on the leg so that it's equivalent to what they would expect on the moon.
That's how the Apollo program did the lunar landing training.
Exactly.
They had tethered systems that would take 5/6 of the weight of whatever they were doing, and then 1/6 would be carried by the engines, thrusters, whatever. Even the springy pants, like you're trying on a spacesuit, you got a harness on, right? So there are ways to offload part of that and have something else picking up the rest of your mass, or weight, really, I guess, because we care about gravity there, and then have some amount of that resting on it. You have shock and you have momentum and you have all sorts of other things, but luckily the physics is settled. Like, we understand those basic mechanics physics, right?
Yep.
Can I say the physics is settled, Thomas?
Yeah, I think so. That's probably fair to say.
I'm not talking like formation of the universe or anything like that. I think the classical, simple mechanics physics is pretty settled these days.
Let's see, but Wolfram says, I regret that I have but one like to give for this stream. We appreciate everyone who takes the time to hit the like button. Definitely a easy and free way for you to show your support and help us keep doing what we do, so we appreciate that a lot. Jim Cabot, thanks for gifting another Red Team membership, and Abide has become a PadRat member, so we appreciate that as well. Slick says, Saturn V first stage famously powered by 5 screaming Renault V10s, all playing the Christmas hits.
Yes,
In
definitely.
a parallel universe, we appreciate the support there. Jeffrey has been upgraded to a launch director member, which is very, very generous amount of support, so we appreciate that, Jeffrey. Thanks for hopping on. Florida Rich became a Red Team member as well, so we appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Let's see. Question, will the first orbital flight come off of this orbital launch mount? Yes, the plan is for the first test flight, or test flights plural, to be from Starbase, and then they'll transition to other launch sites like Kennedy Space Center later, right?
Yes, they'll do all of the shakedown tests out here, leave this as their advanced R&D facility, and then once they're confident that they're not going to nuke Ground Zero by accident, Ground Zero, oh my gosh, I always,
Stage 0.
wow. Yes, Stage 0, and I'm sorry, that was super insensitive. Anyway, Stage 0, then they'll be able to move it out to the Cape. Jeez.
Right.
Sorry, everybody.
No, I think we're all good. But yeah, so Boca Chica, like we said, is like it's the R&D facility. It's where they're going to do their test flights. It's not going to interfere with, other launch operations at Cape Canaveral, whether that's other SpaceX launches or launches from other companies and agencies. And so, lots of reasons to get the kinks worked out in Starbase, and then go over to Florida with a more operational vehicle. All right, let's see here. Question, how can they test RVAC engines out at the pad? They did so with the ship last week. It's safe to fire a vacuum engine at sea level, usually. It depends, but the Raptor vacuums are perfectly safe to fire at sea level. They are obviously not firing at the same efficiency or thrust levels as they will in vacuum, but you can still verify the health of the vehicle even if you're not actually in a vacuum. They're just optimized to be most efficient in vacuum. Some engines, if you get the big engine bell that's optimized for vacuum use, and you try to fire it at sea level, some engines don't do that, and you have like vibration issues and stuff because of the different air pressure than the engine is expecting, basically. And those engines are usually either just tested without the engine bell, because you know how the aerodynamics works inside the engine bell. But the other option is also you can use some ground equipment to like stabilize the bell or stabilize other parts of the engine. There are ways around it to test vacuum engines at sea level. When Aerojet Rocketdyne tests the RL-10 engine, which are all vacuum engines, I think they basically like add a stiffener ring to the engine bell. I think they might even still do that for Raptor vacuums, or at least the initial ones out at McGregor, but they wouldn't have that on the ship on the pad. So there's a couple of different ways to test the vacuum engines before going to space. But it's a really good question, and definitely something that some people don't even necessarily think about. But also keep in mind the inverse is true. Sea level engines do operate in a vacuum. In fact, they're usually more efficient in vacuum. They're just not optimized for that environment. But when you see, reusable stages doing boost back burns, those are actually occurring in the vacuum of space, even though they're using sea level optimized engines. And a lot of sea level engines are technically optimized for slightly above sea level, just so the average performance is slightly better, because obviously during a set it encounters less and less air pressure. All the things when sizing a rocket nozzle. It's lots of things to consider.
Pardon me while I kick these cameras, folks. Sorry, I switched over to one that was like on a freeze frame.
Wow.
And I had some stern words with it, and here we are again.
No good. Those cameras are misbehaving sometimes, and Das is the only one who can keep them in line.
I mean, I will turn this stream
Won't
around. Like,
He will.
Literally
Stop
just
this
turns all the
stream.
feeds upside down and.
Oh dear.
A question here. I don't know if we can see it on this view. Paul is asking, is there a Starlink dish at the base of the booster? Oh, on the actual. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I think that's just an access hatch.
Yeah.
So on this view, look directly above where the launch mount is. I think that's just a hatch so they can get into the tank sections if they need to. I do not believe that has anything to do with an antenna or anything like that.
Yep.
Good question,
Concur.
though. Concur. Brett also upgraded to a Launch Director membership. So Brett, thank you so much for that support. We really do appreciate it. Oh, here you go. James Drury says SpaceX and NASA should make a Starship version of the Apollo LLRV. That's the the moon lander that had a jet engine in the middle, so to training for the moon lander. But bring back SN5 and let the astronauts manually fly it.
That is
Oh,
a very
dear.
Kerbal thing. Like, imagine a couple of those Goliath jet engines strapped to the side of the booster to offload 5/6 of the gravity or whatever. For the
And
ship,
then just
I
have
guess.
that externally mounted seat with Jeb sitting on top.
Yeah.
That would be
Duran, eat your
amazing.
heart out. Look at this. We put 747 engines on the bottom of our lunar lander.
I like the idea. Appreciate that. Let's see. Got another super chat here from Michael Davis. No message or anything, just $10 of support, so we appreciate that very much so. Starship 24 says, "Why send me to the drink?" Well, because you got to make sure you're not going to hurt anyone when you come down not over the drink. So one step at a time, Ship 24. We
We don't
appreciate the support.
We don't trust you.
We don't trust you yet.
Yeah.
We believe in you, but we don't trust you yet. So
We
you gotta
have hope.
demonstrate. Yeah.
What was that Daily Hopper comic with the ship like coming down towards the ocean saying, "Where's the barge? There was supposed to be a barge." Oh no. Alright, let's see. Here's a question from, I don't know if it's Algae or AIG. I can't tell if it's a lowercase L or a capital I. One of those things. Says, does Falcon 9/Falcon Heavy need an increased fairing size for Starlink V2? So yeah, SpaceX recently did modify their Starlink V2 planes. Haven't talked about this stream. Basically saying they will have a miniaturized version of Starlink V2, so they can start deploying that system before Starship's fully operational. Although it also might just be possible that they are developing that as a contingency if Starship gets delayed, rather than actually operationally planning to do that already. But basically, the plan is currently that Starlink V2 could fly on the Falcon fleet. But given that they said they were able to resize it and have a miniaturized version, my guess is that they can do so within the current fairing size. They might use the extended fairing. They talked about, at least for Falcon Heavy, that SpaceX does have a new, like a longer payload fairing in development, and that is at least going to be used to launch the Gateway modules on that Falcon Heavy flight. It's also required for some national security missions and things like that. So there is that fairing that maybe could be useful, but it could also just be the standard fairing will work fine. No details on what those satellites exactly are going to look like. So. Bringing in some more questions. North Coast says, is the only difference between a Raptor vacuum and an RC, so a Raptor center, I'll loop in Raptor boost with that, a sea level version, is the only difference the bell shape, or are there also inner workings that are different? The bell shape?
I believe.
Yeah, go ahead,
The
Nick.
bell shape is about the same, and I haven't gotten a protractor out and measured anything, so perhaps they're slightly different. But the attachment points are slightly different, and yeah, hello, sorry.
Yep, you got it.
My comms.
You sound good to me, Nick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the RVAC and the Raptor sea level have different bell sizes, but the inner workings look about the same. Obviously, still flying the same propellants, and functioning as a rocket engine. But yeah, there's definitely some differences between them.
Yeah, and so maybe this is something worth clarifying. The bell shape is maybe not the best word choice, because like you said, the overall shape is actually pretty similar, but the size of the bell, the Raptor vacuum, is the same shape, stretched to be much bigger.
I'd imagine the geometry is different, though, yeah? I mean, again, I haven't measured it, but
They might be slightly, but sometimes it literally can be a very similar shape, just
interesting.
stretched. The size
that's
is the
cool.
more noticeable difference. But yeah, and so you said mention different attachment points, but that again has a lot to do with whether because the vacuums don't gimbal, right? So that's probably the bigger
Yeah.
difference there. I don't know if they make changes to like the combustion chamber and things for slightly different like back pressure that you're getting in vacuum and stuff. If they are, they're probably pretty tiny changes. This does tie in with another question here, because Michael Williams is asking, can you explain how atmospheric engines are more efficient in vacuum when they lose some thrust with a too short bell, when compared to the vacuum engines? The basic premise is if you have less pressure, let's call it back pressure, outside of the engine, there's less resistance to the force of the engine exhaust, and so your thrust and your efficiency does increase a little bit when you're firing in a vacuum versus when you're firing in atmosphere. That does not change whether it's a vacuum engine or a sea level engine. The difference is with those changing pressures, the expansion ratio of your nozzle needs to be different to have your optimal efficiency, because you want the nozzle to be, quote, perfectly expanded, which means that the pressure of the engine exhaust as it leaves the nozzle is the same as the pressure outside the rocket, basically. And so at sea level, obviously the pressure outside the nozzle is much different than in vacuum when there actually isn't any pressure. So you expand your vacuum engine exhaust much, much more, because that decreases the pressure of your exhaust a lot and gets you much closer to vacuum, versus a sea level where you actually want the exhaust to be at the same pressure as ambient sea level pressure. So that's why the nozzles are different sizes and shapes. But even if you take an atmospheric engine and then move it to vacuum, there's still less back pressure and it will operate more efficiently. It's just not as efficiently as if it was also perfectly expanded nozzle. I hope that answers the question. A little bit technical there, but I don't mind getting technical, so I appreciate the good question. Oh man, what else? Got a question here from Christian. Can we compare the test flight expectations for Falcon Heavy, SLS, Starship, ... So I'm sure we can have some others too. Let's talk about Falcon Heavy. Is of course the only one that's actually flown. So Falcon Heavy, there was definitely some expectation setting before then of like, this is a test flight. Elon mentioned afterwards that had these nightmare visions of the rocket blowing up and his Tesla Roadster tire bouncing down the crawlerway. I think that was a worst case scenario, but definitely, I think the expectations were relatively high for Falcon Heavy, simply because it was based on a Falcon 9 that had flown many, many times before. And so there's flight heritage to build on there. You can say the same for SLS for sure. Lots of components that have flown on other vehicles and are now flying in a different configuration. That does give you confidence. I think SLS also has a lot of high expectations because they did a lot of pre-flight testing. It's not the Starship mantra where break things fast and go through a lot of prototypes. It's no, let's test everything really thoroughly and model lots of things ahead of time without breaking actual prototypes and verify things that way before they fly. So the expectations of the first flight is probably higher than compared to the early Starship test flights. Nick, how do you think that compares with like the Starship orbital test flight expectations, though? Because that's different.
I think with orbital, the orbital test flight of Starship, it's so big and like you just gotta do it all at once. With Falcon Heavy, obviously they tested each one of the. They flew a few Falcon 9s before they strapped 3 of them together. But with Starship, it's kind of a completely different beast. You have to just test it all up, all at once.
Right. I don't know. So I think expectations are. I think of the 3 listed in this question, the Starship test flight is probably the one with the, I don't want to say least confidence, but maybe least expectations as far as like expecting things to work, simply because it's probably the least proven of the 3 vehicles when it reaches its first flight.
Yeah.
But that confidence does get raised by the static fire test that they're like working towards and things like that. So
true. Well, hopefully the confidence increases exponentially as we get into more testing, whether that's with static fires or with actual flight tests. The confidence level should increase quite a bit.
On the topic of building confidence with static fire tests and things like that, Booster 7, still keeping an eye on it. We have not seen firm indications of prop load yet. We did just see that the orbital launch mount stopped venting there, which sometimes is a sign that they're about to start propellant loading, but we also don't see any frosty plumbing on the mount yet. And definitely no engine chill venting from either the LOX vents under the actual vehicle or the methane chill vent out by the tower. So we're still kind of in limbo here as far as if they're going to get into propellant load again here. If you are just joining us, we saw a little bit of frost at the very beginning when we went live because they started getting into prop load, and then they backed out of that countdown and held for a while. They started to spool up activity again.
Is the road open?
I
just
don't.
saw that Subaru drive by. Could we get the?
The road is still up here closed,
yeah,
although here comes some vehicles. Sometimes they turn right before the roadblock, though, so hold on.
Yeah, we'll see. No, he's turning.
He is, okay. What about the truck, though?
We'll see. Truck's also turning.
Trucks, okay. No truck, no vehicles to the roadblock yet. There's still the one sheriff vehicle, so the road is still closed. Good to check on that. If we see vehicles go to the pad, that's the sign that they're actually done for the day. Or at least done for now. They can always leave and then spool up again, but still a sheriff vehicle at the roadblock. Thanks, Patrick, for changing that camera view quick. Appreciated. But good to shout that out and check on that. Well, in the meantime, we'll keep questions coming, though. Speaking of manual flying, says Jacob, has anything been said about how SpaceX plans to do that with Starship? I believe Starship Human Landing System is an automated landing sequence. I don't know if there's manual takeover. That would be kind of crazy to try and manually pilot a Starship, but I don't know, maybe that's not as crazy as any of the other things we did in Apollo and stuff like that. Nick, you want to fly a Starship?
Yeah, I'd love to, honestly. Now, I totally don't know how to fly anything else, so I should totally just start with the Starship. But
listen, we'll just boot up Kerbal. We'll get you some practice.
Yeah, Kerbal, exact same thing as flying aircraft. Yeah, no different. I would imagine though, if they were to have I don't think they would, but if they were to have like a Dragon style, option to kind of manually control stuff, you'd need to be an actual, pilot or something.
I would think so, yes.
Would be a good idea.
But yeah, I believe we heard that Starship is going to be. Well, I think actually it was a requirement for the human landing system. I think that all of the landers land automated, like on computers. It's an automated landing sequence. I don't know if there were requirements for manual control takeover. Usually there are, but I don't know. Very good question. We keep saying this. People like to ask about the human landing system stuff, and I definitely am looking forward to hearing more about that. We have not heard many details. Hopefully more details come once Starship reaches orbit and they're ready to move ahead with some more R&D and more advanced systems other than the bare bones Ship 24 vehicle and stuff like that. I say bare bones, it's not that bare bones, but moving to higher fidelity vehicles that can carry out more complex missions like HLS. Looking forward to hearing what the details are, either from NASA or SpaceX.
Come on, Rocket, do something. It's hot out here. Let's do something.
At least get some things frosty to cool things down,
I know. The air can just blow right past the frosty cold tank and blow right at me. No depresses or anything, I don't think. We're just waiting here.
I'll bring in more messages here. Starship 24 says, I can land on Of Course I Still Love You, problem solved. A Starship would be a tight fit on a drone ship, one of the Falcon 9 drone ships. I don't think that's actually a super feasible plan, but appreciate that. We like the spirit, Ship 24. Hearing a little bit of venting in the background, but I don't think that was vehicle venting. I think that's GSC venting. I am still pulling up. We got a bunch of good questions coming in, so I'm going to keep them coming, and I'll ask as many of these as we can. There was another question about actually asking landing ship on a barge, and we just talked about that. Basically, a ship would like barely fit on a drone ship, and so it's pretty unlikely that they would actually try that. I don't think they have enough room to be confident in that idea. We need some bigger barges. We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Bigger boats, please.
Ross says, are there small-scale tests for the booster catch, or are the upcoming launches the first time practically testing this outside of simulations? I don't think they have any plans for subscale tests. I think they might do, a simulated splashdown off the coast to like pretend there's a catch tower out there, just to see if the booster does everything it's supposed to do. And then once that goes smoothly, they'll actually try it with a real booster and the full RTLS profile. That's probably reasonable. But I don't think, subscale vehicles or like hop tests for the booster catch are in the future. I think they will experiment on orbital launches. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I think definitely just skipping straight to orbital launches. They've had plenty of opportunities to do smaller scale tests with other vehicles in the past. We've had the Ship 16 and Ship 20 that have completed, been completed, and Ship 20 completed some static fires. And if they really wanted to, I could imagine that if they wanted to, which they didn't obviously, but if they wanted to, I bet you they could have pivoted some resources and gotten those vehicles ready for some kind of smaller scale testing. But they didn't, so I think that indicates pretty certainly that they're just going straight for orbital full stack tests.
Gotcha. I'm going to keep more questions coming. Thank you again. Well, we should go around the horn. We haven't done this in a while. My name is Thomas Burkhart. I'm the news director here at NASASpaceflight. I've been blabbing in my mouth this whole stream so far. I've also been joined by Nick Sweeney, which is of course one of the local reporters out there near Boca Chica, or at Boca Chica, covering Starship testing every day. And so Nick, say hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
And I believe we also have Mr. John Galloway, better known as DOS, on commentary, pushing buttons, pulling levers, and also talking about Monty Python references occasionally. DOS, how you doing?
I'm still here. I'm eating right now, which is why I'm letting y'all talk, and then I'll do some talking, and you can get a snack in a minute.
That sounds like an excellent plan, DOS. Thank you for that.
Wait, what are you eating?
I got some shells and meatballs with some pasta sauce, some chunky pasta sauce in it. It's pretty good. And it's leftover, so it's better than when I first made it.
Is that how that works?
Honestly, my wife made this one, so it was better than from when my wife first made it.
Oh, that's glorious. All right, I'm going to try not to think about what you're eating, because I too am hungry.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I did not bring enough for chat.
I shouldn't have asked.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Sorry, chat.
Oh, man. And so if you're just joining us or haven't been here the whole, 80 hours we've been streaming here at this point, feels like at least. We're waiting for Booster 7 to do something. It got frosty right at the beginning of our live stream, and was that probably 4 hours ago at this point? And it did look like they detanked the what they had tanked on, and we haven't seen any clear indications of what they're actually doing right now. We've seen them do some vents and some more vents and some more vents, and different things have spooled up, but we do not know what they're doing, and we're just waiting. We're doing some good old-fashioned Texas tank watching, so if you're joining us, that's what you're joining into, some good old Texas tank watching. We are expecting some kind of either spin prime or static fire today, possibly, if they haven't completely scrubbed it already. Mary did receive an overpressure notice yesterday for her birthday, which is today, so wish Mary a very happy birthday on all of the social media platforms. So we are expecting something happening today, but it's very possible that they will not be able to get to it. But the road closure does extend to what's going on.
You should take a look at the orbital launch mount and notice maybe a pipe has finally gotten frosty again.
Oh, see, I just needed to say that.
Yeah, if you just complain enough, SpaceX gets their act together.
Yep.
All right, so here's the deal, chat. If you're looking at the left-hand side of your screen, there's a smaller pipe that kind of wraps around the entirety of the orbital launch mount. You'll notice that it has turned white recently, and if you look at the left-hand side of the orbital launch mount, you can actually see some vapors from where the pipe has a junction there. That pipe has gotten frosty, and that pipe has always gotten frosty right before propeller load starts. And of course, we're going to get the camera operators to zoom on in.
Thank
Appreciate
you. I was
that.
about to ask.
Right there, you see that pipe? that pipe has got cold fluid inside of it, and you know what that means? It means they're getting ready to prop load.
Ooh, okay. So erase what I just said there. We now think they might be starting some prop loading. Thank you, SpaceX.
Also some venting. Oh, hold on, we got engine chill venting.
Woo!
These events have been happening in very quick succession, I think. That's liquid oxygen venting from the base, isn't it? Or
Looks
engine
like it to
chill.
me.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Alex, I see what you're saying. Yes. So it looks like they are into engine chill now, and I believe I even caught a glimpse of the methane chill vent. Why did I say chant? The methane engine chill vent from over by the launch tower as well. So it looks like they are already into engine chill. Hopefully, we're going to see a thrust ring develop on the liquid oxygen tank as the prop levels rise as well. So, alright, we're well into activity now. Ooh, and does the frost ring starting? Is that what that is?
Ooh.
It's like a little bit.
Kind of looks like it. I'm squinting too hard though, so perhaps.
It'll be more obvious as it grows.
That is
yeah,
a frost ring. That is definitely a frost ring. Look at that. Okay. Man. I tell you, I can't win for losing out here. Right when I
Yeah, all we have to do is
there's
like
nothing
tell Das to
happening.
go get his dinner or
Yeah,
whatever, and they
exactly.
finally get back to testing.
Jeez.
Alright, so here's the deal. They are into engine chill and they are in the propellant load. Well, obviously propellant load happens first. You can't chill the engines if you don't have any propellant on board, obviously. So propellant load started and then engine chill has started. And so here's the things to watch on. We're going to take a look at the engine chill venting underneath the rocket. The more vapors we see down there, the more engines that are being chilled. Also, that frost ring on the liquid oxygen tank, the higher that rises, the more engines that they could be testing. Also, everyone's going to probably start pointing out again that there is no frost ring on the methane tank, the top part of the booster. That's more or less expected because they don't usually load enough methane to fill not only the transfer tube, but also the bottom of the common dome and breach the actual parts of the tank wall that you would see frost develop. So that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean that methane's on board. It just means you can't see it because it's not up against the outside of the booster yet. They only load enough methane that they need to for the engine firing.
Yes.
But liquid oxygen will be more evident, and we're already seeing that frost ring develop.
Yes, very exciting to get back to some possible testing here at Starbase.
We've got a whole activity in chat too. I think chat is perked up at the sight of more frost and things like that as well, which is good. So I'm going to speed run some super chats and things like that. Flarin, he says, do you think they plan to harvest methane for Starship from the cows at McGregor? I don't think they've got any plans for that, but that would be fun.
Well, I mean, actually, they might have had some plans for that. I mean, it would be a very small percentage of methane that could get recondensed. But for a while, SpaceX did have plans to recondense methane. No, not methane. Were they going to recondense methane, or was it just LOX? Uh-oh. I should shut up. There's a methane.
I think the plans are fluid.
I mean,
it is fluid.
Oh
my
God.
Well, not at first. And then it becomes a fluid after you recondense it.
Well, no, gases are still fluids.
Oh, jeez.
Gases and liquids are both fluids.
Jeez.
Oh, jeez. That's all I have to say about that. Did y'all see the most recent McGregor cow video?
Yes.
We literally did it.
Highly recommend.
It's literally just a whole video of cows not looking at explosions. Like, I don't know if somebody can link that up in chat. I can see if I can grab it real quick and link it in chat. But we literally just a couple days ago released a video from McGregor, and it's just all the McGregor cows too cool to look at Raptor firings, basically. So,
ooh, is that the Pope stack?
The Pope stack's been going like kind of all day. It doesn't really
it has
do
been?
much. So,
Okay. I just looked up and it looked a little bigger than normal.
yeah, no, good to point out though. That frost ring is definitely growing on the booster as DOS switches away every time. It's fine.
that wasn't my fault. Here, I'll kick Patrick out and I'll take back over.
Oh, that was Patrick's fault. Dang it, Patrick. No, I'm kidding. We thank you, Patrick, for your support.
Hashtag blame Patrick.
No, I'm not blaming Patrick.
What you want to see?
No, I was just pointing out that the frost ring's still growing. Also, lots of vapors from the engine bay, so definitely multiple engines in engine chill, I believe. But yeah, I'll keep some questions coming here. Attila does want to ask, any reason that they don't use the QD arm to fill both the ship and the booster? I think it's kind of about, splitting up the flow rates so you have, you use all of the capacity of the QD arm. Whatever pipe you can fit on the QD arm, that sort of limits your fill rate. So if you have two different fill points, you can load both of them faster in theory. That's my guess. There could be other reasons for less complexity if you fill the booster from the launch mount rather than the QD arm. But a good question there. Jason Russell says, I just got off work. Where are we in the cadence? We have just gotten into propellant load and engine chill, so they've just kind of started. We're going to keep an eye out to see what test they might do, whether it's going to be a spin prime or an engine test. There is an overpressure notice out, so there definitely is precedent for a static fire test. What'll be interesting to see is how many engines they use. It does look like multiple engines are in engine chill. But other than that, no word as to the exact number. Reasonable speculation is like somewhere between 3 and 10. They tried 3 last time and aborted one, so maybe they redo a 3-engine test, or maybe they add a few more, but they're probably not jumping out to 33 or anything just yet. Let's see. A quick question here from Anonymous Hippopotamus. I like that name. Can SpaceX open the road and then reclose the road, or do they have to wait for the next closure? I believe they can open and reclose the road in the same closure if they need to. In fact, they've done that before. Once they cancel the potential road closure, then they can't. But
we've seen it where they open the road for the SpaceX staff and go out, and then they come back from the pad, and the road remains closed to the public the entire time. I don't know if we've ever seen it where they open the road for the public and let them go back to the beach and then re-clear the beach again.
Okay.
I think those are the sort of,
kind of a big process to close the beach.
Yep.
Good question there, though. There's a couple other really good questions that I don't want to dive into when we're in active propellant load, so I'm going to keep some of these in the queue, and if we have to stand down for a bit, we will also, we'll come back to them.
Look at the frost. Here, let me switch over.
Frost is still growing, yep.
Yeah, look at that. It's almost off the top of the camera here.
Definitely more liquid oxygen on board than last time, so whatever abort they hit last time earlier in the day's window, was definitely prior to this point, so they've gotten past that and are still moving into more and more propellant load. We'll see when that frost stops growing. Will give us an indicator as to how much propellant is on board and how many engines must then be involved with today's test.
Cool.
If anyone sees a indicator of imminent engine test, like a event that indicates engine pre-start or anything like that, please shout out. I'm trying my best to pay attention, but I also want to keep the conversation going here.
I know there's a ton of turbulence in this camera, but you can see the sun on the frost line there, almost up past where the QD or the slow detach arm, or whatever you want to call it these days.
The slow detach arm.
Yeah. But you can see, you can see the vapors coming off the side of it, going up the side of the ship there. So, anyways, a little bit difficult because this side it's in the shadow, right? The sun is behind it, and this isn't getting direct sunlight. So that other angle does show it a little bit better, but this is definitely the view that we want to see, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right. I'm reading some questions, and then Tin Man asking, do you think that a full stack Starship can launch with the booster's inner 13 engines and then once airborne ignite the outer ring? No, I think they're going to see all 33 light for maximum liftoff thrust, especially because you want to check the health of all those engines before you actually release the vehicle too. I don't think they're going to be air lighting Raptors on the booster for the initial ascent.
Be cool though. I'd love to see that.
Neil says, if Starship was available to launch the James Webb Space Telescope, would it have been a less complex unfolding mechanism, or just a bigger and more powerful telescope? There's actually been some case studies with like NASA Goddard and SpaceX about future Starship launch capabilities and what kind of telescope you could launch on that vehicle. And they basically have said, let's take James Webb and scale it up. So still an unfolding mirror, but it results with a much bigger telescope. There's also the possibility of putting a telescope that's basically the maximum diameter of Starship and not having an unfolding mechanism, which reduces risk. But if you still stick with the unfolding mechanism, you get even more powerful telescopes, which I think is what most studies have alluded to. But it depends on the mission, of course. It depends on what you want to try to study with the telescope and what your budget is and what resources you have for that mission. So there's a couple different ways you can go about that. Other questions here. We got a question here for DOS. Space Shuttle Discovery says, am I your favorite shuttle, DOS? And also, where does the nickname DOS come from?
Discovery? Nah, come on. Really?
24 is his favorite space shuttle, obviously.
No.
I like all the space shuttles. It's not even just the space shuttle, it's like the subsequent presentation and accessibility of the space shuttles.
True.
Right? So all the space shuttles are awesome. Endeavour is going to have a pretty good setup once they get it stacked vertically over there in California. So anyways, I got the nickname because my regular username, Valdez, was taken when I signed up for Twitch, and I was like, I'm never going to use this for anything. I'm just going to put DOS in front of it, which was like an old college joke. And yeah, that is the story.
And it hasn't gone away.
Yep.
Very cool. Let's see. Sean saying, can Booster 7 lose any engines immediately at start and still get to orbit? Yes, Boost Super Heavy is designed for engine out capability. Depends on the exact mission and the payload on board how many they can lose. But if they lose, one engine, that should be well within the environment of the Booster 7 Ship 24 flight. It will vary mission to mission, but it does have engine out capability. There are questions here. Real quick, Florida Rich, thanks for upgrading to the Capcom level. We really appreciate that. And then David says, is the ship QD getting its claws back? No one knows. We haven't seen any work on that. They might have been a thing that they don't actually need anymore. So, good question though. We will report on that as soon as we know more, but unfortunately we don't know much there.
Those engines are pretty venti, pretty chilly. Look at that.
They are.
You got a pretty constant cascade of vapors coming down, but it looks like the sort of vapor that's forming on the outside of something and sort of cascading off. It's not a vent that's spewing out.
Right, yeah, exactly.
In the foreground, I guess, on the engines, clearly the big OLM vent is behind it, and it's in the middle of the shot there. But it's very curious to see that those engines look like they are pretty chilly right now.
Also, it's worth noting, for a static fire test, we will, of course, expect a siren about 10 minutes before the actual T0. So that would be a indicator that it's a static fire test. They do not necessarily sound a siren for a spin prime test, which is why we still could be very close to a test that's just not a static fire. But if we see the siren, we know it's a static fire.
Wait, if we hear the siren, we know it's a static fire? We're talking about sirens?
Okay. If I put like a little glass of water on a table, I might be able to see the siren.
No,
sorry, did I say see the siren?
We're looking for a siren, not a T-Rex, so.
That's true. I mean, sirens are Greek mythology, right?
That's true.
I think so.
But it's great from the bottom of the barrel of my Greek mythology knowledge there.
I think there was a guy that like floated by in a ship or something like that. Anyways,
yeah,
Thomas,
had
go
to,
ahead.
like, tape his ears closed.
Yeah, there was a whole thing.
Oh man. Alex Barber with the Capcom membership, appreciate that. Also Ryan joining at the Capcom level, appreciated. Greg says $5 for Nick to always sign on like he did this morning. Nick was very excited to hop on stream this morning, so we appreciate his enthusiasm.
I'm still equally enthusiastic, just slightly more tired.
Nice. Hey, chat, help us out real quick. How's the audio mix right now? We've got all those venting noises and a bit of wind as well, but y'all can hear us speaking over the noises of the venting and stuff like that, right? I'm reading chat. Y'all can just say in chat, and I'll be able to see what your answer is. I just am juggling a lot of stuff here. I don't know how many syllables I put in that word.
Really quick, Andy P with a question says, I'm a super fan of your work. Can you describe the daily work to support 24/7, the equipment, cameras, people, etc. that we have around Starbase? That'd be a pretty in-depth video. I think we constantly change things, right, Das? Like, it's hard to make one because it'd probably be out of date in a week.
So we've always said we were going to do that as part of the orbital test flight, right? And that was when orbital test flight was supposed to be a year ago. So we've always sort of held on to that to release something like that as special content for orbital flight, and orbital flight keeps going back. So I think that's where we are right now. Certainly interested in doing it, but want to sort of do it as part of a big event like the OTF.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks, Das. Another question here from Elvis says, can we see how many engines are venting? Not the exact number, but if you look at the vapors on the left-hand side of your screen coming from the engine bay, it's definitely enough vapors that it's multiple engines. It's hard to tell exactly how many. I want to say it's more than 3, but it's really hard to tell. Yeah, it looks like they've maybe be making, this might be another step up in engines. Doesn't look like all 33. I think we'd see more vapors then. But
I don't see a lot on the right-hand, like the right-hand side.
Thank you, Das.
Yeah, there's not a lot of vapors on the right-hand side there, so who knows exactly how many, but go ahead, Thomas, sorry.
Well, no, that's exactly what I was going to say. More than 1, looks like maybe more than 3, could be around 6 or 7 or something. It's just kind of what we would expect as they incrementally increase the number of engines at once, but I think SpaceX has been confirming static fire tests after they happen, so assuming this is a static fire test, ideally SpaceX will confirm with a tweet after the fact with how many engines it actually was. Sometimes it's also more obvious from the camera views once the firing actually happens how many engines there were.
Yeah.
But eventually there's going to be enough engines that it'll be very hard to tell how many there were.
All right, I don't know if this is going to exactly fit or not, but is it just me, or has that nose cone gotten taller? Are they doing something with that nose cone in there?
Uh-oh. Hold on.
I don't know. Chad or the Starbase Live folks can help me out with that one, but they've had that crane around there all day, and it feels like it got slightly taller. Anyways, we'll stay with the booster here, but
somebody working around that this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting some notes on the back channel. That is Ship 25, and it looks like they might be stacking in the nose cone section there.
If they have the Ship 25 nose cone like under load on the crane, like being lifted up by the crane while they do the static fire, that's crazy.
I don't know. I've heard plenty of stories of things being underloaded in the VAB during like rocket launches at the Cape, and they don't seem too worried about it. So
really,
apparently it's a non-issue, which is surprising, but that's what I've been told.
Cool. It's like the doors of the bay are like pointing at the test site. Like it's gonna, at least they're not parabolic, but I feel like they would focus the energy into the bay.
Yeah, more questions here. Or Mars Lab says $5 for Nick's "Don't Pet the Coyote" campaign.
Good advice.
Oh no.
Good advice. Good advice.
I'll take it under advisement. They're really cute though.
Anyone working on an in-space clean room or integration facility? Sounds like a way to get past one launch, one telescope. So what, launch components and like assemble a telescope in a clean room? Like on a space station?
Isn't space already kind of a clean room?
Well, there's like micrometeorite and orbital debris risk. I don't know if that's clean enough, but that's a good point. Could probably do that.
Looks like we do have some new road closures scheduled
I was about to
for
say
tomorrow through Thursday. That's exciting. They're all 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. closures Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 13th, 14th, and 15th of September, respectively. All 8 to 8 closures. Possible closures.
Nick, you got really quiet there, Nick. I don't know if your mic got bumped away, but we could barely hear what you were saying.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. I mean, we could hear you. It was just super quiet all of a sudden. You're talking about road closures, though, right?
Yes, road closures. Temporary road closures have been scheduled Tuesday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Possible road closures for 3 days, September 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Gotcha. And there's ice falling out from underneath the booster there as well.
So a couple of notes here from the batch, and we got Alex and Adrian keeping a close eye on things as well, and they are based on past testing. Again, this is not firm information. We don't get official updates on this stuff. They are predicting a potential T0 somewhere around the line of 5 to 10 minutes from now. And by then we would have likely heard a siren by now, which could point to this being a spin prime. We could also simply be farther away from the static fire than we think we are. This could also be a spin prime test that precedes a static fire test, because of course plenty of time left in the testing window today. But just a quick note that we are potentially just a few minutes away from the T0 of this test, and if that's the case, then we are probably looking at least to start with, a spin prime test. But this is all informed speculation, not actually official updates from SpaceX or anything like that.
Yeah. But Nick is over in the village, and Nick has not heard a siren yet, right, Nick?
Nope. I have my headphones have one ear on the commentary and one ear on the siren listening duty, so have not heard one yet.
Listening duty, nice.
I have only hearing sirens out of one of my ears. I have assigned that ear specifically for one task.
Nice. Oh, look at those big pieces of ice coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Those almost seem like they're coming.
Ice cream out of one of those.
Oh my gosh. Are those coming off the pipe that goes, or the white pipe that goes around the outside? I keep trying to catch one, but I can't tell if they're coming from the engine bay or from the pipe. Look, there's the right-hand vent.
Yep. I believe that's another indicator that we're close to the T0, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. So we're close. Let's keep an eye out.
Could be a spin prime, could be a static fire, but no siren on the static fire.
And multiple engines being chilled.
Ooh, spin prime.
Whoa.
That
Look
was
at that.
definitely
That was a lot.
a substantial spin prime.
That was a lot of engines spinning prime, or priming to spin, or whatever the right way you're supposed to flip that around is.
Beautiful.
All right.
All right.
There's your spin prime test for the day. Definitely look to be many engines. Hard to tell exactly. Again, once you get to a certain number of engines, it's hard to tell how many that was.
Yep.
But
that was right at 3:35 on the dot.
Yep. Okay. Shout out to Adrian and Alex nailing the T0 then.
Yeah.
Nice. So we still have over 4 hours left on the
And yes, we do.
Closure.
Jeez.
And we do have an alert notice. And most importantly, biggest fact of this case, it is Mary's birthday. So I'm pretty sure that SpaceX is obligated to at least light one candle. But we shall see here if they will do that as we see what they do next.
Yeah, let's explain what we just saw really quickly. I mean, it seems like sort of a letdown to think that we're going to get a ton of fire and fury coming out the bottom, and it just looked like the booster passed gas.
Thank you.
That, I mean, you know,
Was methane.
sort of looks like it. That was a spin prime, and that means they're flowing the propellants through the engine, but they don't actually ignite it. And you can use that to make sure that all of your other systems that need to lead up to actually igniting it are working correctly. Things are chilled down. You're looking at temperatures and gauges and pressures and all these sorts of things. And then you let it go through like you're going to ignite the engines, but you don't actually ignite the engines. And then you can look back and make sure that everything went as you would expect. And we've seen that happen. Whoa!
Deep breath.
Is that a deep press?
Yes.
That's a big vent. You can see it up about halfway around the middle of the booster there, y'all. Look at that. There, those vents are shutting down, it looks like. And off.
There you go. All right, that could mean a couple of things. It could mean that they're going to wrap up testing today, or it could mean they're going to recycle and get back into another spin prime or a static fire test. Plenty of time left in the window. But that does seem to indicate that whatever the spin prime they just did was nominal, and now they're into the recycle part of the count.
Still no. Go ahead, Thomas. Sorry.
Well, I was about to say the same thing you were. Nothing going on at the roadblock, so no people waiting to go back to the pad right away or anything.
Well, I'm waiting to go back to the pad.
Other than Nick.
But there are no employees stacked up at the roadblock there, like we were just showing in the picture-in-picture, and that is usually a sign that they may not be done here for the day. So stepping into it, I don't know if I'd say ferociously, but they're definitely stepping into it, trying to see if they're going to get another test. But the fact that there are no employees stacked up at the roadblock ready to go back to the pad seems to indicate that they may have more testing on the schedule, right, y'all?
Possibility,
Essentially,
for
yeah.
sure.
We'll keep an eye on all of those things because we'll know more as we sit around and wait. But that was appeared to be a nominal spin prime test of many engines. So at the very least, they have definitely hit a testing milestone today. But in the meantime, we could probably spool up the questions again, because we'll likely have some sort of downtime between that test and the next one. So let's see if we can dive back into some more questions in the meantime.
And I'll update the ticker.
Yes, thank you, Daz.
It's hard unless I like say out loud what I'm going to be putting in the ticker. It's hard for me to update the ticker and continue to talk about other things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna type and be quiet here for a second.
Okay, you got it. Nick, got some questions for you here. Do we have an estimate for the year that a Starship will be crew ready and a year for the first tourist launch on board Starship?
Yes, 2 weeks.
No.
That's always the answer with any SpaceX timeline here at Starbase. We don't know is the short answer. It really is dependent on the pace of the whole program here. Obviously, you're asking about a larger. Dave is asking about a larger kind of milestone. That's not quite as near, but yeah, we do expect them to get crew ready and tourist launches at some point in the future. If I had to take a complete and total guess in the dark, I'd say probably crew Starship won't be for many years, probably 5 or 6 or 10 maybe, something like that. And the tourist launches will be sometime after that, but not quite as long after that, seeing how with Inspiration 4 and Axiom 1 and the Polaris program, on Dragon, pretty soon after they were crew rated, within a few handful of test flights, or crewed flights, they were doing tourist flights as well. So I'd imagine something similar with Starship. While to get crew, and then after crew, pretty soon after that, tourists.
Right, there you go. Thanks, Nick.
By the way, I'm telling y'all, that thing's getting taller.
Oh yeah, they are definitely stacked. So that's ship 25 being stacked in the high bay, right?
Yes, yeah, that would be the high bay.
Okay, that was me making sure I was talking about the right building.
Yes.
But yeah, no, progress never stops down there at Starbase.
No, sir.
Anyways, more questions here. Morpholo talking about thermonuclear rocket engines. We've actually talked about that earlier. Potentially a distant future evolution of Starship or other space vehicles, but probably not something in the super near term. Appreciate the support. Tom Berry says, good evening from the UK. Will the orbital launch mount get shrouding around it, do you reckon, or will the pillars piping be visible once fully ready for human flight? I think we're expecting a lot of that to get closed up once the launch mount is less experimental and more operational. What do you think, Nick?
Well, again, I think we have a little bit ways to go before we can get things human rated and getting them ready for a human spaceflight. But I think the OLM will probably get some more protection and more shrouding around it, if anything, just to make it look cooler. We've seen it 39A at the Cape. They took the space shuttle tower and added some really cool black paneling to it to make it look really clean and sleek. And after they're done building it out and doing all the engineering stuff, I would imagine them dressing up Starbase a little bit. You know, not wasting a ton of time on it, but Elon likes things to, you know, look good. So
You mean
gotta
like
have it look good.
add more palm trees? Is that what you mean by dress up
Sure.
Starbase?
Yeah. Add more palm trees. Or
Take palm trees out, then add them again, and take
you
them
know,
out.
that is a favorite pastime down here. Most places like to play sports, like I don't know, horseshoes or racquetball, or you know, any of the other kind of yard sports out here. But the SpaceX, they just like to take palm trees out and plant them a few feet away.
Occasionally they water them too.
They water them less frequently than they replant them. But yes, they do water them on occasion.
Yes. Folks, we saw that big multi-engine, I just put multi-engine spin prime, right? But there is still an overpressure notice, and the last time we checked, the employees had not stacked up at the roadblock, so that seems to indicate that SpaceX is not done with the testing here today. We are going to continue doing some commentary. Maybe that frost line is going to go down a little bit. Maybe it's going to go back up a little bit. We will certainly see what's going on. But that's what we're doing. Nick and I currently, Thomas is here as well, doing live commentary and coverage of the Booster 7 testing happening out there at Starbase. I'm going to grab a couple of the super chats and memberships and stuff real quick. Matthew Sen, thank you so much for becoming a Capcom member. We appreciate you joining the membership program there and supporting what we do. Let's see here. Dutchman says, that seems like a staggered spin prime. Seems like a brief pause between the two flows. We see that on occasion. We've even seen that with the static fires. It does look like they're almost going through like a process where it's like, and the way that they sort of light up or spin up, I guess you could say, does seem to be staggered. So I think that is the plan. I imagine that they've got it like a start sequence or an ignition sequence for the engines, the more that they add, and I bet you're actually absolutely right. I bet you they're stepping through those in like an incremental fashion. Let's see here. Jimmy J says, because of the explosion during Spin Prime, in the past, could they be required now to always send out overpressure notices even for, I guess that'd be Spin Primes? Now, we haven't heard any official word on a requirement like that. For a while last week, it really seemed like they were just sending out overpressure notices every day, right, Nick? It was like another overpressure notice?
Honestly, we're kind of starting to wonder, Mary and I were starting to wonder if they're just sending the overpressure notices out to confuse everybody, because SpaceX loves pushing the confuse media button down here.
Yeah.
But it seems like today's overpressure notice was definitely justified if they were going to do a spin prime, and then, you know, whether or not they actually do end up doing a static fire later in today's closure, I think it was justified to send out a overpressure notice last night, given that they would have had time today to possibly do it if they want to. So
yeah, it seems like they were sending out the overpressure notices, and it was every single day. And you know, were they just on the cusp of being able to do the test, but every day one more little thing had to be fixed, and they just didn't get to it? Maybe that's what was going on. I haven't seen any official information saying that they have to send out a notice for the spin primes because of the explosion that they had on that previous spin prime. So something to think about, but I haven't seen any confirmation of that one way or the other. Let's see here. LB's advertising For All Mankind, if y'all haven't seen For All Mankind yet. Apparently worth watching. Any comments on the new CF tank? CF tank? Nick, am I missing something
really,
there?
really wish I knew what he was talking about there. CF tank.
Like carbon fiber is what CF comes to mind, but
maybe.
I don't know exactly what you're referring to there when you say CF tank, LB. I mean, your name is like just 2 letters, and then you put
Maybe
2
he
letters
just
in your
speaks in
chat.
letters.
I don't know.
Maybe
Yeah.
he doesn't. Maybe like it's one of those guys who does LOL instead of laugh out loud. Because every time I find something funny, I just say to a group of friends in person, laugh out loud.
Oh my gosh, Nick, seriously?
Yeah, I try. I try to be funny. It doesn't actually work. I just throw spaghetti at the wall till something sticks.
There you go. Well, every now and then we get some stuff to stick. And I already finished eating my pasta, so I'm not hungry
I know.
anymore.
I'm still
when you
jealous
say
about
that.
that. I haven't even
Yeah,
had
sorry.
breakfast yet today. Come on. Making my
Real
hungry.
quick, from the Great White North, Canadian dollars from Drunar Ciridis, it looks like. Don't know if those are long or short eyes. But looked like 6 different sets of engines, spin prime, but the first couple sets stopped before the last couple sets started. I mean, there was definitely a staggering or a sort of cascade effect there, I think. And the way that they sort of spread out, it's difficult to say, oh, well, exactly this one, then this one, then this one. Especially those big OLM legs block a lot of our view, right? But it was definitely multiple engines, and I think we could all agree that they were definitely staggered. Thank you so much for the support. And then Zachary Bunch, $5 saying, aren't the oil rigs supposed to be the oceanic landing barges? Well, we know that they had 2 offshore platforms, right, Nick? And
yes, they do. They do.
Gathered them together.
They're going to be built into something at some point, but I think they're currently worried about orbital flight tests. So I think after a lot of these questions we've answered today, after the orbital flight test, they'll start working on a lot of these other side projects that they've announced, and we've been waiting for them to work on, but they haven't been able to focus on that because this is the most important thing, getting this Starship in the air, flying, and successfully deploying Starlink payloads to generate some income for them, and then also to get out some awesome testing data. That is top priority, and then after they complete some of those objectives, and they can, start working about recovery and all that other stuff.
Yeah, like when Elon was asked about it, it was almost like he hadn't even worried to think about the oil rigs.
Exactly.
So
he's like, yeah, I own oil rigs? Psh,
yeah, the last sort of Elon update really made it seem like they weren't a priority at all when he was talking to Tim, right? And we haven't seen a ton of work happening on them. There's people that are out there in that area, and when something's going on, you can see some pictures sort of floating around on social media, but we have not seen a fervent pace, however you say that, trying to prepare those platforms for offshore landings. It's almost like they're an afterthought, and potentially they may not even use them. Who knows? We'll see. It may have been one of those plans that get changed over time, but as of right now, it's sort of pedal to the metal for orbital flight test. Let's get the thing flying before we worry about how we're going to catch it when it comes back down again. All right. And LB said, saw the YouTube of Elon's carbon fiber tank. Now, would you be maybe or talking about one of the old original composite tanks that they were talking about using, those big massive tanks for like BFR mode, and then they moved away from the carbon composite into the stainless steel? If it's something more recent that I'm not aware of or I'm not thinking of, I don't know, but the carbon tanks I've saw sort of got scrapped and they decided not to use them for the easier to work with, more resilient, question mark, air quotes, whatever, stainless steel like they have in front of us right here. Does that make sense? You remember that? You remember that?
Yeah, I do. That was a while ago when they were working out of the Port of Los Angeles. And, definitely excited to see them now and how much progress they've been able to make instead of worrying so much about tooling. They're able to just get out there and test.
Yeah, as far as I know, they are not using those carbon fiber tanks anymore. If you're talking about the huge tank that had like the Tesla or something parked in front of it, or whatever car, I don't even know if I'm mixing things up at this point. So, anyways, Luke Dehan with some curly L's from over the pond saying, "Love what you fellas do. It's much appreciated. Could you do your own NSF go no-go poll for this firing?" Well, Luke, if we did an NSF go, no-go poll, we would just all say go because we want to see it fire. Right, Nick?
Yes. Go, 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 go.
Literally just all say go. Well, so I don't know.
I mean, that is the initial answer, Das, but in all actuality, the way I have my cameras deployed right now, if SpaceX could wait like 2 or 3 hours for like sunset to kind of start,
the lighting,
the pictures would be way better. So as much as I want them to do it right now or just be done with it, I don't mind waiting because I think the pictures will be worth it.
It's like aesthetics and lighting. Hold, hold, hold. We have a 3-word hold from the aesthetics and lighting department. We're going to enter a 2-hour recycle waiting for
Yes.
better lighting conditions for the remote deployed cameras.
The pictures, exactly. Pictures sure didn't happen.
Yeah. So, Luke, thank you so much for the kind words there. Not sure how useful a NSF go, no-go poll would be, but we appreciate you hanging out with us. And then Jared Lawson, 72. Finally, found somebody in chat who's maybe older than I am. Thank you for becoming a Launch Director member. We appreciate you joining the membership program there. Hope you enjoy the behind-the-scenes access and the early video content and stuff like that we put on YouTube, amongst the other things that you get. Appreciate you there, Jared. Oh, heck, here's another one. I mean, I'm just going to keep doing these, and Nick will grab a couple questions here, too, in a second.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the panel up.
Oh, I can ask him out loud. I got like
Okay,
18
thanks.
monitors here.
Yeah, so behind the scenes, I have a MacBook Pro with the nice M1 chips, so the battery lasts a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
But these live streams last a long time, so I keep my monitor off. The display is off most of the time.
Need to get you a really long solar, like a extension cord, so you can just plug into our highway location and use the solar panels to charge your
I'm
laptop.
looking at it. I mean, what's that? 1,000 feet? 2,000 feet?
I don't even know if it's
Probably do that.
1,000 feet. It's not that far up the road.
No.
Anyways, Chazzy Mac just noticed a big vent from one of the L-shaped cylinders on top of the tanks in the farm. Is that new? Never noticed it before. L-shaped vent on one of the top of the tanks in the farm.
Oh, I bet you they're looking at the one with the speakers mounted on top. I think there's a little vent that vents like sideways, like horizontal.
Yep.
Like vents out horizontally. I bet you that's the one that you're looking at there.
I think it's like in the foreground of this shot, if I'm not mistaken. There's that vertical, like the venting is going straight up on the leftmost tank there, and there's a thing in the foreground. Is that where that speaker stack is?
Yes, I believe so.
I think so. Yeah,
Maybe
but
not,
there's.
though. I don't know.
It's hard to from this angle. It's hard to
I only
demonstrate
look
exactly
at it
where
every
it
day.
is. It's like one of those things you just don't pay attention to, right?
Right, exactly.
Which direction did those horizontal vents go again? I think there are horizontal vents there, and they go out in both directions, side to side, and we can hear those venting when they vent really well. They do make a fair bit of noise, but it doesn't look like it's going right now. It's not new. We've seen those sorts of vents going here for, I mean, I'm going to say weeks only because I'm almost positive it's months, but I don't know exactly how long we've seen those vents go. All right. Plutonium-239. Uh-oh. Can we make a petition to nickname the SN-24 Starship? You could just go with Ship 24. After smog. I guess
Smog? Why?
there was some...
Smog?
I mean, are we talking about, like, the grass fire? Is that what you're trying to go for? Because if that's what you're trying to go for, Plutonium, I think that Trogdor is a much fitting name. Is a much more fitting name. Because it definitely burninated the countryside. Did not burninate all the people. And there were no thatch roof cottages involved.
No thatch roof cottages. But if you could make one of the cameras super wide, DOS, and just look at the blue skies around here. Like, this is the middle of nowhere. This is not the city. This is the middle of South Texas, where we're a good 20 miles away from the nearest gas station, and nothing but blue skies around here.
I'm trying to figure out, like, this is the bluest sky camera I have. I guess I could zoom it out even more.
Yeah, zoom it all the way out. But then,
okay, here.
Knowing our luck, something will happen.
No, I got it. Look, I'm going to remember the previous position.
Okay.
All right, they're just going to zoom this all the way out, see if we see a coyote or something.
Oh, ooh, that'd be cool. I'm going to go pet it.
Zoom way out. And
hey, look, the pole that I have yet to affix a no trespassing sign to.
That's okay. Off in this direction, there's some white puffy clouds, some beach dunes. Off in the distance, over in the other direction, we'll go past the sort of salt/tidal flats again. There's a bunch of empty ground there, a couple more puffy clouds. Way over here, you actually get to the production site, but if you keep going left, you just continue to see more and more. Well,
Blue
not
sky.
much.
Look at that.
Blue sky. There you go. So there's not a lot out there. It is definitely out in the middle of nowhere. Here, I won't try to whip crack you when I tell this camera to go back to its previous position. Let's go to another
whip
camera.
crack. I like that.
No, so I don't understand why so many people complain. They're like, oh, I'm nauseous now because the camera moved too fast. Well, okay, I'll try not to do that for you.
I just
All
think
right.
it's cool watching it so precisely big. It's like right on the spot. Whoa.
It is cool. All right. So, anyways, we
Camera's
appreciate you there,
cool, okay.
Plutonium. Thank you for the support. And, geez.
Hope stack
Alright.
is still poping away.
Okay, now timeout. Is this the thing? Hang on. On and pinned. If it's pinned, that means that the flyover video may be live right now. Of course, we've been doing
It
those
is.
flyovers down at the Cape, y'all, to keep track on the Starship progress at Roberts Road and other things that are happening around Cape Canaveral. And we know that they rolled the top segment of the tower out the other day, but I know that we've been doing these flyovers, and it looks like we've got a hot and fresh flyover video for you that is
Ooh.
in chat and pinned at the top of the channel. Let me see if I can get there real quick. Did we link that up for chat? I don't want to
know.
tell them to click on it and we haven't linked it up or not. See, I'm scrolling.
Well, the video's definitely up. I see it at the very top of my subscriptions list on my phone with a very beautiful render by Jay, it looks like. Wow, this is an awesome video. People should watch
Yeah.
this.
Somebody give me a link to this video real quick if you could,
Sure.
and put it into the back channel.
Well, I'll also put it in chat because we want to make sure everyone can see this link. That is a cool video. Watch me spam it in chat and the Nightbot is going to ban me.
Nice.
Although I'm just on phone, so...
Yeah. All good. There's the, okay. I had to refresh 4 times to get it to come up. But we do have the new flyover vid. And there's Nick putting it in chat a couple times. Somebody click on that link and tell me if that link there works. I don't know if we got the characters on the end of it. It's tough to
Yeah.
get the characters at the end sometimes.
Oh, SpaceX. So let's quickly recap what we've seen today and what we're expecting to see happen this afternoon. Beginning of the stream, we had a fantastic tank fill, and we saw some frost come up, but unfortunately they detanked and looked like they did a little bit of an abort and possibly a scrub, and then they retanked it. And then they did a multi-engine spin prime, which we don't know how many engines were spin primed, but it was a lot of them. And if you go back to, what time is that? 3:35? Was that it?
3:35 local, about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah. If you scroll back, you can see the whole spin prime there. But there are a couple other things that we're watching out for. The reason why we are still live is A, there's no one lined up at the highway waiting to come into the pad, and B, we did get an overpressure notice last night delivered to Mary, one of the village residents, and C, it is her birthday, so yeah, I'm pretty sure SpaceX is obligated to light a candle, but we're currently waiting around seeing what SpaceX is going to do. Possibility of doing a static fire, and also possibility of them just opening the road, but we are waiting and seeing. In the meantime, there's an awesome link to a beautiful flyover video of the Cape. If you're wondering where this tower's doppelganger is, it is in Florida.
Yeah. So,
Hey y'all, I'm back.
oh, hey, Thomas,
hey,
welcome
Thomas.
back.
Unfortunately, I come back with some unfortunate news.
Oh,
I mean,
jeez.
nothing too crazy, but for those who are potentially looking to tune into the Firefly test flight later today, that has been scrubbed for the day due to weather.
Oh,
bummer.
jeez.
So it'll be at least another day for Firefly to take off, but
Aw.
better scrubs than ruds, of course.
Yes,
Always
scrubs
true.
over reds.
Well, we will see if we get official word. Thomas, let us know if there's some official word on what happened there, or they're going to go for tomorrow. I mean, it's just weather,
Yeah.
right? It's not a problem.
Yeah,
with
they
the
said it's
vehicle.
scrubbed due to weather, so I'll let you know if they confirm they're on for tomorrow.
Gotcha. Same old, same old. Wishing they were flying, except being on the ground. Yada yada yada. You know how it goes. All right. Well, we are continuing to hang out here. Y'all, sorry about I was slightly awkward there for a second because I was trying to paste that link in, and every time I tried to copy the link, I missed the end characters. So if you clicked on a link that didn't work, I apologize. If you clicked on the link that did work, you got lucky. But I was a little bit flubbery there for a minute because I was literally trying to paste the link and then cursing out YouTube, which was not copying the whole link for me correctly so that I could paste it for you. But one way or the other, make sure you go and check out that cool... flyover video?
That was a neat thing, yeah.
That's more deep press, huh?
Very depressing.
Or even the tops are going now. Look up at the very top of the booster.
Ooh, nice shot.
Yeah, it's a close-up shot of what's going on. I don't know if I'll see that. Yeah, that top vent already stopped. I was going to go all the way to the top, but I didn't think I would see those vents sort of on the far side of the rocket there from this perspective.
And one more update before we full focus back on Starship. Firefly will make another attempt as early as September 19th is their next range date. So that'll be
Gotcha.
a week from today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So just a quick stand down as they work for another range date. But Firefly standing down, no launch attempt today.
Was that like a launch window thing, Thomas? Do you know what their window looked like?
It was a standard like 4-hour launch window. They're going to pretty generic low Earth orbit, so they don't have any weird orbital mechanics requirements or anything. I think it's just they mentioned that they had reserved the 19th and 20th on the range, so it might have just been a range deconfliction thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know there are other active launch campaigns out of Vandenberg these days, so there might be other tests going on and stuff like that.
Yep. And you can see that frost line down on the booster definitely melting there on the left-hand side. That is some melty frost right now. And that coupled with the depresses, hopefully going for a big recycle here. And still lots of hours, 4 hours left in the test window down there at Starbase today. Still no employees stacked up at the roadblock. So a lot of times, like we said, you'll see the employees all sitting there with their cars ready to go because, you know, little birdie told them that the road was going to open, but there is no one there right now. So SpaceX may not be done with their testing for today. We shall see. I think the stat was something like 2 hours. Like if they do a big depress or a full depress and then they want to recycle all the way back into another spin prime or more likely a static fire, it's almost like a 2-hour thing if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know if that resets every single time you see a depress vent, because we did have a depress vent a little earlier. But either way, we're hanging out here till there's some clear indication that they're done with the testing for today. I guess I should pan the camera down some, huh?
I mean, we do enjoy looking at some X frost rings.
We'll zoom back out a little bit, and then we'll clamp it down a little bit to get a little bit more contrast. There you go. Much better. It's live camera operation with DOS.
My favorite cooking show.
All right, I'm going to grab a couple more super chats here. Drunar Sarita says, Tankenstein is the LOX recondenser with the speakers. Is the Pope hat the CH4 recondenser? Do we know which... I'm not aware of Tankenstein. I don't know where that's from. But the Pope hat... It's sad because all we've ever called it is the Pope hat. I'm almost positive that someone can help me out here and let me know which one, what the purpose of the Popat actually is from an orbital tank farm perspective. Adrian, Alex, somebody help me out here.
Don't know.
We just always say, "Oh, the Popat's
know.
going, the Pope vent's going."
It's the vent that announces the presence of something. I'm still stalling for Alex. Alex is typing. Type
Yeah,
faster,
right.
Alex. Please save me. I'm running out of words.
Jeez, Nick, we can't hear you.
What?
The booster is venting. We're gonna have to wait a second.
Okay. Methane.
Part of the methane side of the tank farm. Thanks, booster. The booster's covering for us. All right. We've got Matthew Hahn, who's a Pad Rat member. Thank you, Matthew, for hanging out with us. Zachary Bunch asked a quick question. Why aren't there doors on the mid, high, and mega bays? I mean, at the VAB down at Kennedy, they've got those huge roll-up doors, right? It's like garage doors gone wild, I guess. But we haven't seen any doors or anything like that at Starbase. I guess they just don't need them.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of weather happen, and at no point does SpaceX look even slightly concerned about their pretty shiny starships getting wet. So, I think that they're just skipping it in hopes that it'll be faster and easier to not have to worry about opening and closing doors. They do have doors on the tents, though. They're assembly tents, the 3 tents that they have on the ground there in front of the high and mega bays. But those tents are air-conditioned, which I'm sure the employees love a lot, which means they do keep the doors closed when it was hot outside.
But probably not reasonable to air condition the mega bay.
Not without a door, that is for sure. Literally just be air conditioning Brownsville at that point.
Nice. All right, let me grab a couple more here, then we get just a random question. Chezzy Max says, it looks like on the top of the wall to the right of the legs for the tower is between the large white tank and booster tower. Chezzy, I don't know. I know you were doing a chat before, but it's hard for me to keep that sort of like in RAM. And then not having a subject to your predicate or whatever the Englishology way of saying that is. Like, it looks like it's on. I don't actually remember what you were referring to there. Does anybody remember what Chazzy was talking about? I think the horizontal vent or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's the vent that we think is underneath the speaker system.
Yeah.
The L vent. But I don't know what it is still.
It may just be a perspective thing, Chazzy. It's not clear exactly which vent you're referring to, but it might just be something that's in the foreground or background and it looks like it's connected to the wall or something like that. If we see anything weird, we'll definitely sing out, but we haven't seen any new vents today, I don't think.
Don't think so.
So, yeah. Thank you for that. Hey, here's one from RiceBurner95. Today is also my son's birthday. Can you please send him a happy 14th birthday as well? Thanks, guys. Also, happy birthday, Mary. Well,
birthday season all around.
I know, right? I will just say happy birthday, Rice Burner's son. I don't know the right name to use there, but happy 14th birthday. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sorry if they twisted your arm and made you watch us. Hopefully you actually like hanging out and listening to us talk and watching our show. But happy birthday. You share a birthday with Mary out there at Starbase. Appreciate you, Rice Burner. Oh, actually, the next super chat says, oh yeah, his name's Wyatt. Oops.
Oh, there we go.
Birthday, Wyatt.
I should have gone to the next super chat, but happy 14th birthday, Wyatt. Oops. I don't know why you'd name your kid Wyatt. Oops.
Oh my gosh.
So you, Rice. We'll leave it to you. Happy birthday,
Bad
Wyatt.
joke alert. Jeez.
Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, here's Burninator. Got some Trogador fandom here. Wait, I see the sticker says KSC flyover. We have a new Kerbal Space Center flyover. KSP2.
Oh.
Different KSC.
All right, now I want to make a parody video though of just the Kerbal Space Center and it looks like their aerial videos and stuff like that.
That would be funny.
You can
we
see here
narrate
the
it?
aftermath of Jeb's latest experiment.
See, we'd have to do it in career mode and upgrade some of the buildings in between videos It's like, you
Oh,
can see
yeah.
from our video 2 weeks ago, the astronaut center used to be just a trailer, and now it's been upgraded to have a flagpole and a nice circular driveway in front of it, and like do a before and after.
Gosh.
Oh, man.
no.
It seems that since our last flyover, Jeb crashed a rover into the flagpole, and it's like the little flagpole stub that's there with the crashed rover next to it. Burninator, appreciate the support. Let's see here. Demigod Dragonus. You have to say that with a voice. If you added doors to the mega high mid bay, you'd create a pressure difference between the inside and the outside. The bay walls are not solid enough to resist. The high bay actually has the same sort of situation. Sorry, the high bay, the VAB.
VAB.
Yeah, has the same sort of situation, and they have specific systems that deal with pressure equalization between the inside and the outside. And you're not wrong. When you get big pressure differentials, like say you have a sudden drop in pressure because of an approaching, I don't know, hurricane or something, you do seriously have to deal with equalizing the pressure inside and outside of the building. And the VAB down in Florida actually deals with that with blowout panels. There are specific panels that are attached in a, I guess I would say weaker way, but they're just specific panels that are designed to blow out first and help relieve the pressure in a controlled manner instead of the VAB taking structural damage or larger areas getting ripped off or something. So you're absolutely not wrong about having a huge enclosed space like that in a big, well, I guess the rest of the universe is outside the VAB. So it is definitely a big space outside the VAB as well. But you have to worry about the pressure differential there. More of a local pressure difference, I guess. You don't really have to care about the ambient pressure on Pluto or anything when you're equalizing it with the inside of the VAB. But that's a good point. Having to equalize that, and then how do you seal it? How do you let the air flow in between? Excellent observation. Let's see here. Let's grab some regular questions for a minute. Thomas, do you have the regular question queue up here?
Yep.
You want to grab a couple of those real quick? I'll see if I can't go through the queue and find some more recent ones.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sounds
if
good.
you can ask
but we got a couple that we were holding on to, and a couple that came through recently. It's David James did ask, what is a spin prime? Well, I don't think we actually went over that on this stream. It's basically when you do everything to start a rocket engine except actually igniting it. So you flow the propellants through the vehicle, through the turbo machinery, and you test out all of the pumps and turbines and things like that, but you don't actually light anything in the pre-burners or the main combustion chamber or anything like that. Nothing actually gets lit. So it doesn't generate thrust, doesn't generate fire, but it does test all of those components of the engine. It's usually a precursor to static fire testing. So good to clarify that. Question here from Ruben. Can I ask why or how you know so much? What are your background, or where'd you learn the ability to understand so much about the mechanics of it all? Thank you. Most of what we're seeing now is like us watching tests over and over again and learning every time we watch something. I have an engineering background, so I know some more theoretical stuff, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know, Nick's been around watching Texas Tank Watching, for lack of a better word, for a while, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
I've only been down here for about a year full time, so yeah, it's I don't know. You learn quickly when you're this excited about it. I say as I'm tiredly sitting in my car staring at nothing happen over a grass field a mile and a half away.
I literally get paid to sit here and stare at this stuff all day long.
That's true. That is what Gus
Same.
does.
Same.
It's literally our job to keep track of what's going on. It's tough because we're sort of playing roadside rocket scientist, right? We don't get a lot of official information from SpaceX. They're not like deploying the plans for Starship to the public or anything like that. Every now and then we'll get some information from Elon via tweet, but it's very much sort of looking at what we can observe with our eyes and then inferring why things work the way they do, given like a basic knowledge of physics or aerodynamics, or how rockets work, how things fly through the atmosphere, all those. I mean, even just basic thermodynamics, like why does ice form on the side of the booster? Well, the booster's cold, the atmosphere is humid, and when you get humidity that gets cold, it freezes, right? So it's a good grounding in general STEM topics. just your basic science stuff, understanding that things freeze and things have pressure and things move in this direction, and then looking at what we can observe with our eyes and inferring how things happen based on what we observe and our understanding of the universe around us. So anyways, I think that's, it's tough because we don't have official information from SpaceX all the time, but physics are physics. Like, you look at something and you're like, oh, well, if they do it that way, then that's going to have a weird load here or whatever, and you know that just looking at it, you can sort of infer how some things may work. How's that sound?
Yeah, exactly.
Rocket science is right. Rocket science is super easy.
Roadside rocket science.
Yes.
Also, I'm being asked to clarify, by the way, I said propellants in it, but I wasn't more specific. A spin prime test is also sometimes called a lock spin prime test. If they float both propellants in, that would obviously result in things like, oh, I don't know, a detonation underneath the booster, which would never happen, of course. Never. But no, I'm kidding. So when they do a spin prime test, they only flow the full flow of liquid oxygen into the engine. They chill the methane side of the engine, but that engine chill gets then vented away from the rocket, so you're not building up methane near the base of the vehicle. And they test the liquid oxygen turbo machinery and pumps and things like that. And that's where you see a bunch of liquid oxygen vapor come out of the engine when they actually go to the spin prime. That is different from engine ignition, where obviously they flow both methane and liquid oxygen and then ignite it.
Yeah, fair enough. I think
a point worthy of clarifying.
Yeah, I simplified it earlier and said they flow probably everything through the engine. I bet you I said something like that. But it's the lock side there that they're flowing through the engine, which is much safer than creating a nice mixture in the open air of methane and oxygen. Usually try to not do that, unless you're intentionally going to light the engine to burn it off in a controlled manner.
Yes. Other questions here. Is there or should there be a flare stack for the excess methane at Starbase like I think there is at McGregor? There used to be a flare stack at Starbase.
There still is a flare stack.
I think
Well,
there
all right,
is.
the stack is still there, yeah.
We
hasn't
just don't
been
call it a
used,
flare
though.
stack anymore.
Yeah.
It
Is it,
vents
like,
out the
just a
top of the
stack?
stack. No, the stack is still there, but it vents out the top of the stack, but they don't actually set it on fire.
Also,
And
partially because they try to recondense most of the methane now, right?
Right.
Yes.
So that's taking the gaseous methane, putting it back into liquid form, and restoring it so it doesn't actually get released at all.
Yeah, I never really thought of it, but I wouldn't even think that it's methane that's coming out of the top of the vent stack and not being burned. I wonder if they're venting something else out through that stack.
Yeah, I don't
Because
think they just vent methane.
Yeah, I think if they were venting methane, they would turn it into a fire and vent it off. I don't know if they would just be venting regular methane out like that.
Right now, I think they use that to vent other vapors like nitrogen or oxygen or something.
Yeah, they probably have a way they can route different stuff to it,
Yep, exactly. All right. Here is a question. Matt, would it make sense to increase the sea level engine bell size on Mars-bound ships due to the lower air pressure? Actually, so SpaceX has talked about this, or Elon has talked about this at least. Basically, even firing at, quote, sea level on Mars is basically like firing in a vacuum. The air pressure is so low. So vacuum engines are actually just really good for that. Of course, the vacuum engines don't have gimbal authority, so you can't rely on them alone. But it'd basically be the same as the expansion ratio you want for a vacuum engine. So they might make use of the vacuum Raptors even when landing on Mars if they can.
Yeah, I think the big thing there is the size of the bell, like how big that bell on the vacuum Raptor actually is. And then if you want to vector that, you're moving a really large object in sort of a confined space. So you've got to have some way to get some, I guess, engine thrust authority by using that thrust vectoring. And it's tough to only have the vacuum Raptors in there. There'd have to be some sort of trade-off between room to maneuver the engines so you can use that to help steer your craft and getting increased efficiency by constraining the exhaust for longer.
Yeah, there you go.
Good questions, though.
Yeah. Man, does vacuum optimized engine testing cause backflow or back pressure? Yeah. We touched on this earlier. Basically, when you fire a vacuum engine not in a vacuum, it experiences more back pressure than it normally would. It doesn't cause backflow, though. Sorry, now I understand the question. It's not so catastrophic that literally the flow will reverse. That would be very bad. It's a much smaller difference, though. The pressures you have inside a rocket engine are still really strong and are plenty strong enough to prevent backflow. It's just the engine doesn't fire as efficiently as it would in a vacuum. Okay, let's see. Casey Smith is asking if we could please get those Kerbal spoof videos. So Das, I'm gonna want you to get on that, please.
Good grief. Like every single time there's a regular launch, I'm like, we should build it in Kerbal, and then we can cut to Kerbal telemetry and like explain how the rocket works before the launch happens. Like every single time we want to do that, but there's only so many hours in the day. So yeah. I wouldn't hold my breath for the Kerbal spoof videos of flyovers. It's September. It's a long way until April 1st, so don't hold your breath on those.
I Love Launches says, statistically speaking, there should be 39.3 people that share their birthday with Mary currently watching.
Nice.
Nice. Appreciate that. On that note, there is a message from Rice Burner says, thanks for all the birthday wishes that made his day, so appreciate that. Wyatt, happy birthday. And Brian said with another chiming in saying, happy birthday, Mary. Please enjoy a cake pop. I don't know if a cake pop is Mary's birthday celebration of choice, but if it is, I hope she has one. Thanks, Brian, for the support.
Did one of the deputies just leave?
I don't know. We should ask the guy with control of the cameras.
Hey, guy who can control the cameras, did the deputy just leave? Yeah, Das, the deputy just left. He's not there anymore. Thanks.
Wow.
Whatever your name is.
Oh man, but there's still that pickup truck there. There's someone there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The white trucks.
I don't think they're opening it. It looks like the one deputy rolled up to another deputy and they had a little meeting. And now the other deputy's leaving again. I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, now they're both moving.
Coming back. And yeah, I just had to go talk to somebody, I guess. Now, one
But
deputy's
that might have been
leaving.
like, hey, they're expecting to open the pad at this time or something, you know.
Swinging out wide to turn all the way around. Off to the side of the road again. You can actually see when the car goes off the road because the suspension, whatever.
What's the gas mileage on that vehicle, Das? When it's sitting there doing nothing, going nowhere.
Well, when it's sitting there going nowhere, the gas mileage is 0, Nick.
Right, yes.
If it's not moving, miles per gallon is 0.
The miles traveled is 0 and the gallons consumed goes to infinity, so...
There you go.
Whoa, it's infinitely inefficient.
I don't see any feet underneath the side of the vehicle there, like somebody stepped out on the far side.
No.
So we'll keep an eye on it, but back to our booster watching. Not nearly enough tanks in this direction.
Yeah, I hear venting. Or maybe there's a little bit of venting. I think the booster's just still continuing to depress. Let's see.
I like this one. Andy Skibba says, burn through my phone battery watching it work. Finally at home and plugged in. Keep up the great stream. Andy, thank you so much. You got to plan for those things. You got to have like external batteries so that you can have your phone on the entire time you're at work. Thank you so much for watching. That is some dedication. Watching it work and coming home and watching once you get home. It's not like you were just so bored at work. What can I do? I guess I'll turn on NASASpaceflight. Like you got home and you had free time and you chose to continue watching us. Thanks for that.
Yes, of course. Alright, let's see. Daniel asking, do they add an odorant to the liquid methane? I don't know. They probably...
Good question.
Good question. I've never smelled the typical methane smell down here, or gas, rotten egg smell. But I also hopefully have never been around a venting methane leak.
Yeah, my guess is no, because for rocket fuel you'd probably want the most pure form of methane that you can get. So I would guess that the methane used in rockets is not added a whole lot to.
That would make sense. Like I imagine if you add anything to it to try and make it odorous so you can smell it, right? You probably end up changing the efficiency or density or whatever. So that makes sense that you want only the freshest, purest, free-range methane for your rocket engines to consume. You'll know that's a thing, right? Like, do people know that you turn on if you got a gas stove and you're like, oh man, I smell a gas leak or something like that? Like
Oh,
that
yeah.
is not the natural flavor, odor, I guess is the
Right,
right term.
exactly.
Yeah, that's not the natural odor of it. They actually add that odor so that if the gas is leaking, you can smell it, and it's a very distinct smell. So that's where that question's coming from. But it makes sense for rocket fuel. You wouldn't want to add any, I guess, quite frankly, contaminants, right?
Well, that's just less mass that you're gonna get to combust or whatever
Yep.
chemistry term that I'm not familiar with.
Just go with it, Nick. Just say it's less mass. You're going to be able to chemistry.
Yes, there we go.
Just
I'm-
insert the word chemistry.
I science good. I am very good sciencing.
Any unknown chemical process, just insert the word chemistry and roll with it. You'll be fine.
Will do.
My wife is a chemist. I'm probably going to get some words when she comes home if she's watching right now.
Oh no.
Oh, man. Peter is asking how confident we are in the 2-hour estimate. What 2-hour estimate is he talking about? I might have missed that when I was stepping away.
We were talking about. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah. So after they do the full depress event, in the past, it's taken them about 2 hours to completely recycle the booster for preparation for either another spin prime or a static fire. So it's very possible that they still intend on doing another spin prime or static fire tonight, because they still have, what, 3.5 hours left in the window. But
Wow.
we should.
Or
we
no,
should be
2.5.
looking-
2.5. Nope,
2.5?
just kidding. 3.5.
No, 3.5,
Ignore me.
yeah.
Jeez.
You're good.
It's 8 p.m.
Math
right?
on air. We hit the math quota, right?
Just no more accurate math on air.
Yep. So we're just looking for that.
Yeah, I gotcha. Thank you, Nick. Chris says, has anything happened today? I mean, anything? Like,
Yes.
like anywhere?
The sun came up. Because even that's like, how do you define that? Like, in
The
all
assistant to the
seriousness.
news director walked in and started screaming at me just now.
There you go. We need to get her a little headset,
Yeah, there you go.
a wireless headset with a little backpack, so we can hear your cat.
Yeah, so to answer the question, yes, they completed a multi-engine spin prime test at 3:35 p.m. Central Time, and we're standing by to see if they're going to recycle and go for any more testing today.
Yep.
And,
the road is
John,
still closed.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to expand and say the road is still closed and there are not employees stacked up there, which is usually an indication that they're not done with the testing for today. So we are still here hanging out, answering questions live with however many of you are putting up with us right now.
Right, gotcha. John saying, even venting liquid oxygen can be dangerous as any combustible materials in the direct facility can ignite with great force. So obviously, yeah, introducing pure oxygen to an environment is less than ideal. But that is also, as long as you vent it in a controlled manner, you're not near any ignition sources, you can do it. But yes, introducing pure oxygen can be a problem if done wrong, incorrectly.
Thomas, Nick, I'm getting text messages from my wife here, who is apparently listening in, and would like us to know that it's mercaptan that's added to natural gas to make it stink, which is
There we go.
thiol. How do you pronounce that, honey? Thiol, which is a thiol, which is the type of chemical that skunk spray is made of. Thanks.
Oh. All right, good to know. Thank you, Mrs. Doss.
She's not watching from work. She's actually here in the house. The call is coming from inside the house, apparently.
All right, I'm gonna dive in and find some more questions here. Ship24 says my currency is TPS tiles. All right then. Thanks Ship24 for the super chat support there. Oh, someone in chat mentioning that the odorant might freeze solid at the temperatures that they condense the methane down to. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a possibility, I guess. I haven't looked it up. I'm sure there's like a safety sheet or whatever, a data sheet for it, but I don't know.
Let's see. People asking if they're detanking, does that mean they're done? No. So what we're right now, it does look like they've detanked Booster 7, but sometimes they do that and then recycle for another test. And since there's time left in the window and they haven't looked like they're getting ready to open the road yet, that's why we're sticking around. If they open the road, that is when they know, or when we know they're done for the day.
Yeah.
But they're not there yet. Let's see. Any other questions? Anyone else seeing any questions they want to pull?
I mean, I can go through it.
Yeah, you want to pick out some? I pulled out a couple, but
Yeah. How you doing, Nick?
Hey, I'm back. Sorry,
No.
I died, and I came back. Thankfully, I had an extra battery.
Oh, geez. I just saw your chat saying that the battery died. I was just asking you how you were doing.
well, we literally didn't even notice.
Yeah, we didn't notice that yet.
You switched it quick enough that you were good.
I have no idea what you guys were talking about, but assuming that nothing interesting happened while I was gone, I am doing really well. A little hungry, a little tired, a little hot, but excited because we still have not seen a clear indication of them reopening the road yet, which would lead us to believe they're not quite done yet for today, unless I missed something, which is possible because I haven't been here for the past 5 minutes. How are you, Das?
Good. Thanks for asking.
Oh, yes.
Are you still
How are you,
hanging out the
Thomas?
same area you were in?
Yep. I haven't moved.
Okay.
How's the bit
Interesting.
rating?
Oh, we hear you fine.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
We got another super chat from John asking how about Blue Origin. We've talked about Blue Origin a bunch today. Not
Yep.
super relevant to today's coverage, but yes, Blue Origin did a thing. Definitely go and check out the NASASpaceflight.com article to be caught up on that story. Let's see. Question asking, have they ever done a static fire after a spin prime? Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
There's definitely been days of testing where they've done both.
Yes.
Saul asking, do we expect any activity on Ship 24 today?
Unfortunately not any kind of testing activity, as the crane is still hooked up to Ship 24. And I wouldn't imagine them testing that out with the crane
Right.
attached.
I agree. And then, let's see here. Sparvin says, talk about what is the best rocket ever and why is it Ares 1?
Jeez,
that
know your
question
audience,
might
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan, but also it had its problems. Oh well. Let's see. Nick says, what is the value in detanking the booster before a subsequent twist? Why not just move right into static fire without going through the fueling cycle again? I think that's the point. I think they sometimes want to actually go through the full fuel cycle and thermal cycles that you expect for, tanking flows rather than, I mean, no reason you can't do that, but we've seen them do full recycles before, is just the point. So based on past experience, it is still a possibility that they're going to recycle into another test. They could also need to go out to the pad and then come back for testing later. Depends on what they're working on and things like that. Mark says, best second screen content during video games. I guess our NSF stream is accompanying some video games for Mark, so we appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in.
Nice.
I'll
allow it.
Joe saying, why don't they ever use NO2 as an oxidizer? Liquid oxygen is, of course, the purest oxidizer because it's only oxygen, so it's what's used mostly. But there are other compounds that contain oxygen that have been used in the past by other rockets. Trying to think. Nitrous oxide is definitely one. There's the solid fuel mixes that have oxidizers in them. There are other ones. But
All I've
liquid
got is
oxygen is the purest.
All I've got is a Fast and Furious joke, so I'll keep it to myself.
Okay. Not Nox. Not Nos. But anyway, hanging out. Any updates on the roadblock there, Das?
I mean,
Negative.
The road is still blocked. As you can see here by this camera that is pointed at the blocked road.
I don't know. I feel like I could probably fit between there if I was on foot.
Oh, jeez. Let's not try that. We don't need like cops Starbase or anything like that to go on.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
People asking, do we know why Ship 24 had the crane hooked up? I think we're just guessing that they're done with testing and they're slowly preparing to transport it for full stack eventually, right?
I think that was the guess, yeah.
Yeah.
We think that it's going to go in that direction. Did it just need to be stabilized for some other work? Were they just doing it? Did it need to be stabilized for some big test that's happening? In the past, we actually saw them hook up cranes to loads like that, allegedly when storm systems came in. But we didn't see like a big massive front or a tropical storm or anything hitting. So again, no official information on exactly what they did, but the transport stands are nearby. They just haven't been moved into a position where you'd expect them to take the ship off the stand and put it on a transport stand to move it anywhere. So who knows exactly why they did it this early, but we are expecting that they'll want to go for a full stack at some point and hope that that's I mean, it has to be. Doesn't it have to be a chopstick full stack at this point?
Yes.
Pretty much, unless they want to haul another crane in here, which I highly doubt.
Yep, they do not have a crane big enough to actually stack a ship on top of the booster anymore, I don't think. And so they'd have to use the chopsticks to stack.
Well, they could use the 3 sea level Raptors underneath the ship to just kind of do a suborbital hop up to the top of the booster.
Nice. That's like a suborbital hop. It's not even suborbital. Anyways.
Right.
Just a hop.
Atmospheric.
Yeah, an atmospheric hop.
So there we go. Let's see what else.
There's a car at the checkpoint.
Those tourists.
We're seriously jonesing for action here. Like, a car just pulled up to the checkpoint.
Zoom in. Let's see if we
Jeez,
can
what's
get some
going
audio
on?
on that.
Enhanced.
Can we get the lip reader guy out?
Get the lip reader guy out.
I'll translate for you. Security guard's like, yeah, see, the road's closed, and the guy's like, oh, but I want to go to the beach, and I'm on vacation. And the security guard's like, oh, let me call my boss. So he picked up the phone here, and they're talking on the phone. Oh, actually, that guy's a SpaceXer. He has a SpaceX badge.
Oh, there you go. Man, Nick, you really got good eyes.
I do. I do. You gotta squint between the pixels.
Yeah. Anywho.
Yeah,
Back
more
to the
questions coming.
non-frosty
Sorry,
rocket.
I'm pulling questions and I'm quiet when I do that.
No. I mean, it's like a balance, right? Because on the one hand, we don't want to sit here and just inanely fill air forever, but they haven't opened the road, and we haven't seen a bunch of employees stack up or anything like that. So we want to be here, but because of the situation with the road closing and the way the window is, we don't want to stop the stream right now. So it's okay if we chill out on occasion and we just listen to the sweet sounds of turbo pump machinery or whatever those pumps are in the background. That's fine. We don't have to always be talking. So anyways, let's keep talking.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I do have a question here from MK saying, is the spin prime part of the launch sequence or is it just a pure testing procedure? It's basically starting to start the engine, but then not. So in theory, when you actually go to launch, it's a matter of, yes, the engines do a spin prime, they just also at the same time actually ignite things, so you would never notice.
It's truck left.
Okay, it's partially starting the engine though, MK, so yes.
Update on the road.
Oh, jeez.
Another question here. Roy says more likely they're not only doing testing on the booster as well as the stage 0 ground support operations procedures. Yes, I mean obviously all of the static fire testing, spin prime testing, prop load testing that they do also test all the ground support equipment for sure. I also got a quick question here from Sam. Any report on the leak that caused the latest scrub of Artemis 1, returning to the VAB, etc.? The latest word is that they're working on fixing the leak and that they want to do a taking test as early as this weekend. to verify that before launching again as early as September 23rd, only if the Space Force agrees to alter some of the FTS rules and recertify the flight termination system for an attempt without rolling back to the VAB. No further word on whether that decision's been made yet. Right now, they're focusing on fixing the hydrogen leak. So, we'll of course be covering those events as soon as they happen again, though. Space Pope says, does the vent stack on the right being stopped mean anything? Basically, no. That vent doesn't particularly coincide with anything, so nothing to read into there. But thanks for asking. Here's a question. Mike says, will SpaceX use Teslas or pre-assembled, folded, or unfolded custom rovers for Moon and Mars missions? When Tesla Moon rover?
Jeez.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
You heard
I
it
mean,
here first.
I really do wonder if we'll see something like that. Like, we haven't heard mention, I guess, of any serious plan. Like, we haven't seen a render or anything, an official render with, you know, a SpaceX-styled rover or anything like that, have we?
I don't think so.
They don't really talk about...
They might have hit a Cybertruck in a render at some point, but...
Yeah, there's so many renders. I wonder if those aren't like the independent renders that have stuff like that versus official renders. But
yeah,
I don't know. SpaceX really doesn't talk much about like a rover or a hab on the ground or any ground infrastructure or anything like that. SpaceX to start is very much the train system, right? They're carrying the equipment to and from, and they're getting things there, but they're not talking about what is going to be built once they're there. I guess the farthest Elon has gone really is talked about like the Sabatier process or whatever, in how they could actually use that system to make new methane fuel for starships on Mars, blah, 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 but didn't really go into any description of, oh, and we have a mock-up prototype of how that reaction would work underneath the table here or whatever, you know? So we really haven't heard SpaceX talk a lot about, here's the SpaceX rover. Now, I mean, could they? Sure, I don't see why they couldn't. But we haven't seen, like... I mean, how would you even get it out of the Starship? You'd have to have, like, a huge elevator and then drive it onto the elevator and then drop it down the side of Starship, right?
I mean, you could do that, though. Doesn't HLS supposed to have an elevator?
But with, like, a Cybertruck on it?
Pretty big elevator.
Yeah, it has the elevator for the astronauts and equipment to ride, but... I guess, I mean, Starship is big. You could probably fit a vehicle in there, especially if you custom built the vehicle to fit in the Starship, right?
Yes. It's very true.
I think, I'm going to think real quick. It happens on occasion. I imagine if at some point we won't see like a multi-level Starship where there's like a crew access area and then a cargo area down below. So you have like just above the header tanks to spot where rovers and equipment can be stored, and the elevator can actually go higher than that, and then crew can get out up higher. And so there's like literally button stops on the Starship elevator, like floor 2 rovers and drilling equipment, bing, or whatever, right? And then you go floor 1 or floor 0, floor 3, I don't know, it depends on if the Starship lands in the UK or not. Is exactly how the floors are numbered, but I wonder if we wouldn't see something like that where there were multiple stops and like, here's the stop where the rover comes out and drives onto the elevator and goes down, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, this keeps coming back to the, can you tell us more about HLS, please, NASA and SpaceX?
Yes.
Yeah. But in time, I'm sure. Let's see. Nemo Nero, maybe, said that Elon said that the reason why they test is because Ship 24 lost some tiles. Does it really have to be... Does it have to have none fall off, or can some still fall off and still be okay to fly? I think if one tile falls off, the ship is probably fine. I don't think you lose the effect of the heat shield with the loss of a single tile. I think it depends on not just how many you lose, but where you lose them, you know, which parts of the vehicle become vulnerable. And I think SpaceX is going to have to gather a lot of data. They'll have some from their modeling of reentry and stuff like that beforehand, and then they'll get more from attempting actual reentries as to how much damage is acceptable and how much damage is too much for a safe reentry.
Yeah. But
think of it this way, it's worth noting. Sorry, one more sec.
No, go ahead.
It's just worth noting that Dragon capsules have never failed to re-enter safely. So they have plenty of experience doing so. They are scaling it up for sure. But SpaceX has lots of experience with re-entry. Anyway, go ahead, Dust.
Yeah, I really do think that it's going to be critical exactly where that tile is lost from.
Yes.
There may be areas where losing a tile isn't that big of a deal, and there may be areas where losing a tile is more of a deal because of the way that the hypersonic flow and heating and blah blah plasma works, right? I imagine that it will be very much down to exactly where a tile or group of tiles is lost in terms of how that affects Starship during reentry. And I mean, Shuttle was that way as well. There were shuttle missions where there was damage to a tile, but the backing behind the tile changed the outcome of losing that tile or having that tile damaged. So I do think that it will matter exactly where the tiles are, but it's one of those things, they're going to model it, but they're going to need to get some experience and get starships back and see how they look after they've got tiles, etc., etc., etc. I think that's going to be important.
Yeah, exactly. Totally with you there.
Uh-oh.
Nick, have you...
Look. Cars.
Ooh, cars. Yeah.
There's
Can't see
multiple
them from here,
cars.
but yes, there's a mountain in my way.
Oh yeah, one of them is the SpaceX security Tesla.
It is the white Tesla that like escorts cars to and from the pad sometimes.
And has the awesome SpaceX logo like wrap on it. That looks super cool, by the way. I like the SpaceX security Tesla. There's one here at KSC too, or at least one. I've seen one. I've never seen more than one at a time. I would presume that there's probably more than one, but
yeah. So they could just be having a powwow. They could just be going over to see how Dave is doing, or whatever. I don't know if any of those people are named Dave, but maybe. And there's somebody's pointing, but we don't know that this means that they're going back to the pad. But we said that we would tell you if we saw cars start to stack up. If we switch back over to the booster, there is no frostiness at the bottom of the booster. We are not seeing any atmospheric condensation or frost forming on the bottom of the booster. Those lines are also not sort of cascading vapors off of them or freezing white. And we don't see a lot coming from the engine bays either. So it is very curious. We'll continue to watch what's going on. They haven't opened the road yet. There are some cars there now. The booster does not seem to currently be in an active, I guess I would say, period, in terms of looking for frost on the booster or frost on the pipes. Everybody concur with that?
yes,
I concur.
Let's see. A couple more questions we can speed run quick while we await a more final decision at the roadblock there. Oh, Sans asking, what is that arm at the top of the tower and does it move up and down the tower? The top arm is the ship quick disconnect, and it doesn't move up and down. It does pivot, to and from the vehicle, but that's how they will fuel Starship once it's fully stacked on the booster. At one point, the plan was to fuel the ship by connecting fuel lines between the booster and the ship once it's stacked, and you can just fuel the ship through the booster. But I do not believe that is the plan, or at least not a plan even in the long term anymore. I think they just said it's way easier to make a quick disconnect arm, so that's what they're doing. Grant offered a $2 super chat, no words, just a bit of support, so we appreciate that. Oh, here we go. Joshua says, put some RCS built into the rover, it can fly itself down and back up from the Starship.
Perfect.
I don't like it. That's a Kerbal solution right there.
That results in the destruction of your mission 9 times out of 10.
Nah, that's the Kerbal way, does. Grant with another super chat talking about the Blue Origin flight today. We've talked about that a lot, and it's not relevant. Please go check out the NASASpaceflight article for our coverage of that. But there's no new information on that anyway.
I will say real quick that Blue Origin did that tweet where they actually linked the footage of the booster, not coming apart. They linked the abort system working, and they said this happened. They released that video shortly after it actually worked, and they streamed it live. So props to Blue Origin for actually owning that. Not 2 weeks of review before we say anything. Right there in the tweet was the video and their statement that they lost the I guess it didn't reach orbit or whatever it said exactly, but that was nice of them for owning it right there.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Makes
the, you know, it
sense.
was the clip from the live stream, which they did not cut away or anything like that. So
Yeah.
me and I know I tweeted this, Michael Baylor tweeted this too. You know, just props to Blue Origin Comms for handling it well today. They didn't, you know, go out and tweet video of the booster
Right.
falling down and crashing into the desert, which is probably not fair to ask them to do that anyway. But you know, some people are like, "Oh, they didn't show the booster." It's like, well, yeah, because they were focusing on the capsule, which they need to prove stay safe in these situations. So I think that's perfectly fair.
Right.
Anyway, a couple more messages to kind of speed run here. Evan saying, could they stack an additional ring of storage area on Starship without altering the thrust ratio, i.e. for larger cargo with a similar weight? Well, any additional ring of stainless steel definitely goes to adding the dry mass to the booster. I don't that they have talked about stretching the booster, the propellant depot variant that will be used to support refueling Starships. So either for HLS or for Mars missions, whatever, is supposed to have stretched tanks, at least according to our recent NASA presentation. So they can do that for certain use cases for sure. Depends on the mission.
Makes sense.
Stefan saying, any idea how well a Starship would handle a lunar return re-entry? Well, it won't have to in the near term because HLS only returns crew to Orion and then Orion handles that. But obviously at some point, Starship will also be for interplanetary and moon re-entries. And they have designed the heat shield appropriately, so it is designed to do that. Of course, it all comes down to them actually demonstrating that, which they will do once they can go to orbit. Roy became a PadRite member. Appreciate that, Roy. And then also, Jerwall talking about the FTS discussion we kind of got into earlier. SLS does not use automated FTS. I don't think we actually know whether Starship does or not. We know SpaceX does for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, but they might not have implemented that onto like the Starship hop test and stuff like that. Actually, can we see that on the current view? Isn't that the FTS box if you look like kind of the middle of the Starship up that raceway on the side we're looking at now?
Yeah, that is
Nick,
that's the
FTS box?
location.
Yeah.
Nick?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I was typing. Yes,
No worries.
on the Starship, that is the FTS box, yes.
There you go.
Before the
Right, so
suborbital
next
flights, we'd see them take lifts out there, and they would be working around that area, and we knew that that was an indication that they were working on arming the FTS, which is a good indication for flight, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that wraps up our FTS discussion. That also clears out our question queue here. And if we take another look at the roadblock...
Oh, I can do that.
Sorry. No, you're good.
No,
You're
it's
good.
okay.
Definitely looks like they may be wrapping up here. What do we think, folks?
Well, one of the cars left. We just have the security Tesla there now, but they are sort of standing behind the sign, it looks like. I'm waiting for him to grab that, not sign, but the road blocking.
Oh, yeah.
What do you call the roadblock itself? Like, I don't actually know.
Well, it says
what
road closed on it, so it's a sign, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, I'll take
wait. Cars are moving. Well, alright, they moved like 2 feet. Never mind.
Step back over.
I thought they were about to drive to the pad. I was
Wait,
like,
is he-
alright, that'll do it.
Oh my gosh, they're listening to the stream and they're playing with
They're
us.
like, okay, how long
Yeah.
can we wait? Can we make a NASASpaceflight stay live? Because they say they
Yeah.
don't want it to end until the road's actually open.
It's like, okay, act like you're going to grab it. Okay, but no. Nope, walk away.
Someone bet on how long they can keep this stream going, and they're just messing with us. I hope they're listening. I hope they are.
Okay, I'll go over here. I'm going to act like I'm going to... Nope, I'm not going to grab it. That one guy's in the center of mass. If you were going to pick up the sign, you would want to grab it by the center of mass there to have good control over the actual
I
roadblock
love this.
sign.
Folks, we've had the same commentary stream all day today. This is what it's come to.
It's true, it's true. I'm about to go like get the camera like enhanced a little bit here, but it's a little windy.
And looks
It
like
is
we
a
got
little
cars to
windy,
the
maybe a
pad.
bad idea.
Cars to the pad. Cars
Yep,
to the
there
pad.
they go. All right.
Yeah. There you go.
The bet was that they
Security
could stay
Tesla.
live until 4:56, so we hit 4:56, and they're like, all right, fine.
All right, somebody grab that roadblock and drag it off the side of the road.
Oh, man. What a day.
Never
Well,
a dull
folks.
moments.
Yeah, we're Texas Cop Watcher now. We're
Ah,
the Texas
jeez.
Cop Watchers. There goes the truck as well. I wonder, are they going to move that car? Are they going to move the actual roadblock? We have seen them approach the pad without actually opening the road.
Right,
That's
yeah,
a
they
thing
could
that's
keep the road
happened.
closed until the pad crews like safe some stuff or whatever.
Yep, that definitely happens, but it looks like SpaceX is clearing out here.
Yeah, the pad will no
And-
longer be clear in a second, which obviously means no testing.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well, folks, it's been a hoot here today, I think is one way to put it. I do want to really quickly thank everybody for hanging out with us here. Hey, whatever you've done today, whether you liked the stream or you subscribed to the channel, there's so many super chats came in. I mean, we were live for hours and hours, and it was just a constant flow of super chats supporting what we do and bringing you all this coverage. However you support us, thank you so much for being a part of this here. If you want to, I don't know, clothe yourself while supporting us, you can actually check out our merch store, !shop or shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've got some cool metal prints if you need, like, you know, you got a dorm or a house, you just moved into an apartment and the walls are all bare. Come on, don't have bare walls. Put some cool
I feel
metal
called out.
prints. I am calling you out. How many metal prints do you have on your wall, Thomas Berghardt?
Less than I have lots of mission patches on my wall, but I need more stuff. I need to get more stuff.
Well, let me tell you, you can actually go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and go check out the metal prints. We've got SLS, Orange Rocket, we've got these awesome sunrise shots and stuff like that that comes out of Boca. We've got some awesome Starship with the road to the rolling to the stars is actually what it says. Star of the show, that looks like a static fire. I mean, look at this. That is a cool shot. You put that on your wall and everybody knows, click for me. There we go. You put that on your wall and everybody knows what a fan you are. But whichever way you do it, if you want to support what we're doing and get some swag to go with it, spice up your walls a little bit or whatever, the merch shop is a great place to be. We got... Did anybody get those swimsuits? Like, we literally have those swim trunks. Where are they? Here you go.
Nick had them, didn't he?
I have them.
Didn't you get these, Nick?
Dude, yeah, they're the best thing ever.
You do like an unboxing video or something?
I did not do an unboxing video of those.
He's not committing. He doesn't want to commit to an unboxing video. 10,000 likes for an unboxing video.
Yeah, I'm not the best person to model swim trunks. How about that?
How many likes for a swim trunk modeling video? Anyways, folks, I better get this off the screen before I get in trouble. We are going to go ahead here and shut down our live commentary. It's going to end up over on Starbase Live, so you can keep watching just in case you are super concerned about, well, yeah, okay, they still haven't removed the roadblock. If you want to see them actually remove that roadblock, you're so invested in seeing somebody grab that by the center of mass and carry it off to the side of the road where it will wait for the next test, which may or may not be tomorrow. You can watch on Starbase Live. We'll kick you over there. For now, the team will be saying goodbye. Mr. Thomas Berghardt, thank you for going the distance with us today.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for Das. I mean, Das is the magician that handles all of these live stream stuff that I am only getting a small taste of whenever I try to help him with equipment and things. So Das, thank you so much for operating today and offering your hosting and commentary expertise as well. It's been a pleasure.
Well, if you want to say thanks for DOS, you actually have to talk to my mom on that one.
Oh, well, okay.
I guess the wife is sending me out on loan here as well, so multiple parties you may think. But
Yes.
Thomas, thank you so much for spending time with us. Always a pleasure to hang out. Also, Mr. Nick and Sweeney. Nick.
Hello. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We will see you same place, same time tomorrow, probably looking at the same things because we now have road closures. So, yay.
We don't have an alert notice for tomorrow yet, do we? An overpressure notice?
Not that I'm aware of, but I have not.
The
talked
key
with
word
Marion
was
a bit.
yet.
Yet. All right. So we'll be on the lookout for that overpressure notice. Nick, thank you so much for spending time with us, especially being out in the vehicle. Nick's doing commentary from his vehicle today. So we always appreciate you being here. My name...
Thanks for having me.
Yep, absolutely. My name is John Galloway for NASASpaceflight, and we appreciate everybody who hung out with us here. We'll be shutting this down. You can continue watching over on Starbase Live, and we will see you nerds later. Thanks for hanging out with us, y'all.